then it's subjective, which is if somebody's in here, let's say as a flat earther, and like the term is, it's a trigger word for sure. But that's not what I mean. Okay, so like if you can look past that and know that it's more complicated to the way you're describing it. Somebody's got their. Oh, 1 second. But that's not what I mean. Like if you can look past that and know that it's more complicated to add my.
There's YouTube in the background.
Yeah, that had my YouTube on. But yeah, like so, I'm getting to the fact that people are in here claiming that they are in the flat Earth community, that they don't know that the Earth is flat. Like that's certain. I get really redundant when I say 100% certainty, because you can only be certain of things. You don't have to say 100%, but they would say, just like you say, well, the Earth is flat and level. Yeah, it's what we obviously see is flat and level. What's level to you? Well, it's following the curved liquid parts of the Earth. What's not?
Yeah, I've heard that.
What the thing. So like, and that's why I get redundant and say, well, it's 100% certain. Like, and they, when you say it that way, they're like, well, we can't know. And even the flat earthers saying that we can't even know 100%.
Miggy, so it's actually deeper than that. Why are they putting it in terms of statistics, like a statistical percentage? 200 years ago, people didn't talk like this. They didn't like couch everything in probabilities of whether something's going to happen or not. That's all modern nonsense. People weren't going, well, there's a 50% chance of this or an 80% chance of that or a 90% chance. Well, I'm 99.99999% sure of this. Nobody talked like that.
And so, well, these guys have adopted this new...
That's part of it. That's part of the subjective reality. By even saying, well, I'm 99.999% sure of something, you've adopted the can't know anything for certain paradigm.
That's the issue that I have with the people in here claiming that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then still saying that. I'm like, then you're still
subjectivists. That's subjective. Plain and simple.
And so, like, and then if you try to say, well, I disagree, it's not about disagree. It's like about acknowledging what you feel and what you're saying is subjective. It's just subjective. You don't know. So really, you could be in the camp of the
so ironic, right? That them saying that they're 99.9% certain is subjective, and that's an objective fact. There's no doubt about it that claim is subjective.
But they look at that as being certain. They're like, well, no, that's certain.
They even looked at that as your opinion. That's the funny thing, dude. They even thought you saying that was subjective was subjective. When that's actually objective. It's crazy.
Well, and we've been dealing with this
disease, bro.
It's a disease, and it has spread throughout our community. Where some of the members in here would say that, and there's advocates for them, white knighting them, and say, "Oh, just let them." They're thinking, no, it's like you can't be standing on truth and thinking truth is subjective. Because if that's the case, your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. That's the bottom line. You can't get away from that. So if
nothing means anything,
we're going to be doing that in here, then we've lost footing on truth. We might as well just say, what do you feel like this is truth? Okay, that's truth to you. No, it's objectively true that the Earth isn't curving like they say it is. Objectively. You can just say that to anyone and they'll either take it or leave it, but that's what it is. And if we're not in here doing that, then what business do we have to have people like those being leaders? And that to me is important, right? Because why would you be passionately filled to come and speak about truth if you're only, there's a sliver of doubt I have that it could be something else. Well, that's interesting. Then don't speak about what it is, because you might as well not. Like, it's just an idea that you have. It's not something you know. I don't know. I really, I'm moved, man, because it's like, I don't like the people I consider like family in the truth. And then they're over here saying that,
they're not doing it listen, they're not doing it intentionally. They've just been like conditioned and brainwashed. It's just still part of the problem. In the shape of the Earth is the foundation of all it. Just in my opinion, it is. My opinion, the shape of the Earth is the foundation for all this can't know anything thinking. And I could actually I could demonstrate it by going through the history of the philosophy of science, right? And ended up at the problem of induction, where they basically said, fuck it, we don't need to prove anything. right? We can just do things for practical purposes and say, well, this is likely to happen, so that's good enough because we can make widgets and gadgets and cannons and different things like that, and that's good enough. We don't need to prove things because we have business to do. And that's really what it was. It was really turning science into technology into business. And that's the difference between engineering, right? So engineering is not science because engineering has a different purpose. They don't care about truth, right? They just care about making things work. They're not interested in why it really works. They could care less why it really works. They just want to make it work so that they can put a price tag on it and sell it to some person, right? At a good enough mean time to failure that they'll buy it and they're not going to get a bunch of returns. That's all they care about.
It just feels like with people that stand on objective reality that they're going to fall into a religion. Don't stand on objective truth because it's religious, and it's not religious. It's not following a cult. It's just acknowledging that the reality that you live in, the collective experience that you have with somebody else, you live in a world where things are defined to be such. You didn't start defining things. Things were already defined when you were born. You came into a world that there's definitions to things, that things mean things, and we have to agree upon them. Like, that's a duck, that's a tree, that's a car, and you don't have to like argue whether or not that's a duck or not. Like, is that a duck to you, or is it a cactus? Like.
Well, it's so funny that these selectivist ideologies were born out of trying to wriggle out of theism, right? So they're trying to wriggle out from under it. And they have to come up with all these freaking mental contortions of saying there is no reality, that everything is just everybody else's opinion. And like.
Exactly. It's I don't know. It's trouble enough to deal with it from people that are been confused by the globe, but then again, to see it in your own like group community, like that they're also saying, "Well, we can't know anything to be 100% sure." I'm like, "Come on, guys, come on, man."
Maybe they're doing it and they don't realize it.
Well, I think it's just been residual information that's been carried over from the globe, like that still lingers. It's like the thing you need to get rid of in your house that smells. You don't know where the smell's coming from. That's what I feel like it is. It's like that you need to get rid of.
You don't know what it smells. Yeah, it's in the wall, buddy.
It's in the freaking wall. But that's the thing. You're like, this thing. I know it stinks, but I have to say, with the flat Earth, that I don't know it to be 99. I only know it to be 99%. And I'm like, come on, guys. Like
cultural, but it's cultural, is what I'm trying to say. It isn't necessarily their fault. So you got to think of quantum mechanics, cats dead and alive at the same time, which is actually argument against quantum mechanics. But never mind that fact, right? Because that's my subjective opinion too. Even though Schrodinger's argument against quantum mechanics was Schrodinger's cat, where the cat is dead and alive at the same time. But people use it as an argument to promote quantum mechanics. Isn't this weird, kooky world of quantum mechanics and so mysterious? It's almost like magic, right? It's almost like convincing people of like magic spells and metaphysics. They don't even realize that this is what's happening. That's the crazy part. They don't even realize they're sucked into the very thing that they think that they're against.
Yeah. But so we got Jordan F599. What's going on, Jordan?
Hey, what's up, Miggy?
What's happening?
Hey, you understand what I'm saying, right, Miggy? Is that our society is in this subjectivist paradigm. We're lost in it. It's in the media. It's everywhere. It's like quantum mechanics and all the other bendy frickin' space time and all the nonsense.
We're saturated with it.
Yeah, you're saturated with it. Like how can you divorce your identity from it? Almost like I've been brought up this certain way from the time I was 0 to the now. And I've had all this stuff beaten in my head through media, my parents, and everybody else.
It's residual. So now
like you said, it's like a stink, dude. You can't get off it.
You can't get. You trying to, but it's always there. You're like, man, I really want to say I'm certain about it, but I just can't know for 100% sure. It's like, yes, you can, man. Like this is the. What do you mean? Like, so you're sitting down cross-legged, like they asked the gentleman. Oh yeah, I know I'm sitting down cross-legged. Okay, are you 100% sure? Well, no. Really? You just finished telling me you're sitting down cross-legged and you don't know that you're 100% sure you're sitting down cross-legged? Wow. That's really crazy. Like, what are we going to like do next? Like, what's your next magic trick? You're going to tell me how you're not speaking to me on Discord? Like, what's going on, man? Like, we've lost touch with the thing that should be sacred. Like, nobody can mess with that. Well, apparently they have. Now you're all wacky. You're confused. You don't know
what Agent Smith hated about the Matrix. It was the smell.
The smell, yeah, the smell. He says it stinks. Yeah, it does.
Like kind of like a agnostic philosophy that you just can't know. Like, I guess you have to die to find out the truth.
No, man. There's gonna be people even on the pearly gates.
Agent Smith didn't have a nose, though. That's the funny thing. Agent Smith didn't have a nose. He was a computer program. He never smelt anything in his goddamn life, but he could still smell the stank of the Matrix, dude.
Yeah. So well, that's part of, and my heart goes out to those guys and the fellow flat earthers that are saying that, man. Like, I really wish they do it, but they just can't get away from it, man. It's crazy. That stench is just, and for fear,
maybe a baptism,
for fear of being in a cult, even. I don't want to say that because they'll be in a cult. It's like, you're not, bro. Like, this is not. You're just sure. That's all. It's okay to be sure. Like, you have to walk people through this. It's okay. You can be sure. It's okay. You're gonna be okay. It's fine. Like, you're gonna be all right. Like,
it's kind of weird for me that some people are like on the fence about flat Earth. Like, if you're in these chats long enough, like, and you hear both sides, to me it should be pretty clear. But I guess some people just can't see it.
No, they don't want to bring it to its, like, it's one of these things where, like, it's psychological. It's not about the facts. At some point, it becomes about their identity, like how they view themselves in the world and like their place in it. Like, they're like, well, all these facts, they all make sense. But if they start going down like the consequences, right? Okay, if the Earth is flat, then this is true, and this is true, and this is true, and this is true, and that leads down to a road that they might not want to go down, right? That everything they thought was real about the world and how they were in it is just a bunch of bullcrap, and maybe some of their life choices aren't adding up right now. Nah, I'll stick with the globe because I don't want to deal with that psychological trauma, right? So I'll just stick with the globe. I'll live in my fantasy land and call it a day. You dumb flat earthers, and they spaz out and rage quit. I mean, but they're really mad at themselves.
They're like, I don't want to look under that rock because I don't even know what I'm going to find once I do.
Yeah, you know how much dust I swept under there.
The proverbial rug,
That's right. I've been sweeping stuff. I'm 30. I've been sweeping stuff under there for 30 years. I want to look under there.
Yeah, after I was watching a few things about flat Earth, I was telling my wife, I was like, hey, I think I'm becoming a flat earther. And the first thing she told me, she was like, no, don't even. Like, she immediately didn't hear anything like that I was about to say, but immediately shut it down because, like, she didn't want to be known as, like, a dumb flat earther, I guess.
Yeah, well, women are more sensitive to social consequences than men are, right?
Yeah.
Men can be rogue. Women can't be rogue because women kind of can't make it on their own. Not on their absolute own.
Well, when you said you're becoming a flat earther, in her mind, she said, "Oh no, my husband is retarded."
Yeah.
Did she say that? Did she actually say?
No. In her mind, we're like, what is my mother gonna think? What are my friends gonna think? What's my sister gonna think? What are all these other people gonna think? What are they gonna think about me? They're gonna think I'm freaking so stupid. They're gonna judge me. Blah blah. Blah. Like all these negative thoughts went pouring through her freaking head.
Indio is correct. I was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, and all of our family, my in-laws and everything, all of them know now. So it's and they all think that exact same thing. When I went to I didn't go celebrate this Thanksgiving, but last Thanksgiving I saw all my family, and then that was shortly after I made a Facebook post about how the world was flat and everything. And man, everybody was just giving me a hard time about it, and like they weren't even trying to hear it. Like I was trying to explain it, and this is whenever I was like, I mean, I'm still pretty new into flat Earth. I've only been a flat earther for like a year, but I was so new into it. I thought, oh, I could just explain it to them and they'll see. Nope, not at all. You try to explain it to them, and then they have like these stupid like justifications in their head that don't make sense, but it's an answer, so it's good enough for them.
So Jordan, how are boats going over the curve then? If they're not going over the curve, huh? And you're just like, oh my God. You're face palming most of the time with these questions that they're. I know, yeah. Like, it's and they're all laughing like they're having a great time, like snickering at like your.
Yeah. They're like, we've been to the moon. We have pictures of Earth. And then it's like, all right, so if you want to talk about this, we're gonna have to talk for a little bit longer. It's not. You can't just say those things and then like think that's all right. Like, and then you try to explain it to them, and then you find out they don't really actually want to hear it.
Usually,
hey, my response: the Earth is flat. Like,
look, this is a perfect response to like, what about the picture? You ask them a question. You say, why should I believe in them? Give me one good reason. And they don't have a good reason.
Yeah,
their good reason could only be everybody else believes in them, so you should too, which is no reason at all.
At all. Yeah.
Guys, listen to this. Jerry the Time Waster in text here told me, if you can prove aliens aren't real, I could start believing in that the space isn't real and the flat Earth and stuff. Like, I don't think he's really getting the point here.
Did he name himself that, by the way? I'm just curious. Did he name himself?
Yeah, he entered the server with that.
I thought somebody put it on him. I was like,
I know it's P Drinker or something.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's PD.
But yeah, what y'all were saying earlier about like not knowing truth and all this, like I've heard flat earthers say that, like, oh, there's no way you can be like, I think it's like them trying to be like super like woke and like not being able to be deceived by anything. They think their mind's like so open to if it could be true that they would know or something.
Yeah, but that's like, I don't know. That's actually cringe, to be honest. Like when somebody's, and you know what? There's some people lurking right now that have their mics closed that probably think this, and that's probably why it's like, ooh, did I think that? Was I thinking like that? Like, it hopefully kind of hits home, because it's like, this is a virus. It's a plague. It's a scourge. It's like been spreading more and more. It's like that thing that stinks in your house. You don't know where it's coming from, but it smells badly. But you keep saying it because you can't stop. Like you said, Jordan, it's like this super woke kind of idea, because you're now enlightened with flat Earth, so you just can't. You're just a rebel without a cause. You can't be held back, baby. Like by any by any idea. Like, so that's now you look at it. It's like, no, you can arrive. It's okay to say you're sitting down when you're sitting down, and you know that to be sure 100%. Like, I mean, as redundant, right? But
yeah,
you can say things with all certainty. You don't have to feel like you're not sure of that. Well, this could be a simulation, or maybe I'm dreaming. Just on and on.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of easy, because like when you have things that like violate natural law, and you as a flat earther know that, how are you uncertain that your position's right, like 100%? If you forgot like gas pressure and all that, like if you know that, then how can you say, well, maybe there's a 1% chance I'm wrong? And it's not just that, it's like collectively all the flat earth proofs, like if you know a decent amount of them, how are you even unsure? Like, it's just so easy for me to just go ahead and be sure that I'm right about it, because I've seen both sides.
They look at you like you got three heads on you when you say that you are sure of something. How are you? Wait a minute. Wait. Are you 100% sure the Earth is flat? Yes. How in the world are you 100% sure that the Earth is flat, man? How can you be so sure of something? I find it hard to believe. Go on.
Miggy, I am 100% with you there. No pun intended on the 100%. I'm using that anecdote, like, colloquially. But I agree with you in that I don't think you could be 100% on anything. Like, I never claim to be 100% on a globe, right?
Have you eaten at least once in your lifetime?
Say again.
Have you eaten in your lifetime?
Have I eaten?
Yes. Have you
yes.
eaten? Are you 100% sure of that?
No.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah. Well,
you're a perpetual motion machine that doesn't have to eat. You're born, you came out of your mother a perpetual motion machine.
I've eaten, and that's beyond all reasonable doubt that I've eaten.
Unreasonable doubt.
No,
beyond all
there's
reasonable.
No chance that you have not eaten. None. Zero.
The thing is, I can't disprove that Indio. This is where it gets really nonsensical. I can't disprove that I was, just came into existence 1 second ago. There's no way for me to know that, is there?
There's still objective truth.
So when I thought I was talking to you in text or on this chat before, I might have just been talking to myself.
No, you might have been talking to, you also could have just come into existence 1 second ago, and your memories aren't actually memories.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I said it's nonsensical, right? It's going into unreasonable sort of.
Wait a minute, Kessler. You're getting in a little bit. Okay, let's go down this rabbit hole. Who was I talking to earlier? That was Indio.
The same applies to you, Miggy. The same concept applies that you could have come into existence.
Kessler. So Kessler, does that mean that your father and your mother, they're gonna be come into existence a second from now?
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Wait, Kessler. So does that mean that no one here has an objective birthday? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
no,
everyone.
You're gonna be burned a minute from now.
Well, let me reply. Let me reply. Jordan, let me reply to it. So the concept comes from everything is proven beyond all reasonable doubt, right? There is no reasonable doubt to suggest.
No, not everything. Not everything is proven. Not everything. It's not like that. The globe is not Is not proven without doubt. So not everything.
So
right. Okay. So carry on.
Let me ask you, if you're saying that there is nothing you can know 100% as an objective truth.
Yeah, well, there's one thing, which is that you're experiencing existence.
Okay.
So yeah, but that goes down the whole because the could be. I know it's. I'm not
so
saying
is that also an objective truth, or is that a subjective truth?
That you were experiencing. It's for you.
Is that subjective or is that a subjective?
So
no, I asked you.
To you.
You said the only thing is that one thing, right? Is that an objective truth or is that a subjective truth?
Well, it would be objective to yourself, wouldn't it?
You see the circular logic that this leads to.
That's subjective.
Is that you're making any statement that there's nothing objective would have to be an objective fucking statement.
Yeah, it's like a philosophical paradox.
It's not a paradox.
No, it's not that complicated, bro.
It's
not
just
that
complicated. You guys obviously have the.
Can I ask him something?
You don't believe anything you're saying. You're just doing mental masturbation. You don't actually believe any of this.
100% freak people.
You plan for your own future. Yeah, exactly. You don't actually believe anything you're fucking saying.
That's not the point, Indio.
Yeah. That is the point. That's exactly the point.
It's not.
It's mental masturbation.
Saying something is 99. Listen, saying something is 99.9 recurring or whatever, even though that's probably equal to 100%. You're not saying that marginal discrepancy in the probability is the truth.
Can you give me that marginal discrepancy so I can put it in a cup and paint it purple? Can I grab that?
Anyway, this is funny. I'll be right back. I got to go to the store for a second. I'll be
later, bro. Hey, Kessler. Kessler, look at your hand.
Even though it's a block away. No,
look at what?
It's not good, bro. Wait, Kessler, do your left hand, right? You may be holding your device with one of your hands, right?
On a computer.
Are you holding? Sure. So in one of your hands, maybe your left hand, when you look at it, can you count how many fingers you have in that hand? Can you count? Yeah. Count from 1 to the the last
Yeah,
finger.
five.
You got 5 fingers?
Yeah.
Do you have 6 fingers in that hand?
No.
Do you have 4?
No, I have 5 fingers. I've just told you.
Oh, touch the index finger. Touch it. Do you feel when you touch it? Do you feel it?
Yeah. Where are you going with this point? Come here.
Close your eyes and touch the
Are you
middle
going to
finger.
ask? Am I 100% certain I have 5 fingers?
Okay, touch your index,
Fucking
your middle
hell.
finger, but close your eyes.
Boring me.
Close your eyes.
I'm
Listen,
not
close
playing
your eyes.
games with you.
No, this is not a game. You're touching your fingers. That's not a game.
All right, yeah. Carry
So
on.
you close your eyes and you touch your middle finger. Do you feel it?
Fucking hell, yeah. Carry on.
Oh, so
you're going to ask me
is
the
it
question
objective?
that I just asked you at the start.
Is it objective? Is it objective that you have 5 fingers, or is it subjective?
Depends who's asking.
So depending on someone else's opinion, you may or may not have 5 fingers.
Depends if I'm lying to you.
So what will you lie?
Yeah, well, I could have any motivation to lie, right? I could want to lie to play, like to fuck you over. I could, you know.
So that means that you're lying when you say that there is no objective truth.
Wait, but even if you lie about it, you don't just grow a finger or lose one. You still objectively have 5 fingers. So.
Yeah, but you will never know.
No, but the objective truth remains the same. It doesn't change just because.
Yeah, my opinion doesn't trump the fact that you have 5 fingers or 3 or 4 or whatever. So my opinion doesn't change that reality.
Now let me speak, man. So truths never change, right? It's just our interpretation of how we understand the world and what probability we lie on, how close we are to the truth. So most times we will say, beyond all reasonable doubt, we think this is the truth. But with a lot of cases, we accept that we will never know the full truth. So, like, it's certain mechanics in the world, we accept we will never know the full truth of workings.
All right.
It's more of an insurance. It's more of an insurance.
So, Kessler, that hand that you have, that hand that you count your fingers and touch your fingers. Now, if you put that hand in a fire, is it gonna burn?
Hell. Why am I playing these games with you?
Is it gonna burn or is?
Yeah, it's gonna burn.
If you just think. If you just think it's not gonna burn, is it still gonna burn?
You misunderstand, Gemsy, because there is a slight discrepancy that it doesn't make a full 100%. That there is always a possibility that it's the slight. If you know what I mean. So you're thinking
you can grab
just because somebody applies a certainty value of 99.999% on something,
so
that 0.1% is going to happen in all cases. But that 0.1, I haven't finished. That 0.1%. In most cases, never happens. It's there for an insurance purpose, basically.
That 0.00001%, can you grab it and do something with it?
It's a fucking number. What do you mean?
Yeah, so can you grab this number and tell me what can you do with this 0.0009? Tell me one thing that you can do with it.
You can divide, you can multiply, you can make it to a power. I don't know. You can do all fucking sorts.
Okay, can you grab this point, this number?
Not fucking material. It doesn't exist in reality.
Oh, it doesn't exist in reality. All right, thank you.
No.
That's my point.
Fucking hell. You are really tricky to talk to.
Hey, if I make up numbers about how fast and how high Superman can fly, does that make it true? Because I made numbers about Superman?
No.
For the record, I would for the audience's perspective that Kessler just said that Gemsy was tricky to speak to. Well done, Gemsy. Well done.
I said difficult.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I take it as a compliment.
If you take that as a compliment, that you're difficult to talk to, do you really take
you're
that
the
as
one coming up with these weird philosophies that make absolutely no sense. So you're the one literally.
That's all I'm saying.
Because I won't apply 100% certainty to most things, like you guys do, I imagine.
All right. So my point was that he admitted that real quick. I'm gonna move on. Someone else can you can speak to someone else. he admitted that the numbers that he made up are fantasy. He said that. So that was my whole point. Go ahead, guys.
That's not my words. I said, they're not material in reality. Numbers are just a concept of a way of us to understand and translate the natural world on paper.
Let me quote you in a little bit. But go ahead, guys. Talk to him.
Yeah, sure. If you found me saying the world the exact wording of what you said, I'd be surprised.
They're not reality. The numbers that you were given are not reality. You said that,
no,
right?
Exactly what you said before. That's why I usually do text, because you can just take my put words in my mouth.
But you said that the numbers that you were saying, the 0.0 thing, that's not reality.
Yeah, numbers, right? So this is why you're difficult to talk to. What's your point?
My point is that there are things that are reality, and there are things that are not reality.
Right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And you describe the example you were giving as not reality.
Right. So what do you not agree with me on here?
Because we can talk about the numbers, right?
Get your point.
Listen, this is my point. So the numbers, you were given a number that is based on non-reality. So if we grab one apple from the apple tree, right? One apple tree, and this tree has many apples, we're gonna grab one apple from the apple tree. Then we grab two apples. How many apples do we have?
No, I lost count, bro.
We have two apples in reality, and I can cut the apple in pieces. And if we cut one apple in pieces, we have one apple plus a bunch of plus a bunch of pieces of one apple.
Right? I'm sorry, is anyone else following? What the fuck's going on here?
Those numbers. Anybody else following? Can we do this in reality? Cut up apples. Grab apples and cut them up. Does that make sense? Have you ever done that?
You can do that in reality.
Cut them up.
Great job, buddy.
Yes,
it's pretty simple.
So what?
So you can use numbers. You can describe this activity. You can grab a piece of paper and put it and write it down, and you could precisely do the numbers, and it will give you. It will match up with the two apples and the pieces of the apple. We can do that for accounting, right?
Thanks for letting me know.
All right. So when you said about the 0.1% of our reality, about if you are here in Discord or if you're a male that you're not 100% sure because it's 99999.9%, I mean, that is just not true. That's it. It's not like the math of the apple. It's not like the numbers that you do with the apple. Those numbers can be truth. But the numbers that you made up to confirm your belief that there is nothing objective 100%, like Indio asked you if you ever eaten food. What was your answer to that? Have you eaten food?
Yeah.
Have you 100% sure?
No.
Not 100% sure that you eaten food.
Yeah, it sounds like you're coming from like some kind of stupid evolutionary like mindset to where you come from nothing, like you can't trust anything, like you can't trust your own. It's not that like you think that because to think.
You think that it's not because it's not 100%. You think that then the contrary sort of the polar solution or the polar result is always the case, but that's not. It's what you're not understanding.
Do you think you're fit for jury duty with this kind of mindset?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah,
court systems don't work in the same philosophical understandings.
Kessler, do you understand that I don't know if you said now that sentence what you said?
Let's say again.
I don't know if you are speaking now in this moment.
Right, yeah, you can never be sure of that.
Yeah, because I'm speaking now.
The probability for that is, I think, probably for you, way lower.
Yeah, for example, if you are on the train track, and train is coming, and I will say, let's go away from the train track, and you will say, no, it's a 0.1 possibility that is not a train.
And who's ever going to do that? You know.
You.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is what you guys aren't getting. I'm not going to stay on a train track because there is an almost infinitely small possibility.
Okay.
Are you 100%?
Are you 100?
You have to be skeptical. You have to apply some, reasonable doubt.
Are you 100%?
That's not reasonable, Creation Bear. That's the whole point. Is that it's not reasonable.
Well, neither isn't it reasonable to say that you haven't eaten food, dude.
Kessler, are you 100%?
I didn't say that.
Sure? Are you 100%?
See, this is what you're not getting. You said because I'm not 100% sure, and I am almost I say I'm 99.9 infinitely small possibility.
Yeah, that's
that you think that I haven't eaten food. You go with the smallest, almost infinitely small chance that it hasn't. And that's why you guys are unreasonable for suggesting that is
and that's my
reality.
point about the math. I get you. You're talking about that fraction of reality that you're trying to leash into. But that fraction of reality, that math,
it's just
that math that you're speaking about, it doesn't exist in reality, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just you just made it up.
We're just pointing out your own logic and like, well, that's not reasonable. That's the whole point, dude. What you're saying is not reasonable.
I can give you an example. Kessler, are you 100% sure that you are here?
I'm here, yeah.
In Discord.
Yeah.
No,
if you say
in existence, yeah.
Yeah, if you say 99.9999, I will ask you, what is the case when you are not here? That's 0.000.1. What is that case?
That wouldn't be. I'm 100% certain I'm experiencing existence right now. So.
Okay. Yeah. But people saying 99.
Is there a possibility you could be like sleeping or dreaming or?
I would still be experiencing existence, right?
Oh, okay.
You're still existing when you're dreaming. So yeah. There's no other. There isn't any possibility whatsoever that I'm not experiencing existence right now.
But what if we're dead and this is just a movie or something?
Then that would fall under the same thing, the description of existence. Existence is just being, conscious of yourself, basically.
Oh, bro, you're being cool, and I appreciate what you're saying, but do you see the difference between the fictional math and the objective math, right?
No, Jamesy, I'm not going to lie, you never really got to your point, or I never understood your point. I think you're trying to say that because math is abstract, then we disagree. But I agree, math is abstract. It's just it's just another language to describe the world around us. I could have the same argument about language. If I say something, does this make it true?
If I say that I was born on December 30th, and that's 100% true, would you say that there's a chance that that's not true?
Yeah, there's a chance that that's not true. Obviously, I don't know if you're.
That's wrong.
Yeah, that is a chance that that's wrong.
Just because your subjective opinion is that it could be wrong doesn't mean that it's objectively right.
So the thing is, just because it can be wrong doesn't mean it is wrong.
No,
wrong
that
how?
Cannot be wrong. Actually,
would it be December 31st or the 29th? Like wrong how?
That's literally historical fact, bro. That's objectively true. It cannot be wrong. That's the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't matter if it's subjective opinion on it. It can't change, and that's what we're saying about the flat Earth.
No, I don't think what you understand is. There is truths. I already said this earlier. There is truths, but your way of communicating or understanding the truth, you can never apply 100% certainty to it because you obviously don't just have a fucking truth book that you can read from. You have to work it out yourself.
Well, flat Earth is intuitive.
In your case, you're thinking there's a truth book on the date of birth or whatever. So you say, I was born on December 30th, and you go, this is a fucking truth book. It must be right. But that's not the case.
What?
How is that not the case?
Because I'm saying the likelihood is if you read your birth certificate and you were born on that date, 99.9% sure you are. But then there is always a possibility that is wrong, that it was either written wrong or you were lied to.
But there are
possibility.
Oh, we're going full conspiracy mode here. Okay,
it's not full conspiracy mode. This is why, because I'm not saying that's not the reasonable. There's no reasonable doubt to suggest that.
Why would they lie?
How much was bringing it up though? Dude?
Why would they lie?
Fucking hell! It's really you.
How much possibility?
I can't articulate this to you.
How much possibility we have?
We get it. It's just
not trying to understand it.
No, it's not a lack of understanding.
No, I understand.
It's just very stupid.
Right. Okay. So
it just doesn't make any sense.
So hey guys, someone said it don't make sense, and it's
understanding how dumb it is, basically.
I understand that it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
What? So that there is always a possibility that X information that we've interpreted is wrong.
For example, water, oceans, lakes. If we see the lakes flat,
now can we stop with the examples and just talk about the the base idea right now?
Hey, Kessler, can I give an example of flat water on 24/7 flat touch server?
Say again.
Yes. Can I give an example of flat water on 24/7 Discord server?
Right.
Huh? Or not? Or I will speak about bread.
Yeah, do whatever example you want. You already know the answer, so I don't know why you ask. But
we spoke now about objectivity.
If you understood my argument, you would know my answer. All of these examples that you're asking, if you understood the argument, you wouldn't need to fucking ask it.
I know the answer. I know the answer.
It's silly though. We're just saying what you're saying is silly, bro.
Right.
So let me get this straight. The only thing you know for sure exists is that you exist.
Yeah, that you're experiencing existence.
Well, there's a reasonable doubt that you might not be.
What's the reasonable doubt?
Or in other words, you're not sure if everyone else exists.
Yeah, for everyone else, obviously, you can't be sure. It's personal to you, type of thing.
You're not a figment of my imagination, Kessler.
Yeah.
You think that you're 100% sure on knowing that you exist, but what if that whole idea that you just made up is what I'm imagining you to think? What if I'm actually thinking that those thoughts that you're receiving right now? So now
that doesn't apply to me, Miggy.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
How can you say that my reality isn't applying to you when we're experiencing the same reality? So in essence,
in terms of certainty being attainable, no, it doesn't apply to me.
We're tied to
apply a reasonable doubt.
So here's the thing, though, because you're saying that you can't know some things to be 100% certain. Only the one thing you know is that. But I could easily say I can take that away from you too, where you don't know anything, not even that thing that you're asking or you're saying that you know, because I could say that. Well, that's what I wanted you to say. Everything you just said, I wanted you to say. So you're a figment of my imagination. So that's it. You have no place in reality anymore. You're gone. That last string that you were holding on to, I just cut it. Now you're let loose. So there's no other thing that you can say you know 100% sure, because that last thing that you just said that the only thing that you're certain of is that you exist. I took it away from you because now you're a figment of my imagination and everybody else is.
So Miggy, what you don't understand is that that's personal. It doesn't. Whatever your idea.
Yeah, you were programmed to say that because you were programmed
so that's for you. Miggy. So you can't 100% for certain say that I exist, but I can because I'm experiencing the existence.
I know
but
that
you can't.
I wanted you to
so I can never 100%.
Yeah,
I can never gain 100% certainty.
Listen to the absurdity.
For you,
because I wanted you to say that you said it. So you keep on saying the things that I want you to say because you're a figment of my imagination. Yeah, so that's
what you don't understand, Kessler.
Yeah, this is what you're sounding like to everyone, Kessler. You're explaining.
You guys are always going with you're looking at that marginal discrepancy in certainty, and you're applying that to base reality.
You can't say that you know something to be 100% sure, and the rest is all left for interpretation. Because that one thing that you think.
Well, no, there are other examples like 2 + 2 = 4. You can attain mathematical certainty on that.
We're not talking about a language. We're talking about what we can know objectively. So you can't hand me the number 2. You can't do that. So it's
sure.
It's a language.
So we'll rule out languages and we'll rule out mathematics.
Well, but then how are we going to communicate? Because right now you're trying to interpret what we're saying.
So what do you want to do then? What's the middle ground?
Well, we're talking through things that are defined, right? So if you define something and say, I agree with you, right? We're talking about like objective reality. The words that I'm speaking right now that are coming out of my mouth, you understand them to be whatever they are because you learn how to agree with the definition of what I'm saying. So every word that I'm speaking of right now, you know what I'm saying. objectively because you understand them to be what we both can agree to the words to be. The word, you know what that means. The word the, you know what that means. So we agreed on these things. So we can objectively say, well, we agree on the definition. So we can say that they're objectively true to be used. So now, knowing that, we're moving forward and then starting to communicate with each other. We can speak the English language.
Yeah. Look, Miggy, I don't want to be rude, but can we quicken to the point? Because I know 2 + 2 = 4 is 100% certain. Like, it's the same idea with...
No, you're not. Because that's math is a language that's used to describe...
Right, yeah, exactly. And you're using an example that's fucking language as well, so can we speed up to the point?
Yeah, no, we can't, because the thing about it, dismantling with the way you're saying is it has to go through a process. You're trying to hurry the process. You can't. So you have to understand.
Carry on with the process. I'll take a nap.
Well, the process has to happen, Kessler, because for you, it has been something that you arbitrarily already just said it is, and so no one else can enter that little realm that you've really stonewalled everything outside of that. And for what reason, I have no idea. Like you've gotten into this mindset right now where you think this certain way, and that is objectively true to think the way you think. But it's not the fact that you know truth. You think that you know truth by the way you're expressing your ideas. And the way you're expressing your ideas is very illogical. It's very illogical, and it doesn't have any relation to how we communicate in reality. So when I tell you, Kessler, do you know that you're standing up, sitting down, or whatever it is that you're doing right now? And if you're to respond to me, no, I can't know that to be certain, then you're obviously playing around with things where it's like India was saying, it's mental masturbation. You just want to say things to sound intellectual, but you sound like an utter fool. Because
it's nonsense.
It's nonsense. All of us understand these things to be something that how we communicate. Like if I was talking to Jemsy and he's like, well, I'm walking in the park right now. And I was like, so Jemsy, so right now you're 100% certain you're walking in the park? He's going to be like, yeah, I just told you. Like, it's nonsense for me to make it redundant to him so that he can tell me for sure that he's walking or something he stated, right? So if you're telling me you're doing something, I don't have to reify that by saying, are you 100% sure you're doing that thing you're doing? And then for you to say, no, now that you're saying that certainty, I can't know that. Well, you just finished agreeing that you were already doing it. Why are you backpedaling and now saying that that's not what you think you know for certain you're doing? Do you understand what I mean? So you sound nonsensical with your higher elevation of intellect or thinking that you're speaking to like some, great thinking kind of, idea where people are going to gather together and ponder what you're saying, as in you're like, Kessler, man, you're onto some. No one cares, bro. Like this, we're living in reality where we all share the same experiences. And when we're talking to each other, we want to make sense about what we're doing. So in order to do that, the process that you're going through right now is understanding that the way we communicate is by understanding that we can say things for certain. Otherwise, I don't know what you're doing. You said you're sitting down, man. You could be in a plane. I don't know. Like, why are we leaving things up to that kind of subjectivity, man? And why do you want to live in that kind of world is what I mean to say. It's like when you know that you're doing something, why can't you just stand on that and be honest and say, look, that's what I'm doing. Do I know it 100% certain? Of course. Like, what else is there? Like, what's the alternative, right? Am I actually asleep? No, because I just finished telling you I'm walking in the park. Am I flying a kite? No, because I just told you I'm walking in the park. Do you understand where I'm going with this, Kessler?
No fucking idea, Miggy. Not gonna lie to you. No fucking idea.
Because when you speak, it's gobbledygook, and it's all like, well, it's subjective. That's crazy. But when I speak to you about being objective reality, no, that's crazy. Objective reality.
I've already said multiple times, nobody's fucking understanding. Objective reality exists. It's just the way you interpret it.
Yo, maybe you need that nap, bro. Like, is someone forcing you to be here right now? Bro?
I feel.
Take a break. Yeah, I gotta hit my quota.
Jeez.
You hit your quota? What does that mean?
Kessler, are you familiar with the philosopher named Thomas Reid?
No, maybe I'm familiar with examples, but off name alone.
He's a 16th century philosopher. In fact, he invented what's called double.
16th century?
Yeah. Right after Descartes and Bishop Berkeley. Right around that time, right when Hume was around.
Right.
I don't know if you're familiar with the philosophy genre. Where all this ideas, you mentioned Descartes, right? You can know you exist. I think, therefore I am, de cognito. So
yeah.
Thomas Reed refuted all this stuff. The way he refuted it was basically none of these people actually believe this. Because why even bother writing a book about it if you don't believe anything is freaking real?
I think that's the misunderstanding. What comes from my argument is that you don't believe anything's real because you can never attain 100% certainty. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's there for just for insurance purposes, speaking colloquially, right? I'm not going around saying, I don't have 5 fingers. I don't have 5 fingers because there is a marginal, almost infinitely small possibility, stuff like that. I'm not going around saying like that. I can communicate easily with language. I know 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 5. I know that's 100% certain in mathematics. So it's how you interpret reality. I'm not trying to get into this crazy spiel, trying to say that I'm the only one that's experiencing existence and everyone is fucking AI, I'm living in a simulation. I'm not going down that road. That's not what my argument is, but people are interpreting that is what I'm saying reality is.
It's totally reasonable to say that if you have that mindset, Kessler. Totally reasonable.
It's not reasonable because there is no reasonable doubt to suggest that is the case.
Yeah, and
can we hear what he has to say? I just want to hear. Because if I misunderstood you, please, how do you say, clarify it, please? Can you kindly?
I think people have misunderstood me. I mean, you could maybe go back and watch the old clips and stuff like that. It may be that I can't articulate this very well.
He did say it, Jemsy. That's what I'm saying. I thought he did say it. Right? Did you miss what he? I understood what he was saying, but.
I understand.
I know, but a lot of people were asking me examples that came across.
No, I actually know where
you should have known what answer I was going to give with some of these examples.
So, what's your problem with us saying that we know 100% sure that the Earth's flat?
Because that's a good example of just things that you wouldn't apply 100% certainty to.
Well, if I'm 100% sure. And you're saying that, you can't be 100% sure. Does that change objective reality?
No, what you say doesn't really change much.
No one's opinion changes objective reality.
I didn't say
what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
So I can be 100% sure the Earth's flat, and it doesn't matter what you think. So,
right,
if that's objectively true, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's whether or not you do know that is objectively true.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You might just be thinking you do. You might be spoofed into a false.
Oh, well, good thing we're not.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, well, that's the whole argument of the servers, right?
Your observation of reality right now is that people can't be certain. But he's standing on the certainty of it. You're saying that you can't be certain of it. There's no way.
Are you certain of it, Miggy? 100%.
You're giving. Yes, I already told you. But you're saying that to Jordan though. But you're telling him. But you're projecting these ideas onto somebody else, saying that they can't be certain. It's like, well, no, sir. You're the one that's not certain. He is.
Right.
You're the only one in the room that's not certain of anything, and then that's.
Well, in science, you never are 100% certain.
What? That's because modern science uses inductive reasoning.
What by modern? What date forward are we talking about for that?
I could tell you that if I was listening to you speak and you actually came out publicly and you said that, I would instantly stop listening to you, because the last thing I ever want to hear is a public person say that they're 99%. What the hell am I listening to you for then, man? You're just a waste of damn time. Shit.
Alright, cool. So, Indio, what would you say, modern science, what date forward from?
Modern science, where they don't. Modern science is where they don't actually prove things; they just tell you what's likely.
Yeah,
right, yeah. But I mean, that is what I mean. Science, in terms of its evolution, has always been like that for understanding that you can't interpret. I know, but it's pragmatic to be like that, though. You understand? Say with classical mechanics, for example, there was an understanding there that there were discrepancies. It wasn't 100% correct. It couldn't, predict an accuracy of 100%. And it's the same with relativistic mechanics, right? It doesn't predict to an accuracy of 100% in some cases. So, we know we're not 100% certain about, relativistic mechanics.
Yeah, but let's.
Well, relativistic mechanics makes everything out to be an illusion, so I see why you think nothing can be 100% known.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can change all of the wording of relativistic mechanics to be leprechauns and unicorns, but if it's good for prediction, I don't think its value is still it can be used as a predictive tool.
You're making completely different arguments than objective truth. You're making arguments. It's useful. This has utility. We can use it for practical purposes. Yeah, that's great. Condoms are great for some practical purposes, not procreation, right? So, things have practical purposes that aren't really there, but they're not truth, right? There's actually a logical fallacy.
Right, yeah, sure. I can sort of
appeal to
understand
utility, appeal to pragmatism, appeal to consequences, right? Something is useful, therefore it's true. Those are all logical fallacies. This is what I'm talking about, inductive reasoning. This was all covered by Hume. It's called the problem of induction, right? So all the philosophers, right, from Voltaire, Descartes, all the way up until Hume basically said, we're not going to get anywhere, right, always looking for truth. Sometimes we should just go with what's practically useful. And who cares about truth? As long as it's useful, it's good enough because that's going to help society advance. Right? That was his basic argument. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's that we've fast forwarded to modern day where people hear the word science, they hear the word truth. They don't hear maybe true, we have a model, makes predictions. They don't hear, yes, this is useful. They don't hear that. They hear objectively true. That's the problem.
I wouldn't even say relativity is useful. It has major problems.
Great for making freaking Discovery documentaries and Neil deGrasse Tyson on it. It's great for that.
It's great for making shit up, but it's not actually predicting games.
Science over fiction. We choose truth over facts.
Yeah, here's what I was going to say, that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that this is objectively true, that the Earth is a globe. For those people that are out there right now saying, well, we don't know, it's still subjective. No, they're not saying that. These talking heads are telling you that it is absolutely true, objectively, that the Earth is a globe. And, whoever falls in line with that could be either subjective or objective. It doesn't matter. The talking heads are saying that it's objectively true, and then that's the information that everybody's consuming. And you want to be in a Discord telling everybody that it's subjective. They're not saying that. They're saying the opposite, and they're telling the masses, and you might be like, well, that's not my problem, but it is a problem nonetheless. And we have to deal with that. Whether you think that's true or not is irrelevant, because they're telling the masses that that's absolutely true, that the Earth is the globe, and we're like, no, it's not. But then here's somebody on Discord saying, well, we can't know anything to be 100%. They are not saying that. And even if they do think that way, that's not what they're projecting. So that's an issue, right?
Right, yeah. I forgot most of your point there, to be fair. It was a bit long-winded.
Yeah, you usually forget most of the things too, because I'm used to you having a attention span of somebody who doesn't really pay attention too much.
Yeah, right? To be honest, it's probably that, to be fair.
Well, we feel the same way when we're listening to you, Kessler, but we have to endure because
Miggy, I don't rattle on for minutes at a time.
Here. You are a guest here.
Dude, what was that? 30 seconds? That was 30 seconds.
I don't know what his attention span time for guys. You got to remember when you're speaking to Kessler, make it 10 words or less, because attention span after that is going to be gone.
TikTok generation.
This is why the generation is that way, right? Microwave everything, fast food, make it quick.
If I may, for a quick second, Kessler, it's that you roll up into this community and start throwing shade about the people that are talking on the mic. My friend, you know where the end button is. Feel free to press it, because you don't need to be here to throw shade. Okay, thanks.
He took your advice. Smartest thing he did.
He actually did what you said.
Let me come to your community and tell you how about I don't like how you do things. Okay.
I mean, it's like getting a pop-up ad and sitting here watching it like, God, is pop-up bad? Man,
people that say nothing is real don't actually believe it. They don't believe it because they plan their life. They're like, what am I going to do tomorrow? Well, there is no tomorrow. What are you talking about? It's subjective. That's just your opinion. There's no objective tomorrow. Things aren't going to happen. Nobody lives their life that way. So anybody spewing that nonsense is just spewing nonsense.
It's wizardry.
But the weird thing is, though, it's not just that he thinks that way. And Jordan's like, well, so I'm saying that the Earth is flat, and I know that to be true objectively. And then he's telling Jordan, well, how do you know that that's true? Like, why is he questioning Jordan if that's not his? He's trying to get into Jordan's head now. Like, he's in his own head now. He wants to get in his head.
I'd say that anybody who says that, it's not that they don't believe, they actually believe what they're saying. It's that they don't want the responsibility of knowing.
I've dubbed it the crabs in a bucket mentality. If they can't know something for certain, then no one can know. Everyone's going down.
Knowing comes with responsibility, because once you know, you have to act. If you know that something evil is happening and you know to do good and you choose not to do anything, you're evil.
Yeah, what a pointless life that would be.
But if nothing matters, though, then it's like whatever, and you don't have to.
Why are you wasting our If nothing matters, why are you wasting our time? Right. Go delete yourself and give us all a break.
Make room for the rest of us.
Yeah, what matters if nothing matters? Like, what do you?
Why are you breathing? I never understood that. Why are you trying to convince people that nothing matters, that existence is pointless? Why are you here? Why are you even wasting your breath trying to convince somebody? Yeah. Because that doesn't matter either.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just a stupid philosophy that he's trying to sell to us, and we're talking about objective reality here. Those are two different.
No one's buying that garbage.
With the mentality that's being given to people from shows like Rick and Morty, it's just getting way worse. That nihilism is going to the extreme.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was talking about too. That's that kind of relativity mindset too. Like, oh, the horizon's there, we just can't see it. Like, oh, refraction, or like, oh, the sun and moon look like they're rotating around us, but it just looks that way. Like, you can't trust anything. That's where that mindset comes from. Like, it's part of the brainwashing that he's been taught through relativity. So it's funny that he brought that up.
Yeah. It's just Earth 267 Kessler that's in this chat. Earth 268 Kessler in another multiverse is having a different conversation.
You could have spontaneously came into existence 1 second ago, as he stated. It's like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Somebody 1 second ago, you just appeared. Like, seriously, when you're talking to critically thinking people, you're in a room saying, well, you could have just came in a second ago. That's,
you're talking
maybe a second ago, a second wasn't a second. Maybe it was an hour. We don't know anything.
I loved how when you expanded that, he started making everybody else also pop into existence a second ago. Like, you could have continued that forever until the whole world just popped into existence a second ago just for this conversation for him.
Well, that's the point, right?
God.
Exactly. The self-God. I am the God. I create the universe out of my own psyche.
Well, it's like
he didn't like it when I turned it around to him. He didn't like that. When he was a figment of my imagination, he's like, no, I exist. And I'm like, no, you don't. You exist in my figment of my imagination. What you're saying is exactly what I thought you were going to say, because you're a figment of my imagination. He's like, no, I exist. I'm like, well, you see how you're trying to justify your reality when I'm trying to make you seem like you don't exist? Like, and if you
prove to me that you exist.
Yeah. The figment of Miggy's imagination that exists thinks that it exists.
Yeah, see, like everybody can be ridiculous, man. If they really
crazy,
wanted to.
They go from this like pseudo intellectual position to, well, maybe we just popped into existence. Like, they go full conspiracy mode, all of a sudden.
Dude, they're like if you gave a 4-year-old like 3 hits of acid. That's what they start talking like. Like, it's totally gibberish.
Yeah.
And we're the crazy ones because we know the Earth's flat. We're crazy though.
He even said that what I'm
true.
about to say is nonsensical. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No, I honestly, I kind of liked him here just because it was entertaining. like just because it was so dumb. I guess I like listening to stupid shit sometimes, but
yeah, that popping into existence a second ago was the dumbest shit that he could have brought. He would have been all better if he would have not just mentioned that. But that was part of the argument that he brings forward, because like Kessler's always been that way, but he thinks that because he's stating these things and he's asking you, so Miggy, are you 100% sure that the Earth is, like, and he was asking certainty from all of us. Jordan, he asked you, are you sure the Earth is? And so he's asking that because what he wants to put into your mind, because his mind is all jacked, is that he wants to throw the same kind of doubt in your mind. You know, it's like, no, thank you. You know, keep your
and it's funny because I have a younger brother that's a glober, and he uses the same kind of like retarded, like mindfuck, like arguments to try to like debate, but it's like you were saying earlier, like he doesn't even believe that. So why is he saying that? He's really just saying
listen.
that.
If they actually believed it, go stick your hand on the stove burner. Go ahead. That's just his subjective opinion, and that hurts. That's not real. That's not your flesh, really, that we smell. No, that's just an illusion, dude.
It's only 99.9% hot.
Yeah.
That it's just a stupid argument that tries to, like, I guess, whittle down your confidence or something. And what we're saying, but
dude, they're trying to dynamite reality. That's what they're trying to do. Let's just, if I can't have my way, let's dynamite reality.
Yeah. And my friend, like, that's exactly what they try to do, right? It's insert a toothpick and then attempt to splinter your mind into a million different pieces. Because if you're thinking about a million different things, there's no way that you can be for sure 100% sure on one thing.
Kiwi, remember when we were having this conversation here with flat earthers? It's the same. Like I was telling Indio that the residual teachings from the globe, it stays with you. Like these ideas, these philosophies, they stay with you. They're pasted over into this new understanding. Like when you're starting to be like people in the truth community, that could also be what people are hanging on to as well. It's like it's dangerous for people to have this mentality. And I say that because you'll never be able to arrive to certainty on anything. It'll always be subjective, and even if you're a flat earther, it could like, well, we can know nothing to be 100% sure. And it's like the same conversation you had with Kessler would be something of the way of being had with some of the flat earther people. And what I'm saying is, we've all heard of this, so there's a way that we have to deal with it in a way like, okay, guys, who amongst you feel that this is the way that to look at reality? Only that, you know, you can't be certain of things. And so
they believe nonsense, like everything came from nothing, space-time like is a thing, like space can shrink and time can slow down if you go that fast. Like they believe all this theoretical nonsense that it like feeds into this, like that dumb mentality, I guess, like to just nonsense.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about how they don't even believe it. I was just sitting here thinking about, I've heard of this idea of this assassin's teapot. Maybe you guys have seen movies where you sit down with somebody and they like pour you a drink, and they pour themselves a drink, and you wait for them to drink their drink first to make sure that there's no poison in yours. So what they're doing is they're trying to give you the poison. Here, believe this. They don't even believe that they're not going to drink it. They're not believing the garbage they're trying to tell you. What Kessler came in here trying to tell you, like, oh, well, 99% you can't, you have to apply reasonable doubt. You can't possibly know. He doesn't believe that himself. He's trying to give you the poison to drink, and we're not drinking it. So
yeah, he's just used to the poison working, used to other people just taking the poison and drinking it, and then him feeling like a victor.
And touching on that for a second, Grace, is the idea that I'll tell you, these are the people that you have to be aware of in your life. It is the people that make you question your very own thinking that will make you second guess yourself. This is not what we do here. We teach you to observe and speak with your chest when you observe shit in real life. Thank you, and withdraw.
Bro, I second guess myself all the time.
It's the gaslighters, man. It's the modern gaslighting.
Yeah, I know. I was just.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it's all pervasive. It's not just in this. I go on Twitter, like the gaslighting happens all the time. It's just nonstop. Happens in the mainstream media. So the New York Times published an article today about Hunter Biden's laptop slamming Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi. And then at the end, right, it says all this stuff, and it says stolen laptop. They know that it wasn't stolen, right? It was abandoned property because the guy left it at whatever. But I'm saying they're just gaslighting. It doesn't matter. Like, don't. That's the newest tactic to change, I guess, public opinion. You'd say is to gaslight and to make shit up.
So I posted the Assassin's Teapot. This video is worth a quick watch. I think it's very interesting, but yeah, it's essentially what they're doing. They're trying to sell you something that they don't buy. Isn't that funny? They're not even buying the crap they're selling. Yeah, we're not buying it.
The weird thing is that he didn't say something objectively true that he knows he exists. So
think about it.
True.
You know the old saying, you don't get high on your own supply.
Hey, that's well, we did a remix, 10 Flat Commandments. So it's never get high on the CGI, but essentially,
never get high on the CGI.
You're right. Never get high on your own supply. That's a fair.
Let's go, baby. Also, you should.
Here's something that I've heard from my younger brother, and it has to do with like the nonsense. Oh, go ahead. Oh, but he was saying like, if you had laundry washing for long enough or drying for long enough, eventually, over time, like eventually for eternity, eventually they would all come out perfectly folded. And I was thinking like, yeah, well, that's bullshit. How is that ever going to happen? Because you can't go and have something randomly swashing around and expect it to be folded with any amount of time. But it's just like weird nonsense that people get with like these ideas that are theoretical and can never actually be like proven or demonstrated.
That was a cool line.
It's just probability nonsense. It really is like, what did Mark Twain say? There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. There's 3 types of lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I haven't either. That's good, though. I like that.
Well, I mean, you can play games with, here's that. I mean, someone taught this to me a long time ago. Everybody that ate pickles in 1860 died. That is a 100% accurate statistic.
Right.
Now, they didn't die from eating pickles, but they all died. Right? So that's how you can like fudge with statistics. You can play games.
Right.
So yeah. There's a probability that laundry will come out folded if you wait long enough. Yeah, maybe. Not really, but maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it was like, you can't even have a dryer go on for that long. This is all theoretical nonsense. Like,
well, they think that if they can think it in their mind, that it's possible in reality, right? So this I used to troll Globers with this one, right? Right? So if the universe is infinite, there has to be at least one flat planet, right? There has to be one flat planet somewhere in this infinite universe, and maybe we're on it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's the spiral commences right after that, right?
I clicked the wrong one, Miggy. You got me.
Yeah, the X-Files would have been perfect.
Yeah, I clicked the wrong one there. But that's good. What kind of feedback have you had from that?
They just spiral. They just spiral because they hold this idea that anything's possible if you wait a long enough period of time, and that a flat planet's impossible because of the laws of gravity. And then, that causes the cognitive dissonance because those two ideas, which they hold a religious fervor for, They collide, and their brain doesn't know what to do.
I like how they live in their own head, and then they project that living space onto others. Like, hey guys, you want to live in my own head? That's cool. You can live here too. Make some room for you. There's room enough for everybody. So it's like, yeah, no thanks. We're not gonna. He knows one thing to be certain, that he exists, and it's like, nah, I'm gonna take that away too, because
I know
you can't know anything to be 100% certain. So let's just go ahead and remove that too. And he's like, no, you can't take that away from me because I know that to be true. Well, okay, but you can know other things to be true. Well, no, you can't know other things to be true. Just this one thing.
He really shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just don't like the taste of their own medicine.
That's why he was bored when I was talking, because I was throwing it right back to him. And
he heard every word you said.
Yeah.
I mean, let's keep it real, dude. Whenever you said something he didn't like, he all of a sudden had amnesia.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why he was throwing a tantrum like that.
He said he reached his quota.
You know, if he had the upper hand in the conversation, he'd be enjoying himself. But when he doesn't have the upper hand, hurry up, get to your point.
And then when you call him out on it, he's like, oh, you just don't understand it. Like, he thinks that we're just so stupid that we can't keep up with him. Like, we're literally listening to what you're saying, but it's so illogical to believe that it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying, not because I can't understand it, but what you're saying is retarded.
Yeah, exactly.
The weird thing is that he's advocating for subjective truth. And even Jordan, when you said that you knew that the earth was flat, even if that was your truth, he still was imposing on you. Well, how do you know that? Like, dude, isn't that his truth? Your whole worldview rests upon that people can just be subjective about things, right? I mean, not, what you want people to know is that their truth is their truth.
Well, let's just keep it real. Kessler didn't come up with any of those ideas. He heard it from somebody else when he was younger, a teacher, maybe a parent, maybe your crazy uncle, and he's just repeating it, right? It's like a way to diffuse, to like quote unquote win any argument. It should just blow up reality. Then then it's a draw, right? I don't win, you don't win. I don't look bad, you don't look bad. It's just a draw. Well, if you made definitive statements, right? If you made like, I know this, right? And he blows up reality to where we don't know anything, you're wrong. And he wins by default. By not having any position. Just by proving that your position can't be possible.
Yeah, you can see that stuff from a mile away, huh? But what I find interesting is like how all of a sudden he becomes the arbiter of what's reasonable. Oh, you think flat Earth is flat Earth? Oh, well, that's not reasonable. But
But is that an objective statement?
right.
You know what I mean? It just ends up being a snake that swallows its own tail. When you say that nothing's objectively true, you can't make an argument because no argument can be objectively true because you think everything's subjective.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Like he just shot himself in the foot by saying that. Like, and we're just over here being reasonable people. Like, yeah, you can know something for sure, and there is such thing as objective reality. And this guy's over here just spouting nonsense. Like, he just thinks he's like a big brain and can just say all these
I want to take someone like him and drop him off in the Serengeti frickin' plane, dude, with some Africans. And be like, go talk your shit to those guys. See how far it gets you. They're going to just leave you there. And you're going to be lion food, telling yourself how this isn't really happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
That's good timing. This is the place
we used to call that a mental disorder, right? People that
that's what I think it is. Like it's confusion, man. Like,
it wasn't like a clinically like a mental disorder. Like, what do they call it? Dissociative disorder, where you're like disassociating from reality. Like it's not like
it's theoretically nowadays. That's the word for
They
it.
used to literally institutionalize people for that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, when you cannot differentiate reality from your imaginations, you are not safe in traffic or operating heavy machinery. You like back in the day,
It's like
that would
schizophrenia.
Yeah, it's just like if you take this to the extreme, it can get pretty bad.
Yeah, schizophrenia is like a family of mental disorders. It's not just like one particular mental disorder. It's like a family of them, like so, like a bunch of different types of symptoms. It's a spectrum. It like I hate using that word, but it's like
I didn't know that. Huh.
It doesn't manifest itself the identical way in every people. Like some people have worse parts of some parts than other parts. Some people
What was the name of the guy
all the
we were talking
time,
to?
but are not
still hate to
delusional.
see it,
But the voices make them crazy. And then some people are like delusional, like where they're just imagining shit, but don't hear voices or might hear noises or see lights or weird stuff. So there's all different. It's all classified under schizophrenia.
My cranial structure has received serious damage. How are you?
No doubt. What was that? Kessler Universe 7300?
The multiverse.
Yeah.
How do you know you just didn't appear 1 second ago, Indio?
Have you ever watched Rick and Morty, Miggy?
No, I've seen the cartoon, but I haven't watched.
So, there's like a dark side to it that I don't think people are like, unless you watched all of them, which I have, to it. Rick is actually, he went to so there's a bunch of multiverses. So he's the smartest person in the universe in all these multiverses. But some of the multiverses are twisted. But he's gone and killed another Rick in another multiverse and taken over. So he can catch a bad Rick from another multiverse that killed his wife or something. Right? So he actually goes around killing other Ricks. It's freaking twisted, dude.
That's weird.
Sounds like The One. Remember that movie, The One?
Plus, he makes clones. Plus, he makes clones of himself and robots of himself. So, you don't know who anybody really is. So, someone could be a clone, or they could be that person from another multiverse.
Or a robot, or any other thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a completely different person with their mind transferred into another person's body.
Oh yeah, that's right. Or they could be in a simulation at the same time.
Yep. You guys have.
We got Big Crit Nasty. What's up, Big Crit Nasty? Are you there?
Don't pay attention to me. I'm just listening, boys.
We got to pay attention to you, man. You're brand new to the server. We got to know, who you are. What
not brand new. I poke my head in and out. I just like to listen. That's all. Don't mind me. I'm studying for exam.
Studying for exam?
Yeah. Studying for exams.
Just right. Everything's subjective. Nothing is real. Give me 100.
Well, this is in fact law school, so that is in fact 100% true. There's almost none of it that's real. It's all made up.
Well, I mean,
and that's how you know it's real.
There's real world consequences.
It does have real world consequences, but most of it's made up. Most of it is you're interpreting statutes, or you're trying to imbue intent, or you're a judge trying to decide whether or not a decision makes sense, and you have to listen to arguments. But there's just a lot of common law doctrines that are just kind of a pain in the ass. There's really archaic statutes that you have to interpret with modern day political sensibility. So it's interesting, but it's quite annoying. But
what part of your schooling are you? Is it
I'm a 2L. I'm a 2L, so I'm halfway through. So I'm taking patent law and administrative law and energy law. So it's pretty interesting stuff.
Let me ask you a question. I don't want to take too much of your time, Crit, but with the same vein.
I'm here for a reason. You can ask me questions. I got 10 minutes to kill.
Okay, well, just if somebody was to appear on a crime scene, like based on the knowledge you have currently, what would be some of the things that maybe a detective or somebody that's viewing the investigation of that, would they look at the motive of the crime at the very first, the onset, or would they look at like?
Well, you're probably just collecting evidence the first time you're there, right? You're just trying to see what's there. Like, you're probably not, especially when you're at the crime scene. What you're doing is you're building up a factual portfolio, because you have to, at least from a criminal context, you need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, which means there's no other reasonable explanation for what happened other than the person did the thing that they're charged with. So your probably first instinct, if you're an investigator, is just get as much evidence as you can. So that way, when you turn that evidence over to the prosecutor or the district attorney, they have a full quiver of arrows to bring against to support their arguments when they eventually try to convict the person. So, if you are ever arrested by the cops, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. Never say a word. There is nothing you can say that will help you. Just shut up. Immediately ask for an attorney and shut up. Do not say a word.
Yo, I love that advice so much. You are awesome. It is not their job to help you. You are absolutely right.
Yeah, and they need to prove it. If they want to arrest you, the burden is on them, not you. Do not help them. Shut up. Don't say a word.
That's good for Flat Earth, man. This is great stuff. See?
The more you know.
Listen, I want to add a caveat to something he said. And no, I'm not in law school, and I don't play a lawyer on television either. But the police are just investigating the events that happen to determine if a crime was committed in the first place. And then once they determine a crime was committed, they go try and figure out who did it.
Yeah.
Okay? They don't care initially why. That's irrelevant. Doesn't matter why. Yeah. Did you do it? Did this happen? Was it a crime? Who did it? Period. That's it. They don't care why. So
it's not their job. It's also, cops can't cut you deals. So like if you're ever being interrogated, they're like, "Hey man, we'll take it easy on you." They can't do that. The district attorney's the one that brings the charges. So never listen to the cops ever.
Yeah, don't say anything. Cops are allowed to lie. Just
yes, they are.
Every word that comes out of their mouth is a lie, and don't say anything.
Don't say anything. But yeah, so
all you say is, "Am I free to go? Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? Am I free to go?" If they say yes, you walk out. If not, if they say you're being detained, demand to see your lawyer. You have to affirmatively assert you are demanding to see your attorney. Say you are asserting your constitutional right to remain silent, and you would like to see your counsel. Say those exact words, and then don't say anything else.
Interesting. Hey, Crit, real quick, man, because I know you're new to this server, but what brought you here, man? Like, are you on this? Are you on the fence?
Oh man, so I'm actually a former chemist by training. So I really like unorthodox communities. I think people, they base their understanding of the world on popular misgivings, and I think they're really simplistic. And I actually really admire you guys. Like, I'm not a flat earther by any stretch of the imagination, but I really admire you guys for poking holes in what are, I want to say logical inconsistencies, but really oversimplifications of what science is. And I really, really admire your guys' like skeptical outlook on the world. And I don't know, it's just like really interesting to pop in and just see how you guys are thinking or what you're thinking about. It's interesting to see what different part of the zeitgeist is, where your guys' minds are at. So that's why I'm here. I just needed a break, and this is how I get it.
Hey, real quick, two key words.
MDMA.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Hey, two key words you mentioned here, chemist and unorthodox community. So did you hang out at the Hive?
I have no idea what the hell the Hive is. Is that like a
it's old school. No, just if you gotta ask, you'll never know type thing.
Okay, got ya.
And the reason I was asking, it's important because I think we get used to the people that come in here, but also in that you're popping in here maybe to kind of dig off from some of the things of the world. But I would say that you're in here is not just happenstance. I think there's always reason and kind of the way that things happen. But we would like to kind of engage with somebody that is dealing with this, because of the fact that we always talk into the opposite mindset of the people who think the Earth is a globe, and we're always like, okay, well, what evidence is there? Just like you said, building a portfolio, right?
Yeah.
We're doing the same for the people who are claiming that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't matter who it is, right? From the most intellect to the common, it doesn't matter. Oh, why do you think the Earth is a globe? Let's get to the evidence bit, right?
So here's the frustration. So this is what I always get kind of frustrated talking to you guys, is because I can go online and find a satellite photo, and you're going to say it's fake, right? How do you know that I don't have friends that literally launch rockets?
We've had them come in here. You had them come in here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was the guy, the dude that did the Stardust thingy?
Stardust.
Okay, so this guy thinks he sent a rocket and smashed it into a comet.
Oh, the DART mission. You're thinking of DART.
No, it's a previous. It's called Stardust or something. It smashed into a comet and then flew back to Earth and dropped off some dust. Okay. So this is the story. He claimed he did all sorts of stuff. He's got pictures online. He checked out. He was who he says he was. So the one question I asked him, well, after that thing is launched, how do you know where it is? Oh, they tell us where it is.
What do you mean?
They tell him where it is.
Who's they?
The NASA Deep Space Network. That's what they call it. The NASA Deep Space Network.
Okay.
So they're supposedly they have satellites somewhere out there that tell them where rockets are. Because think about this. If you take a satellite, right, and throw it away from Earth, how do you know how fast it's going?
Well, I mean, you can do things like you could triangulate it. So, for instance, how fast it's going, you can literally send a signal out and ping it, and then you can just how fast the signal's going. It comes back. You can see how far away it is when you ping it, right? There's a time delay.
So the Earth is rotating, right?
Okay, yeah.
How long can you keep it? Well, there's problems, right? So what are you going to use? Radio waves? The further away that thing's going to get, it's going to be on the diffraction limit of the radio waves, right? You won't be able to actually image it because the
wouldn't diffraction depend on the angle of input? So if it's a 90 degree, it won't diffract? Especially when you're not going through a medium.
The craft will be so much smaller than the wavelength that's being used, it won't be able to detect or get a bounce off of it, right? So say you use 1 meter, say you use a 10 meter wavelength, right? But the craft is only 1 meter in size. You can't detect it, right? So you can take that absolute size value, right? 1 meter, 10 meters, whatever, and the further away it gets, right?
I know what you're saying.
So that angle becomes smaller and smaller. Eventually, that craft will be beyond the diffraction limit, right? It'll be beyond the aperture limit of that instrument. Say it's a radar telescope. Say it's Arecibo. I don't, make up your device.
Okay.
So the thing is, it's not detectable. And then you have other problems. What's the orientation of the craft relative to everything else? It launched off a fucking spinning Earth.
Okay.
Right? So how are you oriented relative to everything? And when you ask this question, when they asked Neil Armstrong how they could tell where they are, do you know what he said they used?
What's
They
that?
used a sextant in space.
Well, I mean, what's so crazy about using a sextant?
Where's the horizon?
Well, I mean, if you're using it, from my understanding, is you're using it to determine angular distance between two distant objects. So if you're using stars, you can use them as you can put them in comparison with each other. You don't really need a horizon to do that. You just need 2 points. Right? Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy, bro.
Okay.
Well, the first measurement with a sextant is up from the horizon, right?
Why can't you just? I mean, if it's a horizon,
so what
all you're doing is making a fixed point. Why can't you just make a fixed point?
And what was their fixed point?
Well, I mean, they can just make any fixed point, right? Literally anything. You can just draw a line. You can literally take a piece of tape, and that could be your new line, right?
Well, what they said was there was,
and also let's go back
through the side of the craft out and pointed out.
Are you saying that the radar? So I know what you're trying to say. The wavelength is so long. It's the same reason why. Okay, let's let me test your understanding. Why is it? What the fuck is it called? I'm blanking on it. We can know the velocity, but not the position of electrons. I'm blanking on what that's called.
It's
Heisenberg uncertain principle. Do you know why that is? Because it's basically what you're saying, right? So if you give a low energy, right, with long wavelengths, and you could basically determine where a molecule is or an electron is going within an electron cloud, because you're not actually transmitting a lot of energy. You can't actually determine where it is positionally wise because the wavelength's so long, right? To your point. Yes. But if you get a little bit too specific, then you're adding energy to the system and then you're changing its position, right? So are you saying that the wavelength's going to increase as energy goes down? Are you saying that the energy is going down so much that it's unable?
What I'm saying is, okay, so you have a satellite. It's out. It's some distance away.
Following.
It has some size. It has an angular size relative to you. Okay. There's whatever device you're imaging that with, could be optical, radio telescope, whatever. It has a diffraction limit, which is determined by the diameter of the device.
Okay.
Right. So it's theta equals, the diameter times 1.66 the wavelength.
Okay.
So if it's under that, and that's the theoretical limit, that's not the actual practical limit. It's typically whatever the theoretical limit is, usually they can get it it's going to be 2 times larger than that. So eventually that will be so small that you won't be able to resolve it.
Well, I know what you're saying.
And the larger the wavelength, the worse the resolution.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. I understand that.
Okay, so, and we're talking millions of miles. They wouldn't even be able to image a freaking, you got to think about it. This is what the size of a Volkswagen. It's a million miles away. It's way too small. It cannot be resolved, especially by a radio telescope.
Let's find that out. Let me do some digging. What did you say it was called? Deep space telescopes?
They call it the Deep Space Network. Which, oddly enough, this is so funny. The Artemis, they said that they can't send video back. They said that they have a deep space network and it has internet. This is what they were saying like 10 years ago. Now they're saying they don't have the technology to broadcast Artemis's video back to Earth of it orbiting the moon. That the technology isn't good enough yet. But they got satellites for the other satellites to communicate with each other. That's the problem with NASA. And the thing is, since you're a lawyer, right? If you wanted to prove a satellite was in space in court, who could testify to that?
Well, I mean, you
see what I'm saying?
You can see satellites in space. You can see objects in space that are clearly moving around.
You can see objects in the sky.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can see objects in the sky. So there's also data that's being pinged off it, right? There's satellite constellations that give internet, right? They're very, very. There's very clearly something in the sky,
right? But how far do you think you can send radio signals without a satellite?
How far can I send? That's a great question. I have no idea.
Well, in 1918, they were doing it for 10,000 miles.
Okay.
Okay, so why do you need satellites? The radio signal you think is coming from space could originate anywhere.
Well, I mean,
literally anywhere.
Literally anywhere? So it can just keep going forever?
Well, on a
why
don't
I get radio signals from Moscow?
Well, they're probably not the right frequency, or they're not the right frequency. They might not have enough power.
Okay.
So what probably it probably is that they don't have enough power, or they might not even be grounded correctly.
Wait, so if I just make a big powered satellite, wouldn't that theoretically be able to detect things deep in space if it's powerful enough?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So what you're saying is,
What I'm saying is in 1918.
Okay. What's this experiment called?
During World War II.
1918 is World War One. Okay.
Or World War One, sorry. In World War One, there was a radio operator in Australia, in Sydney, Australia, that was picking up radio signals from Berlin. Right.
Can you get a start for that? Yeah, search for that.
Yeah. I'll post it. Hold on. So they're picking up radio signals in Berlin, and they're like, maybe we can use this. So we got together with Marconi, and the Australian government got together with the British government, and they set up a radio tower in Cornwall. A radio. They had like planar arrays back then. Basically, there are a bunch of like a grid of wires that stretched horizontally. So they set one of those up on a hill in Cornwall, and they broadcast signals to Sydney, Australia from there.
Okay.
Think of how far that is, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm following you.
Yeah. So they did this. They teletyped and talked to each other, over teletype, Morse code, right? So this was done in 1918 for satellites, for the idea of satellites. The idea of satellites is 30s, somewhere in the 30s.
What cities is from? I'm trying to find it on my own. You said it's from Sydney to what?
Here, I got two sources.
Yeah, I'll read it. Can you DM me?
I was gonna post it in live stream, but yeah, I'll DM you.
Appreciate it.
So Big Crit, if you're not familiar from this place, live stream voice text is a place that we're posting things. So
okay, yeah. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm reading my admin law notes right now. Formal rulemaking, informal rulemaking, formal adjudication, informal adjudication. It's fun stuff.
Yeah, stuff that's going to be probably pertinent to what you need to know in the courtroom. So.
It's probably not going to be that much. I do like patent litigation and stuff. So, or at least I plan on doing patent litigation.
You know anything about trademarks?
I do not. I know a little bit about copyrights, but trademarks is a little bit beyond my my know-how. So I don't want to give you any even bad legal advice.
There's an abandoned trademark.
Okay.
So it's been abandoned since like 91. Okay. Now, in the company, I think that I don't know if it was a person or a company. It just lists an address in New York City. I know someone that has like a t-shirt company, and like he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So I was going to help him out and like help him trademark his brand. So I looked up the trademark, and it exists slightly in a different form. It's not like, instead of being, his is two words together, but this is the same words, but they're separated by a space, which probably does matter. I'm assuming it does. That just putting a space in it isn't going to help you.
So I think
it said it was an abandoned trademark, and I don't.
So I'm looking up what abandoned means. So in order for it to be abandoned, the owner of the trademark has to deliberately cease to use the trademark for 3 or more years with no intention of using the trademark again in the near future. So that sounds like it's an affirmative thing that the person who owns the trademark has to do, or it looks like it has a pretty high evidentiary standard. So whenever you see the words deliberate or intention written in a statute, that usually means you have a pretty high bar to overcome. But actually, to your point, if my memory serves me correct, from what limited interactions I have with trademark law, is your trademark can be close but different so long as it doesn't confuse a consumer. So maybe even putting like an underline and like changing the font could actually distinguish your trademark pretty substantially.
Italics.
Oh, his font is like, there's no way it's the same font, because this was a trademark from like it marked in 1991, and this person uses a font which is basically the same font from like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, hang on.
Like
let me read
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the San Andreas font.
English.
So I know GTA didn't exist in 1991, so it can't possibly be the same font. That's impossible.
Yeah. So this is the elements. So if you, let's say that company that owns that trademark wants to sue you. So this is literally what it says. To prevail on a claim of trademark infringement, a plaintiff must establish that it has a valid mark entitled to protection. So that's like saying it wasn't abandoned, right? And that defendant used same or similar mark in commerce in connection with the sale or advertising of goods or service without plaintiff consent, right? So we're going to assume that your friend who wants to do this clothing line doesn't have consent from that guy. That guy who has the trademark currently, he has to show that the defendant's use of the mark is likely to cause confusion as to the affiliation, connection, or association with the defendant, or as to the origin, sponsorship, or approval. So honestly, as long as he makes it like different enough and like underlined, or like, you know, puts like a subtext, like a like, you know, I don't know if he lives in New York, say like a New York company in the bottom of it, he's probably going to be fine.
Yeah. Well, I was worried about like someone stealing it from him.
Well, if they steal it from him, that's
he's like printing all these T-shirts and sweatshirts and all this stuff, and he's starting to like put them in stores, and like it's starting to pick up, right? Well, someone could just run along and just start copying what he's doing.
He can sue their ass, and he can win treble damages.
Like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you automatically trademarked? You don't have to like go and purposely register?
I don't know. I don't know. That's something I don't want to speak out. But yeah, I'm looking at remedies right now. Oh, you can get so not only that, your buddy can get attorney's fees too.
Yeah.
So like a lawyer will work for free because he can just get his money from the damage award. So he'll have lawyers lining up to take the case. So
you can just copyright it.
Well, copyrights is a separate thing. Copyright's a different rule.
But then
so
you'll like own it, right? What?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem with copyright. Copyright protects independent creation. So if you come up with an idea for a Beatles song, like, and you lived in a cave, right, and you interacted with nobody on the planet, right, and you came up
like a yellow submarine.
Yeah, or like, you lived in a submarine. You lived in a yellow submarine, and you wrote a song about living in a yellow submarine. You've never heard the Beatles before, or whatever. You can take that song, and you can copyright, and you own the copyright in it, even though it's identical to theirs, because copyright protects independent creation. It's not like a patent where you're given a 20-year license to exclude anybody else from using it, even if they came up with the idea themselves. Copyright doesn't have that same protection, but it also has a significantly longer time frame. It's the life of the user plus 75 years for copyright protection, as opposed to a patent, which is only 20 years from the effective filing date of the patent.
Isn't copyright the performance of the act?
Copyright is the performance. Copyright refers. So copyright.
Did that come from the player piano? Because this is what I heard, that it was invented during the time of the player piano, because people that own places, they'd hire somebody and they'd play on a player piano and without knowing it, right? And they would record what the person played, and then never hire the person again, because now they had the recording, right?
So you'd still be committing.
So they created that law, and I guess for every time that they played the reel that person played on, they'd have to pay the copyright holder $1 or something.
So
this is what I heard, but
yes and no. So the owner of a copyright of a musical recording is its own separate like rules associated with it. So like you get into some weird what's known as circuit splits. So like Nashville, the appellate court there interprets copyright one way versus California, and that has implications on like song sampling. So there is these owns by the recording, but if you own the song, how do I say this? They would own the recording. So let's say, for instance, you played a song that's like Beethoven's Fifth, and they recorded you, and they kept it. You would still be a copyright owner of the recorded performance unless you signed an agreement assigning the rights to them. So you get into like weird assignment issues and like licenses, and like it gets pretty messy pretty quick. And
they were doing this surreptitiously. Obviously, they weren't telling like because everything back then was live performances. There wasn't.
Yeah, there wasn't an ability.
Phonograms or any of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean that's
so. I'm old, man. Yeah, I was around with Alexander Graham Bell hanging out.
Yeah, because copyrights are actually the legal basis for copyrights is actually found in the Constitution. So there's a provision in the Constitution that allows the federal government to provide for the promotion of the useful arts. It's a quote. It's a direct quote. So that's where copyright came from. So copyright originally started off as like written works, and then it became more like tangible expressions like photographs. Then it became, like video games, and even some software is governed by it because it's technically a written work, right? Because code is obviously written out. So that's copyright protection. So it's a pretty interesting little niche of the law, for sure.
Hey, Crit, I have a question. I was thinking about being a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer.
I'm not, gonna be, but I would say gonna be a lawyer. That you're studying law on that. So you would consider like all the things that would be in the realm of like evidence, right? So for you, that would be really big in a case. So why would that be any different for like the subject from, the flat earth and globe earth discussion that we have in here?
Yeah.
Like why wouldn't we demand the very same thing? Like you said that you do appreciate that we're doing that with the the topic, but let's say in your case, why wouldn't you ask for the same standard from people that are giving you information about the globe? Like I think you brought up something about having friends that do things and satellites and things, but what difference does that make? It's anecdotal. Like how do you know?
It's not anecdotal. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, even in the courtroom, you have to rely on expert witnesses. And in fact, there's pretty high procedural requirements for expert witnesses, and you're allowed to cross-examine them, right? So when you go into the courtroom, if you want to talk about evidence rules, like there's an entire book on federal evidence rules about how do we understand what we know and what we don't know. So the reason why we have juries is because whenever there's a trial, there's usually two questions that are asked. Either it's a question of fact or it's a question of law. Questions of law, a judge can just rule on that right away. Questions of fact, however, we need juries to do that. So, when you want to prove something, let's say, for instance, it's medical liability, that the doctor deviated from the standard of care, you bring in witnesses. And, you can get one witness say one thing this the other thing, and you cross-reference both of them. So even in the courtroom, you have to rely on expert testimony because there's an incredible level of skill. So, these are people who I know, I trust, they don't lie to me, right? Like, this guy told me he fucked my girlfriend one time, and I'm like, yeah, good, she sucks, right? Like, if he's not willing to lie about that, why would he be lying to me about space being real and there not being a dome over the Earth, right?
Okay, he has no knowledge of that.
Well, I mean, he
never witnessed that, did he?
I mean, he sends rockets up.
Did he witness that? Yes or no? Answer the question, lawyer. Did he witness that?
Yes, he witnessed it.
He personally witnessed that.
He probably got
census.
He got data that transmitted information.
He got data, right? He got data.
Yeah, but you don't.
From where? Like, this is where we get into. He's witnessed nothing. He isn't even a competent fact witness to testify in court.
Wait, he's a competent fact witness. What are you talking about?
He can testify that he saw shit on the screen.
Yeah,
right?
but
so if you listen, the mission director. There's something you don't know, and I'm going to tell it to you.
Yeah, so, tell me.
The mission director for the Apollo program.
Yep.
His name is Gene Kranz. So he talked to Discovery Channel, and he wrote a book. He said that nobody at NASA can tell the difference between a real mission and a simulation.
Okay.
Now, this person should be in the know. Looking at a screen doesn't mean anything. It's not a witness to anything. You're witnessing the screen. So wherever that information came from, whoever concocted it, set up, you don't know if it's a simulation. You don't know if it's the real thing. You don't know anything. He doesn't know anything. There's only a very small fraction of people that would actually know something, that could actually testify in court as witnesses that the Earth is a ball. That is a very small amount of people. Super small. And somebody staring at a screen is not one of those people.
So if he gets a signal that shows it moving away at a fixed velocity and it deviating, and then they can send commands to it, and then it's allowed to move in connection with those commands.
How do you know it's not a simulation? Do you think they run a simulation before they do a mission?
How do you know it is a simulation?
That's the point. That's the point.
But like, he sees the rocket go up, right? It's not like it explodes, right? Like, if it explodes, he could see that, right? Or he would know. Like
hey,
it's just. I mean, I just
see a rocket go up, and what do you have to see when you see a rocket go up? You see it disappear over the horizon.
Also, I'm reading this.
A rocket. Let's talk about what people actually see. Someone that goes to a space launch, they see a rocket go up and disappear over the horizon, just like an airplane would. They see it take a parabolic arc, go over the horizon. That's the last he knows. He runs to his computer screen. Well, he doesn't get anything yet because he has to wait for the rocket to release his shit. Okay? Countdown happens. The rocket spits out what he thinks is satellite. He starts getting data on the screen. But that's usually not what happens, right? So there's somebody else running that. He's running his particular thing. Somebody else is running their particular thing. But they all did this in simulation. They practiced this. Only this time, they're correlating it with they saw a Roman candle go off and go out into the ocean, and now they've correlated this with what they're seeing on the screen. Because now this is the real thing because someone said so.
I would sit him down on the stand, and he would explain all what he does, like why he knows that, and then you would come on and say it's a simulation, and then the jury would decide. That's the beauty of the legal process.
Well, I would just ask him what he actually witnessed, and I would have him actually say what he actually saw. That's all I would do.
I mean, I can find out.
And then the jury can decide if this person actually has any knowledge for themselves. This guy's just a believer.
He's a pretty smart guy. He's a pretty smart guy.
Well, I mean, that's irrelevant. You could have is the quality of a witness's intelligence, or what the events say? Because I've studied law myself, so I know what a witness is, right? A competent fact witness is someone with firsthand knowledge of the events, experience with the senses. Okay.
Experience with the senses, really? Because if I bring a witness in and tell them, "Hey, look at this X-ray. What do you see?" They're not an expert fact witness. They weren't there to take the X-ray. They can look at an X-ray and tell you what they see, right? Okay. So that's still a reliable witness, isn't it?
What they see, right? That's experience with the senses.
Yeah, but then you would say he didn't see,
to get the X-ray in court, don't you need sworn testimony from the person that took the X-ray, or a business record of somebody that took the X-ray?
I can't get a sworn record of anybody associated with the tracking of the satellite. Can I get that? Wouldn't that work? Why can't I?
Has anybody ever done that?
Have you? Have you tried not to? Because you're making an affirmative claim too. So the burden of that claim is we don't know.
All I know is that there's no astronaut that's ever sworn under the penalty of perjury they went to space.
Well, I mean, how often do they get put under the penalty of perjury?
They testified before Congress. None said I was in space.
Can you get perjured for that? It depends on what type of hearing it is.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to be sworn in. Well, they probably didn't swear him in.
I mean, if it's Congress doing an investigation, yes, then you have to be perjury. But you can go to Congress and talk. I know people who go to Congress and give presentations. They're not under oath.
Well, okay. So where are we at? So what do we have? We have a bunch of people saying they did this, that, and the other thing.
Uh-huh.
Why do I have to believe any of that when their claim is fantastic? They've offered nothing. There's no sacrifice. If they're lying, what does it matter? They're not going to go to jail.
Yeah, I agree. Why would he lie to me? Why would he? He doesn't have a reason to.
There's no reason to. You really think that there's no reason to lie about being involved in stuff?
Hey, I have a question.
There's no prestige, there's no power, there's no money.
Lie to me about.
You just said your friend's smart. You obviously idolize him to some degree.
Well, I mean,
I can tell by the way you're talking about him. I could tell by the way you're talking about him that you have some level of respect for him because
I have respect for
he works in the space program. I'm sure if your friend was sweeping the fucking floor at Walmart, you would not have the same level of respect for him.
No, I mean, bro, I grew up a son of dairy farmers in the Midwest, okay? I respect hard work and a guy trying to bust his ass to feed his family more than the next guy. I just happen to know a guy who's really smart and it's just the nature of where I live, man. I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts. You run into smart people.
Oh my God, you're probably right down the street from me because that's where I am right now.
You're in Cambridge? Where in Cambridge are you?
Oh, I'm not going to say my exact location.
I'll tell you, I'm on 166A Auburn Street. Yeah, you can come down.
Auburn Street. I know exactly where that is. I go by that every fucking. I literally go by that every other day because I go to Watertown.
You're chilling in Central? Yeah. Central's
I'm by the Museum of Science right now.
Oh, it's kind of Yeah. Cambridge is a cool place. I used to work at a biotech company over in Kendall, so yeah.
Yeah, that's like right down the street.
Yeah,
biotech company in Kendall. That's like every freaking company in Kendall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's some Google and Microsoft there.
Yeah, a lot of tech.
So I mean, back to like getting into the nitty-gritty.
Do you go to Suffolk or do you go to Harvard?
I'm not answering that question.
Okay, dude, I'm not going to tell on you. Tell your teachers, hey, he was in a flat Earth server, dump him.
No, it's okay.
No, but Crit, like, check this out, man. Like, I think it's important that the line of questions that Indio was taking you down, like, so that's what we do here all the time, asking people.
I mean, why should we believe it? Why should we believe it? Like, listen, it's not like this is an insignificant question, right? This is like an existential question. The shape of the Earth is an existential question. It's not just like, oh, what am I having for dinner or something like that, or who robbed somebody down the street. It's not that type of question. This is an existential question of like, how do I live my life? Like, how do I see myself in the world, the universe?
Well,
why am I here? What's the meaning of my life? Because there's a big difference if the Earth's a big ball and fucking in infinite vacuum versus if the Earth is flat and contained. The answer to that question is way different, right? So should I live my life based upon complete strangers telling me they've done things and been places, and you have to be some special magic person that's super smart and super intellectual and jump through the right hoops, and then you can know the actual truth of reality? Sounds like a priesthood to me. Or I can go with what I can experience and prove for myself, which directly contradict their space images that show curving water that nobody can measure in reality, right? So on one side, we have people that claim to have done and taken pictures and all this other stuff. And then I have my direct experience of reality, which directly contradicts their words, right?
Uh-huh.
So reality, I can go to the Atlantic Ocean. You can do it tomorrow. Go down the Riviera Beach, go watch a boat sail, and go watch it 30 miles away. I have pictures of that shit, dude. A boat 30 miles away.
I mean, yep.
It's I don't know if you're familiar with like the calculation, right? So a boat 30 miles away from a 15-foot elevation, that boat is supposed to be 425 feet under the horizon. But I watched it go from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles over a period of 3.5 hours. Never disappeared, never went over any edge, never did any of that stuff. So where's this curving water ocean?
Yeah, we should do that. Let's go to Riviera Beach one of these weekends. Let's do it, you and me. I mean, obviously, when finals
bring
are over.
Gemsy too.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
Gemsy, you live in that area too? Oh, hell.
Gemsy was in East Boston.
Sounds
East
like
Boston?
East Boston.
Boston.
Yeah, I've been here a while.
How long you been in Boston for?
Since 2006.
Yeah, it's a cool place, dude. Really cool place.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's different after COVID, so I'm kind of split on like how cool it is.
You didn't like Charlie Baker shutting everything down?
Well, I mean, it still isn't like back to normal.
Yeah, I remember like when it started, I was walking through MIT's campus and I was like, this is like kind of creepy. And then I went downtown, like walking, and it was like completely deserted. I felt like the soul was ripped out of the city, man.
You didn't see all the homeless people? Dude, they were just running rampant, dude. I was watching people.
No,
just,
so I actually
inject in front of 30 people on the fucking red line, smoke cigarettes, smoke crack. It was just a free for all. The police were just like, I'm out of here, or whatever they did.
Taking their vaccines.
I actually volunteer at St. Francis's, so it's actually like if you ever want to like
volunteer down there. Oh my god,
dude! It's actually one of the best experiences of my life, because like a lot of those people are mentally ill.
Yeah, I know. I know a lot of them. Like I wouldn't say friends, but like I give them money, and I know people that are homeless. Like,
it's just so sad, man. Like, but you get to be something that they don't get very often, and that's a kind face. Because like if you go to St. Francis's, you can get a free pair of socks, a free pair of underwear, a pair of long johns once a week. You can come in and get a hot shower. You can get a hot meal. Like, it's a problem, right? And then especially when they got methadone mile, oh my god! When you go try to go down to Dorchester,
dude, I got pictures of all this shit, dude.
That's so scary, man.
I posted them on this server, man.
Yeah,
I saw a picture of people before the tent city. Like I was down there during COVID before the tent city. Oh my god! Like in every direction that you look, like you can't not see it. It's like the orange cap to a syringe.
Yeah,
like
dude.
No matter what direction you look in, like you'll see one. Like you can't avoid it.
Boston has like real problems in terms of its like ability to expand, and so it's so expensive because like you can't move in healthcare because you gotta hang on. See if I can put it in the live stream. I'm posting what's known as the zoning ordinance. That's the zoning ordinance of Newton, Massachusetts. So like for those who don't know, Boston has like these really rich suburbs all around it, and they have these incredible zoning ordinances that are like impossible to get a house that's not $2 million, and it's basically strangling Boston's growth. But
well, I think Weston is like the richest per capita in the country or something.
Yeah, Lincoln's pretty bad too. But like, this is a zoning ordinance of like Newton. So like, you have to have a yard that's like half an acre. Like your yard has to be that. It has to have 70% of the surface is covered by a structure. So you have to have these huge houses. I mean, it sucks, but like, you know, that's how our system of government has always worked, right? It's always dissociated authority to local bodies, and these local bodies can promulgate these zoning ordinances that, you know, a true totalitarian state lives in the United States, and they're called homeowners associations. Like, my God.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we could go on this subject forever.
Yeah,
the housing problem in this area is a multifaceted wreck. It's a train wreck, man.
How much you pay for your apartment?
I'm not even gonna say. It's an ungodly amount.
I pay eight. So I keep an apartment in Auburndale, and I pay $800 a month for it.
Oh my God!
For like, yeah, dude, that's a steal, right?
$800 a month. Is it a garage? Is it a dumpster or something?
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I got about 300 square feet. That's not bad.
I mean, bigger than a jail cell.
Yeah, I got internet in this jail cell, so it's not too bad. So
Auburndale's not that bad. I used to work out there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Auburndale's a nice little area.
I don't know if the guy's still out there.
He's been
this African guy.
What city y'all talking about anyway?
Auburndale is a suburb of Boston.
Yeah, whatever. Auburndale.
The original city y'all was talking about.
We're both in the Cambridge.
Yeah, every city we've mentioned is either Boston or like a suburb of Boston.
Boston's very small, so like we're talking about places that are only like 6 miles away from the center of Boston.
You can walk across Boston proper in like an hour. Like if you go to the north end all the way south to like you can get to like Roxbury in an hour, right? Like it's a pretty small city. It's very walkable. So if you're ever in Boston, it's a beautiful city. It's really cool. It's really fun. It's got like, if you like Italian restaurants, the north end's sick. But yeah, it's a great place.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They're talking about Seattle. Oh, they're talking about LA. There's so many cities
lived in one place with these problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the topic. Whatever.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's like an existential. I mean, listen. We are being in Cambridge this long. We actually have sayings about the so-called smart people around here because they ain't that smart.
Yeah, so some of them are they're very specialized. Especially you find some like MITers that have just been staring at math problems their entire life. Like, good luck getting them how to like do anything that resolves like normal human beings. But I don't know. Cambridge is a pretty cool place, though.
I have a question. Does people in Harvard, do they say the Harvard bar?
No, those are like Boston. Those are like Southie accents.
Southie, yeah.
Charlestown accent, man.
Charlestown,
the thickest is. You got to go deep into Charlestown. You hear the accent.
Or you find like the old school North Enders, or like the old school, yeah.
Yeah, anybody like over 60, it's almost hideous.
Rari.
Yeah, I love that accent. It's awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, I posted in the. Sorry, Adam.
That accent came out real thick.
I posted in the live stream voice chat the case, the Garcia versus Thompson. I tagged you in it. Big crit.
What's that?
The Globe's already lost in court, by the way.
Has it?
Oh yes.
What's the case? Can you send me the number? Did you DM me?
Yeah, I tagged you in the. It's 49 minutes past the hour, so yeah, I could post it you again if you like.
Yeah, in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what it says. Because a lot of those court cases, like, I don't know. I think most people don't know how to read them. So let's see what it actually says. If you're defending a flat earther in court against a defamation suit. So defamation is a very interesting standard. So in order to get defamation, you have to, defamation, I think it's you have to knowingly say a false statement that then causes damage to a person's reputation. So you have to, to prove, you must do 4 things. You have to say it's a false statement purporting to be a fact. It has to be a communication, publication, or the statement of a third person to a third person, a faulty accounting to at least negligence, and then damages or some harm caused to the person's reputation. So the 4-part standard. So depending on what this case actually said, let's see what it actually says. Because like even Alex Jones, his defamation suit, the reason why he lost was because he got a default judgment, right? I mean, if they actually went to court, he probably could have won, but I think they were shooting for there's a cap on judgments when you, especially in that Texas court, if you have a default judgment. So he probably wanted to just put a cap on the damages given to him. So, but that's a different story. So let's see what this.
Yeah, like what did they have, like malicious damages or something?
Well, the problem with
Alex Jones, that give extra stuff, like extra punitive measures on them.
Well, no, Alex Jones, he didn't. So when you sue somebody, you're allowed to request documents from them that are pertinent to your case. So it's called discovery.
Yeah.
So Alex Jones didn't comply with discovery requests. He, so for instance, they asked his corporate representative, a man by the name of Don Liu, I think that's his name. Like, what is InfoWars' fact-checking policy? Either you have one or you don't. Dan, whatever this guy's name is, he said, I don't know. You have to answer that question, especially because it's pertinent. And the case can't really proceed on the merits of the case unless you have that information. They also stonewalled in terms of presenting some documents. They were originally fined, attorney's fees for not complying with it. And then their failure to comply with that is after they had already been sanctioned for it is what got them a default judgment, which is why it went to the damages phases, which is why he got. So there's 2 types of damages. There's ones that are directly linked to the conduct of the person. So for instance, if you have to move because of the threats given to you, you can charge Alex for that. And then there's the punitive damages. Those are damages that are given to prevent it, to serve as a deterrent both for that person and for others who want to engage in similar behavior. So that's how the Alex Jones thing works out. I'm trying to
Yeah, he seems to be still doing okay though.
Well, he's filed for bankruptcy. Well, they also can just start putting liens on his houses and stuff, and like it's not a good position to be in. To be honest, you can't discharge that stuff from bankruptcy either. Like it's not a good spot to be in. Whoever had that.
Wait a minute, and yet he's got the biggest artist on earth on his podcast.
Oh man, dude,
on his show.
Dude, Kanye's a nightmare right now. Kanye needs some help. He needs some serious help.
Oh, okay.
He needs serious help, dude. Like, the fact... All right, regardless of what he says, human beings don't put bags over their heads and talk about
there was
how
a
much
reason
they
he
love
did
Hitler.
that.
Yeah, that's kind of weird that he showed up in the GIMP outfit.
Yeah.
Listen, he did that because, like, I don't know if it's valid, that freaking goddamn company that everybody's all over. The Kim Kardashian company.
Balenciaga.
Yeah, Balenciaga. Because something to do with them. It had something to do with them. It's either in one of their ads or like they sell it or something like that.
Yeah. I think you'll find
because it was a dig at them and his wife and like.
I think you'll find.
I'm gonna put that Kanye West song out there called "Yikes." Kanye West has been in like serious mental problems for a while. Like this guy needs.
I don't think he has mental problems. I just think he is not.
Well, he got
good at articulating himself.
Well, I think he got.
Can't judge artists the same way as regular people. It's not the same. Not defending Kanye, but defending artists.
Well, listen.
If they do weird shit.
Well,
you can chalk it up to that.
You got to think about what he said. He said that Hitler did some good things. Hitler was on the time as the man of the year.
Yeah.
Like, it's childish cartoon thinking to think that anybody, no matter who they are, only does all bad things or only does all good things.
This is what Kanye said. Kanye said Adolf Hitler was a good guy. He invented the highway or something. Not true. He invented the microphone. Also,
the Autobahn.
True. He didn't invent the idea of a highway.
Well, he didn't, like, you know, that's being inarticulate. That's being like, he obviously, he was the head of the government when it happened. He approved his funding. You know what I mean? Saying he invented the highway, that's just inarticulate. It's just being a dunce. Obviously, Hitler was not the freaking engineer for the Autobahn. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of like saying he's mentally ill because he says something like that.
The
that's
idea of the construction for the Autobahn was first conceived in the mid-1920s during the days of the Weimar Republic.
Yeah, but didn't it get funded during Nazi Germany?
Well, just days after. I mean, just because they popularized it doesn't mean that they came up with the idea. Have you ever read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich? It's actually an incredible book. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to defend the Third Reich or even Kanye, but I think that, like, he's saying some, like, he's not a good speaker. Like, he's like, what he's saying is, it's almost like a child talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like almost a teenager, but it's like he's cutting corners, saying like he's just like cutting corners to make a point without saying things entirely accurately.
No, I think he's throwing a temper tantrum to get attention.
He does talk like a high school dropout, though.
What's that?
Well, that's why he brings the smart guy with him.
He talks like a high school dropout that never furthered his education on his own accord, like in that way, but learned a bunch of other stuff. And so it makes it hard for him to convey what he's trying to say.
Well, that's why he brings the other guy that's a lot smarter to articulate everything in detail for the intellectuals listening.
You know, being smart doesn't correlate with money, because frickin' Mayweather is super frickin' rich and he's dumb as a box of rocks. He can't even read.
He can box, dude.
But he can't read.
Yeah. Did you ever hear that bet that he had with 50 Cent?
Yeah, exactly.
50 Cent was like, if you can get him to read I'll donate $2 million if you can get Floyd Mayweather to read like Cat in the Hat or something.
But I mean, like, a lot of famous people that are super rich from other talents, they don't have those other skills. You know, they don't know how to read. They don't.
What was the last book you read?
God.
Because I have a really good book.
It's a book about I can't remember the title.
Do you want to do a book swap? I read a book about the Templars.
This book.
Well, hey, give me a chance. I read a book about the Templars. It was super interesting.
It's a book about MDMA therapy,
dude.
That's why I asked you if you could synthesize MDMA.
They should 100% fund that stuff. Like, it is
the MAPS
incredible.
program.
Oh my God! In terms of like people, MDA therapy and people with like post-traumatic stress disorder, it's game changing, right? Like, these people have gone through SSRI treatments, they've gone through clinical psychotherapy, and they're not getting better. And then that's
what this book is about. It's testimonials
it's
of people that have been through it. I can't believe I can't remember the name of the book.
There's a really good book if you want to get pissed off at the pharmaceutical industry. It's called Dope Sick. It's about Purdue Pharmaceuticals, on their handling of the opioid crisis. Like, oh
my God,
really good book.
Like, what people don't realize is that OxyContin isn't like heroin. It is to some things, but it has one side effect, which is different than all the other ones.
Yeah.
Apathy. Apathy was one of the listed side effects.
I believe that. I mean, you're fucking.
Think about it for a second. What happens when you have apathy? I don't care if I rob my grandmother. I don't care if I rob my mom. I don't care if I shoot this liquor store clerk. I don't, it's pretty crazy, dude. That they knew this. That they knew this is one of the side effects and still did what they did.
Well, because they agree. So are you familiar with? So that's kind of funny because I'm doing admin law. There's this idea of what's known as agency capture. So the USDA has a problem in terms of how they get their funding, how they do these tests. Like people who are added to these administrative agencies tend to stay there for a while. So like if you're Trump railing against the deep state, what you're railing against are career people who work for administrative agencies and who are put there and they're not allowed to like change and they have certain independent powers. And it's a pretty interesting system, right? But the USDA has to, if you want to get clinical trials done, you have to pay money, but you can pay more money to get put at the beginning of the trial. So basically what Purdue Pharmaceutical did was they lobbied people in Congress and they lobbied the executive branch to put people in the USDA that could basically push this idea of pain as an illness. So what they would say is if the goal of medicine is to treat complications and to treat illnesses, if pain is an illness, ergo, we should be able to, regardless of what these side effects are, we should be able to treat this illness, which is pain, which has allowed them to produce this thing in obscene quantities. Like the dosage rates were way above what's known as the minimum effective dose. Like it's nuts what they did. And, they made it so it was more bioavailable, It's a really good book. I recommend it to all of you.
More addictive. There's so many problems with OxyContin. Like,
you can basically, there's like it's what's known as a salt base around it. So you can dissolve the salt base and just be left with the concentrated essence of the drug, and that's why you can eject it. So like when you like melt it and stuff, that's what you're doing. So it's,
I've personally witnessed people do all sorts of crazy shit.
Yeah,
with it.
you go to Boston, yeah, you'll see that all the time. But
well, I mean, even before I moved back here, I mean, oh my God.
Yeah.
I watched this girl. She lived downstairs from me, and I was down there to talk to another girl that lived with her. I watched her snip 3 Oxy 80s.
Jesus Christ.
And then, yeah, well, she had a tolerance, so it was like nothing to her. But like 3 hours later, she's like fucking some dude in her yard, dude, like out in public. Like what a
while. What the fuck, dude? I put that link to that Templar book in a check-in voice text.
Like, dude, like her yard is like, she only has a front yard. Let's put it that way. This is like a busy street. And she's just like knocking boots.
Just banging the front.
Yeah, but here's the messed up part. She snaps out of it, thinks the guy has raped her, runs into her house, grabs her keys, and puts her keys between her knuckles. I didn't see any of this part.
And
I only like blast saw the sex part. I'm not looking at it. I'm not watching it. She wasn't attractive anyway. So like, she took her keys and then beats, because this guy was, I guess, drunk, and starts pounding him in her face with like the keys sticking out from in between her fingers.
Yeah.
And like her and her 2 girlfriends start stomping this dude like in the yard. Like, and the police come and it's a total mess, and like, ugh. Anyway, just like that stuff's not good for you, obviously.
Yeah, stay away from guys. I don't know. You probably don't need me telling you this, but don't do drugs.
That junk turns people into zombies.
Yeah, I mean, there's some crazy stuff, man. K2, that's like the zombie. Like, you see all the people nodding in downtown? Are you aware of the K2 problem?
Yeah, synthetic spice.
It's that stupid freaking K2 shit. It's that K2 shit. It's worse than the dope, man. That's the messed up thing. To me, I think that's worse. And that's
I'm high right now.
On K2?
No, I just must smoke some weed.
Well, weed's harmless.
Yeah,
even though I don't do that shit no more, but
it's good for the soul.
It's not harmless.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
it's probably not harmless.
You could, if you're like baling weed and you get crushed by like a bale of weed, yeah, it could be dangerous.
I'm not saying it's gonna kill you, but it can definitely like slow your life down. Anyway, y'all want to get back to Flat Earth?
Oh yeah, it's probably a good idea. Yeah. Anyway, the point I guess I was making is that like it's like the importance of the question. I don't think you should rely on.
Also, somebody send me that court case again, because I can't seem to find where you guys put it. Debate text.
It's in the live stream voice text, Crit. It's right above the channel you're speaking in. The text channel right above the channel you're speaking.
Oh, okay, I see it. Literally. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So like you know, the flat Earth thing, there's our direct experience versus what we're told, right? And we're under no obligation to just believe people because they said so. And they have, they have interest in making us believe whatever.
Yeah. Do you have the name of the case?
It's like Garcia versus
Garcia versus Thompson. It's 49 minutes after the hour if you just scroll up a little bit.
I'll just post the link again.
Yeah.
I've never looked at this case, but is this going to be a fruitful discussion, or should we move on?
Hang on. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go read this, and you guys can talk. I don't want to monopolize your guys' time.
We're here for you, bro. We're here for you.
Oh, appreciate it. Well, let me read this, okay? Okay. Yeah, give me a second.
Oh, meanwhile he's doing that, we'll talk with Regis Cherslow Bear.
Yeah,
Regis,
sorry I got off topic, man.
That's maybe another guy.
It's a unique experience living around here, so it's kind of weird. It's just weirdness. Like, I know you guys all live in another place, but this is really like living in a bubble universe. It's really freaking weird here.
Yeah, we got Regis Cherslow. Are you there? You're in the chat.
He was. He just
quickly dip. All right. Let's see if I can call somebody else's name. They'll dip as well.
Yeah, but I mean, at what point should we believe satellite people? Like, how high does that stack of Bibles they swear on have to be?
Oh, Phil Bellum's there. He'll be waiting in the wings once we start believing in those guys.
Because there's that legal maxim that sacrifice is the measure of credibility. And if there's no sacrifice, then there's no credibility.
Yeah, Big Crit Nasty has just deafened, so I think he's probably listening.
This looks like it's a summary judgment, boys. This looks like a whole bunch of nothing. Failure to state a claim means his complaint didn't allege enough factual material to substantiate a claim, and it looks like it got thrown out because of it. This doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Let's go on.
Yeah, this doesn't tell me anything.
Finish what you were gonna say, Elm.
No, I'm just saying I never really thought that lawsuit would be a good conversation point. Did you already go through Miggy's 3 points? Like, where are we in this discussion?
He basically has a stance that the Earth is a globe via information from reliable sources, and so he hasn't gone to the 3 points. I haven't. Well, at least
let's hear these 3 points.
They're pretty simple, Big Crit. As long as you're honest in what your rebuttal would be to any of these, would get to a really good place. So I would say the very first question would be simply this: who has measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history that you can, speak on anybody who's done it, or you of yourself if you've done it. How has the curvature of the Earth been measured in the way of the radius, diameter, circumference of the Earth, being the metrics at which the globe Earth standard is being told to all of us? If you can tell us who's measured it and how, and so we can know that information. And if you know, then tell us. If you don't know, say you don't know.
Well, I've never done the experiment myself, but you guys knew that.
Mm-hmm.
But so what's wrong with the good old Aristotlemus or whatever his name was, that Greek guy who did the obelisk? What's wrong with that? I'm sure you guys have a reason for why that's wrong.
Right, but here's the thing. So what we're getting the knowledge from in these 3 questions is what you know. So it's not about what.
So because I haven't done the experiment myself. No. Okay.
No, we're not trying to draw any conclusions from these questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is basically just your knowledge on the subject. That's all.
Yeah, we ask these questions to figure out what you know, not like.
I understand.
This isn't really a debate. It's almost like a questionnaire when you go into the dentist's office. Please fill this out to figure out, are you allergic to anything? Blah 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 blah. Right. So we're just trying to figure out
that's it.
The basis, your basis, what's the some people know some of these questions, some people don't. Most people don't, to be honest.
So
99.999% of people don't.
There's if you want to determine the circumference of the Earth, there's probably a lot of ways you could do that. right?
Okay.
I'm just trying to think about it. Like, you can determine the mass of the Earth probably by, like, the Earth's movement around the sun. Along with that, like, you can probably find some mass calculations that way.
All right, so let me ask you a question, and this is pretty pertinent to like what I just said.
Is it begging the question? I think that's begging the question.
No, not that. Do you know or you don't know? One of those two. You know or you don't know?
I don't know. But I don't know. But I've never studied it. Like, I've never had a reason to.
But yeah, so
it doesn't have the same conclusion as the president's. Saying that they use gravity to find the mass of the Earth is not assuming a conclusion.
Okay, so the first question was, if you know, then you don't know how the curvature of the Earth was measured. That's fine. We're off to the second question, which is that the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth is measured or detected. And by what way was it measured or detected? If you know, please explain how. If you don't know, say, I don't know.
Well, I mean, something has to be spinning because the moon. Something has to be spinning because we see different. Like something is clearly moving. We see different parts of this night sky at different times of the years. Something is moving, right? Am I crazy for thinking that?
No, that could be the sky, though, right?
So what I'm saying is,
it could be the sky, but then you have problems.
I know you want to listen. Like, I'm sorry about that you want to go into like what can be happening. What I'm saying is either you know how it's been detected and it's told via to us how it's been detected that the Earth is moving and spinning, and so we know by way of however we've been told. So if you have that information, so you can relate to us, so we know how it's been detected that the Earth is in fact moving, that you could tell us in detail. Or if you don't know, just say I don't know. It skips the whole like. Well, I think it could be it's either know or you don't.
Let's just say I don't know. Let's just carry this. Let's keep going. Let's say I don't know.
This is you. Like, I can't say what. Like, you have to tell me you don't know. So just say you don't know. It's that simple. So yeah. So you don't know, right?
I don't know. Fine. I don't know that the Earth's spinning.
Okay. So the very last question, which is, the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I are breathing right now. They're claiming that the Earth is an open system, meaning that rockets can leave the Earth and go to the moon, robots on Mars, etc., etc. So by all intents and purposes, the Earth that you live on right now, being a globe, is an open system. How is it possible? The question is, how is it possible to have an open system?
Gravity.
Where but
gravity.
I don't know.
Here we go. Mass attracts mass. There.
You're hitting the buzzer quicker than I can finish what I'm going to say. You never know what the end of
the operative presumption is you're going to probably make an argument that space is a vacuum. Vacuums generate force, and that's what's pulling it out, right? Something like that.
You're in the same line of thinking, but allowing me to finish the question will be even more efficient, so you can answer it properly. But so the gas pressure that you and I are breathing right now is said to reside within this uncontained system. Mm-hmm. So what me and you are trying to realize is that gas laws operate differently. So how is it possible that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because in every instance, the law of entropy would dictate that gas pressure needs the antecedent be a container to be contained. So you don't have a container on an open system like the Earth being a globe, and it's like the vacuum is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. So how is it possible now with this gas law that we understand to be true on Earth right now, and for it said to reside next to the vacuum of space with an open system? How is it possible that that is true? That is the idea of space.
Keep in mind that gas cannot contain gas.
Gas cannot contain gas. What do you mean?
Yeah. So if you listen, I'll say with the very end of that, I'll say either you know or you don't know.
Well,
but if you know, please explain.
So, can we expound on the question that gas can't contain gas? Like, what do you mean by that?
No. Yeah. Wait. So I know that somebody was coming in here and saying something.
Derailed. Sorry, I derailed.
No, it's okay, Glad. But like, listen. Just what I would say is stay focused on what I'm saying, because of the fact that we're ascertaining the information only from your perspective. This is coming straight from you, not anybody else. So this is really merely just trying to get that information from you. Either you know how this is possible and you explain it to us, or you don't know.
Well, so that's a pretty simple explanation, right? So once you reach a critical mass of gas, once it has a certain level of mass, not only does it attract itself, which it does, but it's then pulled down closer to Earth. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, especially if you have it in high enough quantities, right? I mean, there's a reason why other planets don't have atmospheres, right? It's because they just, for some reason, didn't have enough chemicals in it to actually generate an atmosphere. Well, I mean,
gas doesn't attract itself.
Wait, let the gentleman. Yeah, sorry, Andy. Let him finish his.
Well, I mean, it has mass, right? And a collection of it would have mass, and then it would pull itself down, right? And then that would allow it to basically have energy that's transferred through that. Do you guys believe in gravity? Because I know that's kind of contentious.
We'll answer questions. In just a minute. I really just want to get to the bit that as far as like the third question being that. The open system that we live in, where gas can freely move around, is now uncontained, and the justification for that uncontained system would be what you just described, which is the mass of gas is attracted to Earth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what is attracting that gas to Earth?
Mass attracting mass, a well in space-time.
And what is that a great attractor that you're speaking of?
Just gravity, man.
Okay, so basically gravity. So that is the answer to the question. What is pulling the air that you and I are breathing back down to Earth? So I would say that there's a huge problem with that, but I would say if that is your answer, what would be the presuppositional I guess condition of something that would have to be there before gravity exists? This Earth would have to be something before you would assert gravity to be working on the physics of gravity working on this Earth. Well, the Earth would have to, and I'm going to tell you, the Earth would have to be a globe. The globe would be pulling, just like the way the physics they say works in the globe.
I know what you're going to say, because it's pulling it all simultaneously around a single object and would force it into a globe. Yeah, I know.
According to the rhetoric, right? You understand that much. But here's the issue, right? So with the assertion that it being gravity, something that you are claiming right now on this third question that well, the first question was the globe question, was the actual curvature of the Earth, the measurement of radius and diameter and circumference. So what we don't have is the understanding that it is a globe, but what we do have is an assertion that gravity exists on a presuppositional condition of a spherical, globe that's supposed to be there. But we don't have that because the first question would have answered this very last one. So we don't have a globe in the first place. So it's begging the question, having gravity that exists on top of something that you don't know is actually there, because now we're having to deal with gravity on a begging the question whether the Earth is a globe or not. And we don't know that yet because via what you just told us, we don't understand if it is or not, because there was no information given in the very first question that it actually is a globe, by way of you giving us any information how it was measured. So the third and final question is met with this idea that you have is working on a presupposed globe Earth that you don't know exists. Do you see the issue now?
No, so what I said for part one is I don't know, not that the measurement doesn't exist.
Well, see, here's the thing. You don't know means you don't know. So it's not that it exists or it doesn't exist. It means that you don't even know if it exists or not. Because if you did know that it existed, you would be able to tell me exactly in detail how it does happen to be curving and, giving the radius, diameter, and circumference. And what I'm doing here is exposing what generally everybody would say because they don't know. So the presuppositional condition for the Earth being a globe isn't met yet. So we can't assume that the physics of what works on this globe Earth is already working on the globe Earth because we haven't provided the evidence for the globe Earth. So now we're moving to what's working on a globe Earth may or may not be happening. Well, that doesn't work either. So we can't use that as information to support or as evidence as what is or is not working because the first place, the foundation for the Earth to be what it is hasn't been demonstrated. So we can't then say that gravity is or is not working on something you think that you don't have any idea is, the possible case here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Question.
Sure.
What does cause the attraction then?
Well, we're going to get into that. But so let's
talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just going to wrap up what we just talked about. So therefore, and then in my conclusion is that I would say that you don't know on the very last question how we can have an open system or gas pressure without a container. Because in the natural law state, every instance of gas pressure, I would say to you, let me submit this much to you. Every instance of gas pressure, you need a container. That's the natural antecedent for gas pressure. Would you agree or disagree with that? Because we understand this as natural law. There isn't any way we can get around it. Unless you feel that you can get gas pressure without a container. Then
so here's the problem with that. Because there's two situations, right? Either one, the Earth does have a container, in which case you would have never been in a position to prove that gas couldn't exist without a container. Or two, gravity is able to pull gas into it. And then every single time we've experienced it without a quote-unquote container. Like, I'm feeling gas pressure right now. How do I know that that's not a gas pressure that I'm feeling in absence of a container? Or maybe this is a container in the way you're defining it, right? You're relying on the ambiguity of words here, and it's kind of frustrating.
It's not really ambiguity, because the gray area happens only when you're trying to figure out based on assumptions. That's ambiguity.
Wow. Why is mass pulled toward the ground?
See, natural law means that it happens always, and that's the way nature operates, right? So if you're gonna say that the natural law is negated by some other means, and you don't have,
I'm not saying that.
Well, no, that's what I'm referring to. So I can state to you objectively that the case for gas having a container is necessary. Then if you say that it's not, in the sense of like, well, we live in an open system with this globe Earth and gravity's pulling things down, I would then need a demonstration of how gravity becomes a container to hold gas pressure. We don't have that.
Well,
however, it is asserted that there is such a thing.
How would I find that? How would I find that? What would you want to look for?
That, my friend, is the question that cannot be answered sufficiently.
Yeah, it can. What do you mean it can't be answered? Let's think about ways that we can prove that. We can find other planets with atmospheres, like you can test for atmospherical compositions with spectrospheres.
Let me demonstrate to you why it can't be demonstrated.
Okay.
So I'm gonna now demonstrate it to you live right here in front of everybody that it can't be demonstrated.
Okay. I'm waiting.
I'm gonna go ahead and toss it to you, and you're gonna demonstrate to us how gas pressure can happen without a container. And you're going to see for yourself as you try to fuddle your way through the answer, and you're not going to give a sufficient one, and then realize that there isn't an answer to that because you can't negate natural law, which is you need a container for gas pressure. I can only show you the door. You have to be willing to walk through it, my friend. So if you now having the opportunity to go into any explanation you can with a demonstration. So if you say gravity, we need, accompanied by that explanation, a demonstration so that we know and understand what you mean is practical. The physics are there and it applies exactly the way it should. What I'm telling you is followed by a demonstration. In every instance, you put gas pressure in a tire, you blow up an air balloon in air, everything. It needs a container. There's a container in every instance. So if you can now say that outside of what I'm saying in natural law, that you could demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container, then like in the case of gravity, then show us the demonstration how gravity is a container, and so that we can use that in a practical means, and then we can go forward and say, yes, Big Crit Nasty showed us a demonstration of how we can have gas pressure without a container. That can be done. I'm just saying that, but if you have the answer, my friend, please go ahead and demonstrate.
Do you want me to demonstrate using my resources that gas pressure can exist outside of a container?
Without a container, not outside of it. Without using a container. Show us gas pressure without using a container.
I just blew on my hand.
But that's not the thing. Are you containing that, or is the gas going everywhere?
Well, I mean, I asserted gas pressure on my hand by blowing on it, didn't I? I increased the total amount of I added velocity to it. I mean, that's increasing gas pressure.
You're blowing around already contained air.
So I have to create air.
No. You have to create the gas pressure that is included. So the
pressure is a byproduct of the amount of it and the temperature of it. So it's
gas pressure.
Yeah,
it's gas pressure.
Yeah.
This is why I like to phrase it based on what they tell us, because they tell us gravity is holding the gas down. So show us evidence of the gas being contained by gravity. You have the supposed amazing gravity of the Earth.
Well,
right
here's
the
problem, boys.
But you cannot contain gas right at the surface under no lab experiment.
Pressure
with any gravity
equals nRT. So you're already assuming a volume of it in order to get pressure, right? By definition.
We're talking about gas.
Yeah.
Think about.
So it's impossible to demonstrate pressure without some sort of defined volume.
No.
Yes, it is.
No. I'm not saying no to you. I'm saying no to the fact that you're using just the word pressure. We're talking about gas pressure, because pressure can be taken into many different forms. We're not just talking about pressure. Listen, it's very specific, right? So you have to follow. If you're saying gas pressure, that's what we're talking about. Now, if we go into something other conversation about pressure alone,
it's not infinity, it's a defined volume. But okay.
So gas pressure, that's what we mean.
Yeah. What do you think the difference between pressure and gas pressure is?
Well, I could put force on your hand with my hand.
Yeah.
And I'm asserting pressure. So that's not gas pressure. That's me talking about pressure. It's different. So let's specifically talk about what we are saying, and it's the gas pressure. So the air that you and I breathe is gas. So we're breathing the gas, and it has pressure.
Yeah.
Gas pressure.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and so the claim of the globe is that gas is contained by gravity. And so when we test that and see with gas, if it is contained by the vector of gravity, that just doesn't happen. The gas equalizes and expands to fill the vacuum.
Yeah, so what we're doing is just walking you through the last point, and so at least you can admit that you don't have a sufficient answer for it. If you do have one, we need to see a demonstration followed by that explanation. And if you don't have that, it's easy to say, I don't know.
Can I do a explanation of why I don't think gravity would work?
We're definitely going to get into all that, Elm, and I'm going to release this to everyone else. I just want to finish with Big Crit Nasty actually getting to the point where he admits this has to be his own concession. If it's not his concession, we'll stay here probably until the cows come home. So he has to realize that there isn't an answer for this unless he feels like there is. Then we're going to stay here until he finds that answer somewhere, somehow, some magical scientist out there that holds the keys to the knowledge that everybody's been searching for over 8 years. But, I mean, if we're going to find out in this Discord chat at this moment, Big Crit Nasty will show us. But I'm allowing him so he can come up with the answer, so he can sufficiently just explain it and support it with demonstration. So, Big Crit, if you feel like if you don't know, if it's too hard to look into, or if you need some more time, I need to know so that we can move the conversation along, at least so that we can tell the people that are waiting to say something that they want to go ahead and talk about other things. And do you know or you don't know? Did we lose Big Crit Nasty? Hello?
All right, then keep your secrets.
Is anybody here?
Yeah, we can hear you, Miggy.
Yep, I'm still here.
We're at the final bit, guys. I know you're chomping at the bit. Just please bridle that for a moment. Like let's see if we can't get Big Crit Nasty to realize this is the most important bit, though, guys. I know everybody wants to jump in. Just hang tough for a moment. We're nearly there. Big Crit Nasty, are you there? Hello? Yeah, I think so, Shocker. But this is important because I think a lot of people are carrying this information on as like the gospel truth. and it hits you like a ton of bricks when you don't realize that you don't have an answer for it. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, and I've always stated that in this channel. But the person has to realize that they can't be asked questions during this process. I know everybody wants to jump in because it's crazy. Like, you know. Indeed, Amish. Big Crit Nasty, have we lost you? Are you there?
I thought he was a lawyer, and that's why we were talking about that.
Sorry, guys. I had to answer a phone call. I have no idea what you guys said for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. We're calling out to you because we didn't know. We thought we lost you. That's fine.
Are you Mike's girlfriend?
Hello.
Okay. So back to where we left off.
Yep.
So we now need the, well, there's a choice here that you have to make, right? Either you're going to give us the explanation followed by a demonstration of how gas pressure can happen without a container, gas pressure. Mm-hmm. And so if you got that, that's great. If not, the easy way out is just say I don't know, and we'll be done with the 3 points.
Well, I mean, I've already demonstrated gas pressure, right?
No, sir, you didn't. You just demonstrated the fact that you're putting pressure, which is not gas pressure. And so gas pressure, like it's as stated, would be what we're asking for, the air that you and I breathe.
Well, I mean, I just blew into a bottle. I blew into a it's a container, right?
What happens? Yeah, I know. Blew into. I'm sorry. Say it again.
So I blew into a balloon and I exerted gas pressure, which would be a container. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. That's really mature.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool if like I said, the easy way out is saying I don't know.
No, I know the answer.
Okay, we'll give it the answer followed by a demonstration.
Well, the problem is like we have gravity. Like gravity is real, guys. I hate to be the one to tell you that.
No,
like I can see it.
Hang on, guys. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. Yeah.
I don't see anything going downwards.
That's great. But what we need.
I just dropped something. Well, because it doesn't move because you get what's known as third law of pair forces because it's exerting a force.
You picked it up first.
Well, yeah, I mean, I transmitted energy to it, but like, I added an amount of energy to it.
Hang on, guys. We're slipping sliding, guys. 1 second. We're slipping sliding, guys. 1 second. We're slipping sliding. Please, let's get to the very last bit. Either you can give us an explanation followed by a demonstration, so that we can understand how gas pressure can work without a container, or else you can say I don't know. But we're going to keep.
The problem is you're denying that the atmosphere itself is the container.
That's just
I'm not. Listen, the problem I'm giving to you is not something that I'm denying. I'm saying you have demonstrated that what you're claiming, this claim of yours, right? So now it's not the gravity pulling it down. Now it's the atmosphere containing itself. So
no, I didn't say that.
So what did you say? Hang on, Creation. What did you say?
Hang on. Let me get this straight. You guys are saying, let me start over. Pressure volume equals nRT, right? We have an amount of gas here that is able to interact with each other, it collides with each other, it has energy, and that's what exerts force, that's what causes pressure, right? That's what it is. The fact that it's being pulled down toward Earth allows it to stay in that position, and then it interacts with each other and it creates the pressure, right? I don't know why that's not the container. Like, I never once said that gas couldn't exist without a container. I disagreed with what you guys would classify as a container.
So you're telling us that gas contains gas, essentially.
What?
What are you saying is containing the gas that you and I are breathing?
What I'm saying is the gas has mass, and then the fact that the Earth has mass is pulling the mass inwards, which allows it to interact with each other.
What is containing the gas that you and I are breathing right now? What is containing that? What is holding it into the Earth, which is said to be a globe? What is holding that gas here so that it doesn't go into the vacuum of space? Because when you blow air in a balloon and you let go of the nozzle, the air inside of it, the high pressure will go into low pressure. This is what happens in entropy. It happens always. It's a law of nature. You can observe this time and again. It always happens. So we have high pressure on Earth and the low pressure of the vacuum of space. So what you have here is a situation where high pressure will move into the low pressure until it fills the available space. That is entropy, my friend. So if that's not what is happening and some other magical force is holding the gas in, I need to know what that thing that is holding the gas into this globe Earth is. That's what we're trying to get to. What is that thing holding the gas from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Gravity.
Okay, can I get in here?
Gravity. So now demonstrate with that explanation that demonstrate gravity holding gas.
I can argue that gas has mass.
No,
right?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking for an argument. I'm asking for a demonstration of gravity holding gas. You have to give us a demonstration. Remember, it was two things, an explanation and then a demonstration. So now we need the demonstration. How is gravity holding gas?
There's literally thousands of images of black holes. Like thousands. Like, these are artist renditions, right? You guys don't believe those exist, right? Yeah, see, this is the frustrating part.
I know, like, Big Crit. Listen. This is the hard bit.
Can't blame us, dude. You just said black hole.
Listen,
there's pictures of unicorns too, and the Loch Ness monster.
One of the things you got to realize is that people have been told things about what's happening in the world, but unless they're able to demonstrate it, they got nothing. So really, what we have here is a situation where you're confronted with either you know or you don't know, and it sounds like you're just spinning out of control, trying to give me an answer without a demonstration, and I need an explanation followed by a demonstration. And if you don't have that, the easy answer is, I don't know.
Well, I don't think I'd be capable of coming up with that experiment myself anyway, to be honest.
So what would be the answer?
Don't worry, no one has.
I don't know.
Thank you, sir. So now to let's wrap. It's a little bit difficult, but we got there, right? The very end was, I don't know. Sure. That's acceptable because everybody says that. Nobody knows. And so this is all just theories that they're working on. So just wrapping it up real quick, and I'm going to give it back to the panel. You guys, I think Elm was first in line. He wanted to ask a question. But that the Earth has curvature and it's spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief right now, Big Crit, that you have. You don't know it to be true. It's a belief that you've been carrying for however long it was, however old you are. But you don't know that it's true. You believe that it is. So right now, and then from this point forward, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space.
Well, so I can actually think I can definitively prove gravity. There is something imbuing energy to objects with mass.
Sir, so no slight to you, but you didn't do it in the three questions.
Well, I mean, I'm doing it right now. So, I have an object that I've lifted it up. I've added a certain amount of energy to it. I can calculate how much energy. I can then drop it, and the energy with it is greater because the distance is greater. So something is obviously adding energy to the system.
Let me turn it over to the panel, guys. Elm, I think Elm wanted to go first. He wanted to ask you a question. Elm,
thank you, Biggie. Well done, sir.
Let's go over the idea of gravity holding the atmosphere in. All right, I'm just gonna try and run through it real quick, and tell me if you disagree with what I'm saying. So, at the bottom, we have our atmosphere. At the bottom of the atmosphere, we have our heavier gases. At the top, we have lighter gases. Correct?
Sure.
Generally?
I'm sure there's some nuance to it, but yeah, sure.
Would you say that the lighter gas is closer to the vacuum, pulling it, and further away from the gravity of Earth, pulling it down?
What's the question?
So the atmosphere at the top layer is going to be the lightest, right? We cool there?
Sure.
And that's going to be the closest to the force of space pulling it out into space, right? The gas at the top, the lightest gas.
So the lightest gas in his imaginary belief must be the strong firmament holding everything in.
We should try one at a time. As best we can.
Yeah, but I hope he understands the paradoxon in his belief of gravity.
Is it a paradox?
Clay, you see, he's gonna jump off to a new question. What happens is we're gonna lose the first point.
Sorry.
So please, guys, if flat earthers, if you're in here, please allow the one who's speaking to him to finish his point. Just allow him the courtesy, and then you go ahead and come in, please. I was just asked that before I have to start muting, and I don't want to. Go ahead.
But yeah, Kurt, would you say that the lighter gases are closer to the force pulling it out into space?
I would say the less dense gas. Yeah.
Okay, sure, that's fine. And would you not agree that that would make it easier to pull out, especially considering it's the furthest away from the mass of Earth pulling it down?
Well, that would imply that there's pressure coming from the top. And if it's diffuses without like simple enough, then you're going to get a pressure gradient. And then you're not going to really have, a ripping force. It would be a pressure gradient, wouldn't it? Because you're not like you're just being suddenly thrust into the vacuum of space and you suddenly have a amount of gas that then has almost infinity to expand into, right? You'd presumably assume it would be a nice steady decline.
So you don't think there's any gas on the very outer edge being pulled out?
Well, I mean, I don't know that for sure, right? I mean, it makes sense there might be, right? But I don't know what level. I don't know if it's then put back into the Earth's gravity. Like I don't know what the total interaction is 100 miles from the surface, and you guys don't either. I mean, I don't think you do either.
All right, so let's say it's an equilibrium, which is I find that hard to believe because you would have.
Why is it hard to believe? Why do you think it would be hard to believe?
Well, I find it coincidental for the vacuum of space be perfectly even with the gravity of Earth pulling the gas. I mean, sure, there's a.
Well, why wouldn't it create a gradient?
Oh, I'm not arguing against gradient. I'm just arguing against a perfect equilibrium that's not being like it's a bubble without a bubble being there, right?
Well, maybe it is leaking, and maybe we have like asteroids supplement oxygen. Like, who knows, right? Like, we create gases. Gases are trapped in the core. Like, I'm not core, but like,
you don't know. It's a belief.
Well, sure, it's a belief because I don't know, but that doesn't mean the answer doesn't exist. It also is another thing to make an affirmative claim that the Earth is flat. Or that gravity doesn't exist, because if you think gravity doesn't exist, you got to explain a lot of things in the absence of the organizing force. Yeah, let's hear it.
Real quick about gravity. I just wanted to, because he says there's no science for gravity. The man just did. So the reason that we deny gravity's, existence, is because you can't manipulate it in a scientific experiment.
Okay.
No matter what kind of vacuum you think you're creating, you still can't create whatever is considered a perfect vacuum, right? And how do we even know that? Because we never made one. But I digress. We can't take gravity out of an experiment and then put it back in, right? It can't be the independent variable, and that's what we need it to be in a scientific experiment. So since we can't manipulate it as a variable, we can't prove that it is the cause of any effect that we see.
And we do not deny that things go down. Okay.
No. Question. Why do you think things go down?
That's a great question. I don't have the answer to it.
Yeah. The problem here is gravity gets thrown around as the effect and the cause. We have never denied the effect. Everybody observes the effect of things falling in mediums that are less dense than the objects that they are in. But if you change the medium, all of a sudden those same objects don't fall anymore. They rise. And this is specific or relative density or specific gravity.
So what you're saying is in a fixed container, objects with more mass are pulled toward the center of a large, more massive object. That sounds like gravity.
Didn't hear him say that. No, he didn't say that.
Yeah, but that's exactly what he's saying. Different densities of gases.
Density is more than just mass. And what is mass?
Well, density is mass over volume. Right, so theoretically, a gas has the same volume per unit of molecules. So,
yeah, but what is mass? That's the problem here.
Well, mass is something that can be quantified. So, for instance, mass in molecules or mass in atoms are determined by the subatomic particles that comprise them. Right. So, I mean, that is something that we can demonstrate, and something I have personally demonstrated, numerous times.
Yeah, no, you're talking about a mole. That's not mass.
A mole is a reflection of mass equals the amount of material.
I'm going to give you some quotes.
Sure, give me some quotes. I would love to hear it. Okay. It's all making a lot of sense, guys.
Don't get that sarcasm out just yet, partner. You might learn something here.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Oh, bro dropped something and is wondering why it fell.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Why do you think it was important that there was more energy than I put into the system? Why do you think I think that was important?
I don't know why you're confused. You just picked it up.
Why do you think? I think that
I picked it up. No. I picked it up and I moved it off a table, so there's now a greater distance. I have put energy into the system. Your buddy mentioned entropy. One of the other laws of thermodynamics is energy can neither be created nor destroyed. There's now a greater amount of energy in the system than the one I input it. Something is acting upon it, adding energy to the system.
No,
yes,
I would actually disagree with you because hold on a second. Let me ask you: does that object that you just picked up not possess its own characteristic, i.e., its quote unquote weight, independent of you moving it? It's only until you move it that you realize its potential energy.
Okay.
You didn't introduce more energy into the system. You only introduced the energy to move the object. The object still possesses it. Therefore, if something weighs 10 pounds sitting on a counter or a shelf, you drop it, it becomes a realized energy of 10 pounds moving until it finds its rest. Where did you introduce more energy into the system, my friend?
What medium we are dropping the object?
No, Sasha, you're not.
One question at a time, please, guys.
I'm asking him specifically. I need to know. You picked up the microphone. You dropped it. Where did you introduce more "quote unquote" energy into your system? This is my point. You cannot locally observe and demonstrate your gravity.
Yes, I can. Object in motion stay in motion until acted on by an outside force. It's accelerating. It's accelerating. No. It's accelerating. No. I can answer this question. It's accelerating. Something is introducing force to it. Something has to be introducing force to it. It's accelerating. So maybe your point is true. Me adding to the energy to the system, the net of the system is somebody picked it up and put it on the table to begin with, right? I get that. But the fact that it's accelerating means there is a force acting upon it.
Can you stop for a minute? Okay. I just simply asked you one question. Okay. You created enough space to tell me that you are actually onboarding what I just presented to you, right? So at this point in time, I don't need you to ask or answer my question with what I've just proposed to you. I just need you to think about it and realize that all objects in the system possess their own describing qualities, which is their weight, right? You don't have to introduce more energy to realize its potential versus kinetic energy. Thank you, I withdraw.
Why is it accelerating?
Now you can ask him something, Sasha.
Why is it accelerating if there's not a force acting on it?
Wait, Sasha, are you there?
Yeah, I'm asking him when he moved the object, in which medium he dropped the object?
Gas.
An object does that object is more dense than that medium where it's dropped?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Why is it accelerating?
Is that enough to tell you? Is that enough to tell you that it will go down because it's more dense than air? If anything you drop more dense in the air,
Dave,
it will fall down.
Break it to you. You guys are probably just wrong.
So let me give you an example. Sorry.
Okay, that's rather vague.
Let me just give you a quick example.
Why is it accelerating?
Let me give you a quick example. You say why is it accelerating? But let me give you a quick example. You take a balloon, you have some helium, you have some air, you mix it into the balloon, and the balloon itself is buoyancy neutral. And now you try to drop it.
Okay.
Does it drop?
Well, no. It's buoyancy neutral by definition. It won't go anywhere.
Exactly. Its density is equal to its medium.
Okay.
Hate to break it to you.
Like with a weight, like I can drop an anvil and it'll hurt as hell when it drops on you. But if I change the medium it's dropping in, suddenly it's not dropping anymore. Now it's going to rise or float, depending on how the medium is relative to the thing in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, hate to break it to you.
Yeah, this is relative density, this specific gravity, this is Archimedes' principle, and this doesn't require any gravitation.
So what you're saying is that a less dense object can float, ergo there's no gravity, because there's something that makes more dense objects go down as opposed to up.
I'm pretty sure what he's saying is just what he said, and not
what he said is if there's a helium balloon with
use this example.
Equal
I think this
buoyancy, which is
Chris,
by definition.
This is a better example for you, I think, so you can wrap your mind around it.
Oh yeah.
Think about an egg and dropping it in water. Usually the egg's gonna sink to the bottom, right? You got just regular tap water, I would say.
Yeah.
But the more salt you would add to the water would make the egg more buoyant in that. So you're changing the medium which the object is in. Therefore, you change the direction in which that object that's in going to respond to that medium. So objects in a medium will respond to the medium that they're in, that surrounds them. So it doesn't matter what you think about gravity. It only matters how the object is responding to that medium. So when you add more salt to that water, what happens to the egg? Well, it starts to rise because it starts to become buoyant within the medium that it's in. But it wasn't before. It sunk to the bottom because of the medium. It was denser than the medium. But then the water started to become more dense. So it now becomes lighter. The egg starts to go up, opposite of down. Gravity's not working on it. It is just buoyancy that you're dealing with. So it's one of the things that if you don't understand the object that the medium is in is responding to that medium, that's exactly what's going on. The same thing with the block of wood. In every instance, you drop a block of wood, you take it to water, what happens? It just floats. It drops into the water and it pops back up again because it's buoyant of the medium that it's in. In every instance, the anvil's the same. With the anvil, it's like even worse. You could drop it down, it'll fall to the ground every single time. You drop it in water, it'll sink to the bottom. When you drop it in mercury, it floats. So it just depends on what you're using and what medium you're using. The object is going to react to the medium that it's in always. That's what always happens. It's a law of nature. Now, the idea of gravity comes via these big thinkers that you would think, or you rest your mind upon right now at this moment, that bending conceptual space and time. These are nonsensical ideas that are now given to you, and that's why you say under your breath, I hate to break it to you, but because you don't know. These ideas were given to you by these pseudoscientists. And so you're thinking about it in a way that it makes sense to you because it sounds like big brains were talking about this on some TED Talk, or even maybe in school that you learned it. That has nothing to do with reality itself. We only see the cause and effects happening that we can determine by way of object and medium relationship. That is all. There is nothing more, nothing less. And it's a law of nature. What makes the object do what it does? That's just how it is. We don't know the causation. We can see the effects of the object and medium relationship for sure. But the actual cause of why the laws are the way they are, no one has an answer for that. That is not a question to be answered. Although this pseudoscience information that you would bring forward gives you like some sort of explanation. Well, that's great. That's lovely. But it doesn't get you nearer to the truth. It only gives you an explanation to tell your homeboy about like how you're a big brain and you know things, and which you really don't. You find out in all reality, you know less than you actually started to think that you knew. And that's what happens here. You're actually seeing how little you really know, and it turns out, it's very humbling experience. Hopefully it is. Or you'll leave with your ego and pride intact and say, these guys are freaking nuts. Off their rocker. I'm just going to go back to my life and hang out with the rest of the Globes guys and, just be happy, which is your choice. You can do that. But we're offering the opportunity for you to see outside of yourself and say, like, wait a minute, let's think about this differently, because I was all along thinking it was gravity. But as the way they're defining gravity is the bending and warping of space and time. Now, that is nonsensical, my friend.
Why is it nonsensical? Like, why do you think it's nonsensical?
How can you bend space and time? Is that even a possibility? It just seems like this. Well, that's the thing. I can tell you that Narnia exists. You go through this magical doorway, and there it is. Like, I could say all kinds.
Sure,
of
Amos,
stuff.
I'll be your friend.
Well, the thing is, man, like, it doesn't matter what part of the spectrum you're on, the most intellect or the most common. It doesn't matter to me. Like, the only thing that matters at the end of the day is that you can at least appreciate that truth can't be moved. and that someone coming in here with like, let me tell you what's what. Like, no one can do that because we're always giving them the same. It's the same thing. It's nothing ever changes. We're asking for the same things. We're getting the same answers. Usually from the most intellect, they're a bit more dug in and staunch in their position, which is fine. It doesn't bother me one iota. Like, if you leave here and you're just like, you guys are just nuts, that's great. Good for you. But the thing is, truth can't be moved. It never will be. And the obvious truth is that we can explore this earth, in the reality and what it really is, Big Crit. And my hope is that you can see that for what it is. And we have the answers that people are rejecting at the moment. But there's the nonsensical ideas of things, man. Like,
where's the proof of the dome? Like, where's the pictures of the dome, man?
So there's. Let me go through.
No one here said anything about that. So.
Well, it was a operative presumption when you guys talked about a container. I presume that was my bad.
Let me go through a few. Let me go through a few tidbits. So I'm going to throw a few things out there for you, just to chew on. And I think I know where you're coming from, right? That's why I'm answering you. So the dome, the ice ring, the azimuthal equidistant projection map, the Gleason's map. What else? Let's throw something in the pot, like how the sun moves around a flat Earth. I can mix in a whole bunch of other things that we don't say. We don't adhere to the AE map. There's a lot of flat earthers that would say these things and probably give you an impression that's what we say. None of us here would adhere to these. Obviously, some people think they're necessary. I, on the other hand, would say that they're irrelevant. None of those things that you would mention, a dome or like anything else, have a relation to what we talk about in here. We talk about things that can be found out with empirical evidence. So if you can't do that, if nobody can talk about a dome and say for certain how it was verified, then we can't use it. There's no way you can use a dome if it's...
okay. Couldn't you make an argument? This is just me being a good litigator. Whoever said I'm not a good one. If you are making the argument that pressure can't exist outside a container, and you start with the premise that gravity can't create this container, wouldn't it be logical to presume that there is a container? That's
Absolutely.
But that would be an empirical evidence. That is something you could empirically prove.
Well, it's a natural.
Don't say that it's not.
It's a natural antecedent. I admitted it to you that it is.
Okay.
But as far as like when you say dome, that's actually giving something a shape or a description.
Whatever you want, containing apparatus. There, I'll keep it vague.
Well, that's better. But see, like when you say container, it's a bit more vague. So it's just telling you that in order to have pressure, a container would need to be there to contain the pressure. And what that container is or how big it is, no one knows, or what shape it is or what it looks like. No one has the answer to that. But there is a contained system. So we are in this contained system, this realm that you're in, that I'm in. It's contained. So, however, like we're not going to go into like the specifics of the container. Like, what is it made of? Is it made of? That's irrelevant. The thing that we need to know,
because we don't know what it is, and it's just speculation.
It'd be speculation, and that's not a place where when we talk to people, the new people that are coming in here, we want them to actually have a reference of what they know and what they don't know. So it's hard to give them a reference of what they know and don't know coming from the globe side where you don't know anything. These are all just explanations that school has given you, and you're coming in here thinking that it's true knowledge, and it has been, my friend. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm just wanting to say, but if we would use the heliocentric method of explaining things by adding great stories, you would say, so the dome is actually created by the bending of energy, precisely the energy that is in the ether that is created by the multi-coated chocolate bar that is behind my back. Something in those lines. Okay, I'm just joking, but it is literally what the heliosonic model does most of the time. They create cool stories that somehow fit the whole paradigm, and then people are like, oh wow, it's a bending of space and time. Yeah, definitely, that must be the explanation, man. And that's it. Then people are satisfied. It's like watching a Star Wars movie.
It's crazy because even in the rhetoric, people are saying, well, Newton came up with the best idea of what's going on with gravity and that, and here comes Einstein, and he just like snapped the 1 and 2. And he's got bending and warping of space and time with the ball sitting on the fabric of space and time, and it's now curving space and time, and that's why like when you leave the planet Earth, things start to you're going at a different rate than you would here on Earth, and you're experiencing time in a different way. Time dilation is a thing, and there's a lot of different little things that are added into the story. But the more fantastic the story becomes, the more amazing and fantastical it becomes into your mind. So it becomes more of like a wonderful kind of like, with all the trappings that, space exploration and, you got black holes and quasars and, weird things, dark matter bullets. I mean, I'll go on and on because I got into all, there's a lot of stuff that I can tell you about that if you were to know that's what they're saying, you'd be like, dude, that's just a fringe topic. Nobody thinks about that. Yes, but they're actually proposing these ideas and then they're pushing it like a drug to the masses. And you guys are taking it without knowing anything. You're just like, well, the scientists are saying this, and you're just like consuming it, like gobbling it up. And we're just here like the buffer stopping that from happening. We're like, guys, wake up. These guys have been lying to you, and you're just taking it on like it's super good. And we're crazy? Because we're telling you guys to look at the information, like, look at it. Like, seriously. Look at what they're saying. Bending and warping of space-time. How is you're going to bend and warp space and time? These are conceptual ideas, and you're bending and warping that? That is insane. Like,
Time's a conceptual idea? Time is something we all experience.
Yeah, for my next trick, let me pull a rabbit out of a hat. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys are endless tricksters, and they're going to keep make your mind think that all you got to do is believe their magic. Their little, idea of what you conceptualize as your universe. And so these big brain, smooth brain guys, or whatever you want to look up to them as, like, they're nobody than just like fraudsters, man. The ones that are professing to say they know what they're talking about, they wouldn't hang out like an hour in here talking to us. They would be like, oh, you guys are nuts. Well, good. We like you to think that way because of course objective reality would seem that way to somebody who lives in a paradigm full of fantasies and all these stories, man. Like, if I was to ask you or anybody else who thinks the Earth is a globe, looks up at a night sky, you'd be like, well, that's Mars. It's a red planet. It's got a nickel iron core. That's Jupiter. It's a gas giant. It rains diamonds on it. Like, on and on about these stories. And we're like, how did you verify it, my friend? How do you know that's what's going on? Well, we got a reliable source over here. Man, this guy wouldn't lie to me. It was, you know what I'm saying? Like, this guy's talking truth. No, he's not. He don't even know what information he just got is a secondhand knowledge he just got from another guy who considers himself to be a big brain. That's what you're doing. You're passing stories. And what are we doing at that point? We're just passing along stories, and then you come in here and people are talking about reality, about what natural laws are and observations.
Oh, no, I don't think you guys have said that either. You said we don't. You basically, I don't think you guys ever made like an affirmative claim at all.
Yeah, we said that the Earth is flat and stationary. These are the affirmative claims.
Mm-hmm.
Affirmative claims, and also that gas pressure needs a container. Like, these are affirmative. Like, we can't get away from the fact that our natural existence in this realm that we live in is governed by these laws. They're governed by them. To think that space and time is being bent somehow, like, that's idiotic. That's nonsensical. Why would I going to tell you that? I can't provide any evidence for that.
Can I make a claim?
Sure.
Mountain on 275 miles. That's my claim.
Yeah, that's, Big Crit Nasty. I mean, I'm saying this because I know that it's one of these things, man. It's like a jagged pill to swallow when you know that, like, how little you know, or at least from the perspective of you're trying to come at it from, like, you guys are nuts. Like, I hear these like things that you're trying to reason with, at least the information that's being given here. But I mean, we can only go so far as to, like, give you as much as we can as a challenge. The rest is going to be up to you, whether you are going to look into this and research and say, like, you know what, at least there's something to this, or the other side is, you guys are wackos. I'm just going to sit here and listen to you guys being wackos because it's entertainment or whatever.
Well, so I'll listen to you, and I had actually come here to hope that you guys would make claims. And so far, you've given me a court case that looks like it was dismissed before it was even pled.
I know, but that was just somebody trying to provide something to you in the way of, like, here, because they heard you were someone studied to be a litigator, so they were trying to hand something to you so you can look at. But and that court case, It's not really anything I think we needed to be looking at anyways, but that's just something because you were trying to do that's why it was brought to you.
Earth measures flat regardless of any court case.
Yeah, that was more of the point, I should say. Glatt just brought up.
Hey, Crew, would you agree that, like, on first examination, the Earth looks flat and feels stationary just by your own personal experience? And you're saying that the only thing guiding you away from those claims are other people telling you that is false, that your reality is false.
Well, I also have traveled in an object that has accelerated, and then I've moved at the same speed as it. And I have experienced that before.
Stationary?
Oh, you're the only one to ever do that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that it seems like that adequately explains the second part. Yeah.
What, flying in an airplane?
I mean, when I fly in that airplane and it accelerates, you bet your pretty ass to stuck to that seat.
In which case we can prove that we are. In which case we are stationary. In which case we are. In which case we are stationary.
Well, I'm stationary relative to me, right?
No, you're not stationary. You're moving in a plane. You just.
Well, I mean, in a plane, I am moving relative to the Earth, but I am stationary to myself.
Yeah, because you know you're in a plane moving. That's the issue. You don't know you're on a planet that's moving. You don't know that.
So I can be in a plane and not know it, but I can't be on the Earth and know it?
Yeah,
Okay.
how do you know that? Go ahead.
How you can from stationary point know to something it's moving?
There is a force acting upon you that was not acting on you before.
How you can experience that?
How I add energy to my system.
Okay, I'm going out now.
Okay.
I'm out.
Yep.
Whatever energy, whatever forces, whatever is happening, I feel stationary.
Okay. Yeah.
Any of my senses doesn't giving me any sense that I'm moving. Only surround me. If I see the car, if I see the wind moving the trees, that means now I see movement.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm stationary. And now I don't have a feeling that something is moving.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that means if I'm moving, for example, that means that I could be stationary.
So if you notice things moving around you and you feel stationary, what's convincing you you're the thing moving?
That's a great question, man.
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Wow. Well, because, I would love you guys to present evidence that there is something moving the stars. I would love to see it.
That's the claim. Hang on, Fred.
Stars are moving, correct?
Hang on, guys.
Or like maybe the Earth is spinning on a flat disk. I would love to hear.
Wait, what's
I'm just curious.
Listen, that was the question that Glatt was asking you.
We would feel that.
It was to you. That was actually so that you can experience how there isn't an answer for that. So that was a great, like you said, that's a great question. That's indeed a great question. Why isn't it being answered? And so we were waiting for the rebuttal, and then you went to another question to us.
It's an interesting question, right? Like,
hey, Glatt, can you rephrase? Glatt, can you just ask that question exactly like you just did? Because I think it was just perfectly worded.
Okay, so if I notice things moving all around me, and I don't feel like I'm moving, what's going to convince me that I'm the one moving? I feel stationary. Everything's moving around me. What's going to make me think that I'm actually the thing moving?
The TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Neil deGrasse.
Mainstream media.
Crit, what is your answer? Big Crit Nasty, what is your answer? We await your answer.
Nice.
Please don't tell me you're on a phone call once again when we're trying to he did this body thing. He's gonna come back. I was on a call, guys. I missed the last 4 minutes when you guys were saying the most important bits, but let me get back to you.
Question. Everybody, write that question down, folks. I'll ask it one more time because it just So
yeah, when he returns, ask it one more time, and then we'll wait his answer one more time because we got
and for the audience too, and for everybody listening. So just ask yourself.
He's phoning his Glober friend.
Ask yourselves this question, folks. Everybody, Glober, Flat Earther, I don't care. If everything else is moving around me, and I feel stationary, why would I think that I'm the one moving?
Damn, that cricket was long.
Yeah, well, because that's just who has proof that this Earth is moving?
So if he got I know he got a phone call now because he's not responding. So once he comes back,
this is just conversational. But whenever people whenever people want to assert that, like, you know, everyone else believes it, so it's I believe it too, and that is fallacious, obviously, but that is a heuristic as well, and that this is purely conversational. I'm not trying to defend Crit, but that is a reasonable thought to process by.
Not really.
That is not
as a heuristic. As a heuristic, just a rule of thumb. You can't live by it, but you can think with it.
Do you know? Like, okay, so I'm just going to quote George Carlin. The average person is dumb, and half of them are dumber than that, right? So if the average person thinks something, that has absolutely no bearing on what's true.
Yeah, I'm not arguing it's a good heuristic. It's just a heuristic.
All right.
This way.
So what you're saying is
the average person is, and then realize half of them are stupider than that.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? It's like, well, so you're saying it's not a good heuristic, it's just a heuristic. So what you're literally saying is, this is a thing. Okay, that's cool. Well, there's lots of things.
Sorry, were you expanding?
No, I was just saying there's lots of things. So what's the point of bringing it up if you don't think it's valuable?
Well, a lot of people will shit on the idea, well, the scientists think this. I'm arguing that it's not an unreasonable first basis if you don't have any reason to think you've ever been lied to.
Well, I'm arguing that it is an unreasonable basis. So I guess that's where we disagree.
Sorry, did you just interject?
My point is, it's not going to be something that you can.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. You said.
Yeah, let Brad speak on.
You said if you've never been lied to. Is there such a person on the earth that's never been lied to? Really?
Yeah, but I'm talking more about like establishment. The point of me raising this is it's work around this idea in the Glober's head that's fallacious. It is fallacious, but it's also a heuristic that can have valuable results, just like how they use, well, we can predict it with this model. Well, this is true. It's just it's a heuristic, and it's not necessarily wrong to use heuristics.
You qualified it by saying if you've never been lied to, it would be useful, but that's absurd.
But I'm talking about purely, not literally never been lied to, but like, you know, you've always had good medical services, you've done well in college, you've had good family, like, you know, you don't have a reason to doubt our society.
Yeah, I mean, what you're trying to do is you're trying to say that the mindset is congruent, right? Which I get, but it's not logically valid.
Anybody who's watched the news will know that there's something seriously wrong with society, surely.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean, are you claiming that they would never watch the news or something? Or what was that your claim? I don't know.
Well, generally they associate the problems with not the people in charge.
Well, if there are problems and the people in charge aren't sorting them out, then why are they in charge?
I mean, I agree, dude. I'm not saying these people are logical, but you have to work around the fact that it is valid to use heuristics and thinking like, well, there's a consensus among scientists, so I'm just going to go with that. I have no reason to doubt these random fuckers talking to me, or to believe these random people talking to me.
Yeah, but the scientists are also just random people. Like they don't know these people personally, right?
Yeah, I know this and I understand this. I'm just saying it's not going to change anyone's mind if you just say, well, you can't just listen to the consensus, because that is not an consensus is not an argument, but it can help you make decisions.
Right.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but when I was a boy, I was always told that if everyone jumps off a bridge, are you going to jump off a bridge? So,
well, obviously, scientists told me to.
But if consensus is wrong, how decisions will be right?
Well, this is the other question that I always love asking Globers. It's like, if consensus is wrong, then who in authority is going to tell you? Right? No one, because they are the consensus.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, that means there is no rotation there.
You said there's no what?
Rotation.
Hell no! Hell no!
And curvature?
No!
Is it the curvature? Is it curvature important for the spherical shape?
Well, it is important to believe it, yes.
No. Is that something what we are asking? It's maybe something what we don't need to ask, because why we are asking for curvature?
Well, just hoping you skip past that bit and just accept everything that I say.
Why we are always asking for the curvature?
Because clearly you couldn't find it.
And why is that important?
Well, you haven't been looking in the right places.
And it should to be some curvature, you are saying?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, why?
Oh, well, just has to be.
Well, why?
Well, I mean,
sphere.
It just has to be.
You mean sphere?
But it's has to be.
Okay. And anybody presented that thing called curvature?
Oh no, it comes with it. It's like when you order a burger, you get some fries. It comes with it.
Isn't that easier than show the container to show curvature?
Probably easier to show fake curvature, but yeah.
Okay.
Big Crit Nasty back. Big Crit Nasty, are you there? No? Okay. Well, I guess, Chad, if you...
Is that the second phone call that he got right in the middle of the second question he couldn't answer?
Second question, yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's really the timing, of this.
Hello.
That's just interesting.
It's for you.
But, yeah.
Yeah. You've just been erased.
Yeah, just to add, he failed the Spidey sense test in a big bad way. And I don't just mean because he's a lawyer, and as we know, all lawyers are slippery. Do you want to play my favorite music, CB?
Wait, what is the Spidey sense test?
Check this out.
You know the Spidey sense test.
So I was raised by lawyers, right? Both my mom and my stepdad are lawyers, and I grew up learning how to argue and how to corner people. So whatever education this guy had, he obviously didn't have ours.
Well, no, to be fair to him, he did say I think he can.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
The reason I'm an asshole, the reason I'm an asshole is because I was raised by lawyers. It doesn't mean I'm smart. No, and the question that I asked, the problem with the question that I asked is that it doesn't have an answer. It's rhetorical. I love to ask rhetorical questions, because what that forces somebody to do is to rethink their position instead of getting mad that they're wrong about something, right? If I leave it rhetorical, then they have to actually think for themselves what the real answer could be.
And he answered, I don't know, to all the 3 questions. So they're really...
Yeah, that's good.
The beginning of it was he doesn't know about the globe. He just believes. So right now, it's everything that he's thinking about when it concerns to the globe is just what he believes. He's just been told that it's a globe. That's it. And most of the things, and I know you could. It's almost like with you could hear his mind going through the spiral. Right? He would say under his breath, like, "You guys are nuts." Like you hear, it's like a little when he would whisper under his breath, like, "Man, you're not gonna convince me." Like, even like. I think CB's really like got his ears tuned to that. Like he can hear.
Yeah.
He can hear that.
Yeah, dude. I'm like the pin. If there's an ego getting real big, just put me in, coach. I'll just pop I'll pop that ego balloon real quick.
You know how as healthy it is too to pop that ego balloon every day, because especially a guy like me, sound like I do, I gotta pop that ego balloon as much as I can, and it still doesn't get popped enough. But yeah, it's a healthy thing to do.
CB the ego sniffer.
We're talking about like the bending and warping of space-time, and he's like, well, why is that wrong? What's the problem with that? Like, you're bending and warping space and time. It's a fabric of space and time. That doesn't sound nonsensical to you? Like, that's weird. Like, somebody thinks that's reality,
He tried to say, well, we all experience time. I wanted, well, dude, are you bending how old you are? Like, come on, dude.
And warping.
Yeah.
You gotta warp it too. And bend it.
I'm about to warp my foot up in your ass.
Well, Big Crit Nasty is typing something, so he's certainly back.
He's back.
He got a phone call.
Yeah, he got a phone.
Phone call.
My money's on a phone call. Because we all come from this place.
My money's on an excuse, so he's gonna leave.
Ah.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. I think he did great with the 3 questions. I think his even though he had a little bit of an attitude back there, I said you might learn something today. He said under his breath, I doubt that. But at the same time, he's still here. He's still listening. I think he is he apparently typing in the voice text. See, here's the deal. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like us. The Earth measures flat. We're trying to get you to see that. That's it.
He's on the phone with his handlers like...
9.
He thought it was a...
God damn, what the hell was that?
Thought it was a circus, but he showed it to a lecture. Right, CB? I love those words.
They don't like people speaking to flat earthers, so...
Interesting point of clarification is that he came in here for just hanging out for. He's like, well, I only got 10 minutes to speak. I'm busy doing my work, and then stayed for the rest of the conversation with Indio and like
2 hours later.
It's interesting. Like, it's not something that you're just gonna like be really kind of just hanging out, not wanting to contribute, especially if you think that you have something to say about it. Like, it's provocative, man.
I did find that interesting because he was like, oh, guys, I got 10 minutes. And then I left for, I don't know, like an hour. And I come back and he's still going strong. I'm like, okay, well, that 10 minutes turned into, I don't know, quite a while.
It actually seemed like he was a little more cooperative initially, but seemed to...
Hey, Crit, man, are you writing the Declaration of Independence? Or
Hey man, once your worldview, the second he's a smart guy, right? And so he's questioning his worldview whether or not he likes it, and it's never a fun deal to be like, yo, you need to question your worldview from now on, because we gave you one little splinter in your mind that's going to nag you and nag you and nag you until you figure it out for yourself.
It's like 4 score. Damn, dude.
4 score in 2 hours, just 2 hours ago. I swore to get off this call.
Oh, damn. That much information? You see him type and then stops typing and he's thinking,
It's gonna be
Don't drop a
juicy.
big stink bomb, dude, and then he's like, you guys suck. You're the worst.
Well, you see, in 240 BC, Eratosthenes measured 2 sticks and 2 shadows. If he does that, dude, I'm out.
And when he was a little boy, he always aspired to be somebody who investigated the things of the globe. But we turn now to the future. We're going to the history. We're just poking fun at you, Big Crit. We want you to get on the mic, dude.
Isn't there a rapper with that name, or like
Big Crit Nasty?
Big Crit or something like that? Pretty sure.
Perhaps.
Yes, sir. BIGKRI. Yeah, big. No, KRIT.
Big Crit.
Yeah, Big Crit.
Yeah.
Big Crit.
Mississippi.
Big Crit.
Wrong with the word today. I don't know what it is.
Well,
something wrong with your eyes. Seeing things.
Yeah, can I just say, one sec, Miggy. Dude, I sent you that thing because I thought you'd be interested. That's all. Okay, as Sean said, the Earth still measures flat, regardless.
Isn't that weird? Like, you send somebody to, hey, just check this out real quick, and then they come back and say, well,
yeah, but
you tried to say this was proof. It's like, no, I never said that was proof. Like,
it says, I have no idea why you think this is convincing. So, way to go.
Right. Exactly.
Big Crit, I don't know, man. Like, I think we restated it over and over again. Now it's not really essential to. Somebody just showed it to you because you just mentioned that you were studying to be a lawyer. That's the only reason why.
Can you acknowledge it's not convincing?
I haven't even know.
No one's making an argument with that.
The guy literally posted it, making an argument based on
No. I thought you might be interested in it. There's a difference. Like Eustace Mullins said that.
Well, can
every
you
courtroom that you go into in America, you're essentially entering a Masonic lodge like that. That to me, yes, that's interesting. You see, isn't it? Do you think that's interesting?
Sure. Where's this going?
I'm not making an argument. I just think it's interesting.
Okay.
Did you see the difference?
Well, can you at least acknowledge that this doesn't say what that guy said it did?
The ground's been measured,
anything about the Earth?
The ground's been measured many times.
Hey, we ask people to concede all the time. We should concede this, guys. Come on. We ask people to concede things all the time. Concede he's correct on this. We'll take the gas pressure axial rotation.
Yes.
We'll take all
There's
this.
nothing.
I don't even care about it, to be honest. It wasn't I think it was just something that Andy was saying. He was just showing, but it got now. So Andy, and I know you meant well, bro. I really do.
I thought you'd be interested in it.
I know, man, but like, see, this is just so that we can point out to you, Andy. This is how they take it, and I've said this many times before. The best that you try to do sometimes, it's gonna get thrown back in your face, and you're gonna see what. And this is it right here. It's getting thrown, and you're saying it out of your own mouth. It's still not effective. It's like no.
Right.
It's this, guys. It's if you're going to try to wake somebody up to stuff like this, there's no such thing as a good deed going unpunished. They're gonna lash out.
Yeah, but
actually gotta get studying. If you guys want to slide into my DMs, we can talk offline. But I would love to actually.
You should come back here, dude. Like, there's no reason.
Nah, I don't want to. I would prefer to talk one-on-one, like actually talk to people, as opposed to just get
the dog pile.
Yeah, it's just super annoying, guys. But I'll talk to you later. I gotta get going. All right, I gotta go.
Thanks, brother.
Look, buddy.
Have a good day.
He muted himself.
You didn't hear that. So he definitely,
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Facebook a while ago.
Well, I guess he prefers living in the fairyland. That's fine.
I mean, I was just trying to help the guy out with how the world works. Fact is,
yeah, I would have easily told you that's the way it was gonna go. Because as soon as it came up, I'm like, man, this guy's gonna take it out of context. I was thinking in my head, he's gonna take it out of context. Sure enough,
yeah,
he did.
He like dedicated his whole time to that too. I'm gonna debunk him on this. It's like you weren't even making an argument, dude. It's so stupid.
And he's like, oh, I got him back. Got him.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, go ahead. Like I don't even care about that. I didn't even know what they were saying in that. Just that he was basically saying asserting the Earth is not what they were. It was just that. But as far as anything else goes, the actual what happened, I don't know.
Andy, you told him, you were like, well, you know, the courts are a lodge or whatever. He's like, really?
No, wait, CB, wait. It's empirical.
When he said that, I was like, man, this guy, he thinks he's smart, but he has a long way to go. If he doesn't, I know some of this stuff, and I'm not. I'm nobody,
Well, I'd be somebody to me. I think he was an actor, but that's just my guess.
Okay,
so
not saying it's directly the same, but it's like somebody coming in here and talking about like how there's lizard people, like, and you're showing them that before you get to the bits about like flat Earth, and it's not that like there's these other conspiracies, and I'm not saying that's what you did, Andy, but I'm just saying like other people would say the other things they want to show people that come in here, because let's say the guy studies animals or lizards or something, and you think that's something relevant to what he might be doing, and so when you do something like that, it puts them into a different, like, the hyper focus on the thing that you're showing them. They're trying to like make an argument out of something you didn't make an argument out of, like, and so that's what he did. He made an argument of something you were presenting to him, and you didn't. Like, you were saying it. I knew that you didn't, but that's what's gonna be, man.
I mean, you did say it was proved in court.
I did say that.
Whoever posted it, or someone commented saying that.
Yeah, I said the globe failed courtroom. I did say that.
Well, didn't it?
It sure did.
Okay, then. Like,
yeah.
Is anybody disputing that it failed in court?
I never read it, so.
Well, then that's the point. Like, that it failed in court. That was something that was said that's true. So, if it didn't fail in court, then it would have won. The other side would have won. But that's the...
Well, he typed all facts pled into the complaint are presumed to be true.
The globe has no clothes.
So
Andy distract him. Andy was rude and
I don't know where you got this from, though.
Well, he'd be a good candidate for our flat Earth court. Come on in, buddy. You want to be plaintiff or defendant? You want to defend this thing, or you want to press charges? Because we can play defense or offense, whatever you want to do.
You can play changing mediums.
You know what? You're making Andy more staunch in his position against the anti-flat.
No, I'm all good. I'm easy.
You're leaving more coals into the fire, man, for Andy to be just like, all right, that's it. Gloves coming off. That was the last time I'm going to give him something. He's going to be like, and this time I got like a samurai sword.
No, I realized the cosmic joke of this place a long time ago, so I ain't going to take you seriously, fellas. Don't worry about that.
Oh my God.
It's funny I like to, you gather information and then you paint a picture for yourself. That's what I do. So, at some point you have to put it down a little bit as well, don't you? You have to sort of go, oof, I'm sick of the truth of bullshit for a little bit. I can't be doing with it. And Yeah, you just need to chew it around for a bit. But this guy, I don't mean to make accusations, but I think you're acting from the first film. That's my guess. But even if he weren't, he's going to have to figure out that if he wants to get ahead, especially in that profession, then he's going to have to join the right club. But my feeling is that he already belongs to the right club. Well, the wrong club, depending on which side of the fence you're on, of course. But everyone here gets it.
He'll just mumble something under his breath, and then CB will pick it up, and then have to turn back on him. And you're like, okay, like the way he says it, like
don't be talking under your breath, bro.
Talking under your breath, bro? You getting sturdy under your breath? What's going on? I know CB wanted to say some shit like that.
Say it with your chest, man.
I know, I do. Like, it's weird, but like on
you
that
feeling
level,
strong, partner?
I feel like CB's like, nah, hold up, man. You getting sturdy under your breath, homie? Like, what's going on? Like,
are you starting to feel a little bit testy there? You feeling strong, partner? I wouldn't if I were you.
I have a good gift for this.
Think you're tough.
Oh, you think you tough? Yeah. Have you seen
What's that movie? Comes from a movie.
It's well, if you've seen it, there's a video of this little kid drinking this Sprite like it's a 40 or something, and talking to his sister, and he says something to her, and his dad's in the background like, he think he tough. It's actually really funny. I'll post it. It's hilarious. It's like a little kid in a
my
diaper.
game show introduction, man. TV.
Oh, you need to. All right, I got you. Give me a little intro.
Let's see. Welcome, everybody. I don't know. That's a big fit nasty. Let's go. Is the Earth a globe? 3 questions. This should be easy. No, but when I was walking through them questions, that last one was like, man, we're pulling teeth now. Like, we're pulling that molar out. It's gonna get hard now. So yeah, I had to make it very clear, right? Explanation with demonstration on the last. Otherwise, explanation would have just been like whatever information he got from those guys. But you can't demonstrate it. That's a bit we need.
Yeah, it's sad how many times you actually have to say the word demonstration, reminding him that we are abiding by the scientific method. I think you said it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I said it like 4
and
or 5.
he still didn't hear it.
Indeed. Well, I mean, that's usually what happens with these types. He's a very smart guy. I mean, obviously, which is, I think, a little intimidating for most. Like when they hear him and the way he was speaking. So it's like, oh, if I lock horns with him, like, am I gonna be able to, like, because you're dealing with a lawyer, and I'm like, it's just gotta look at it like any other thing, If you ask that from anyone, lawyer, judge, it doesn't matter, whoever, they're gonna have to provide the evidence for the claim. That's just bottom line.
Yeah, lawyer does not make someone smart or good at arguing. That's just ridiculous.
I know, right? People think their titles will win them, like, the case. You don't even need a lawyer sometimes. Shoot, I won a court case. No lawyer versus a whole freaking firm. You went off evidence, not just because you have a title or, you have credentials. That's not how you win.
Yeah, by the way, Eustace Mullins says if you get a lawyer, then you're basically screwed. I mean, that you've just told the court essentially that you're ignorant and you're incapable of speaking for yourself. So
yeah, you're not competent, right?
So then you've just literally thrown yourself on the mercy of the court. That's what you've done. I mean, don't forget that these people, they don't have any obligation to you whatsoever. They might tell you that they do. They'll tell you a lot of things. But their obligation is to the court. It's to themselves first. Don't forget that. You're way down the list of priorities for these people.
I will say it is good to have somebody give you the rundown of what happens in court. You know, you think the truth will stand on its own, and that's all you would need in there. But there is a system that they have, and if you don't know that system or how it operates, they will screw you over in the courts, whether you're right or wrong.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I was up many nights before this case getting all my stuff in order, and I didn't need half of it, but I went prepared. But you were right. Yeah, just funny to see this guy today. I guess he's on Deafin, but there's several different archetypes of Globe Earther that comes in here. I think we've seen this type of Globe Earther many, many times before, haven't we, fellas? Kind of pseudo-intellectual, think they're super smart, but when it comes down to taking a stance, or what do you think about, you guys were asking about like gas pressure, do you think that there's any being pulled away from the earth or whatever? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about that. But he seems to deep down, he thinks he knows a lot, just haven't seen one of these in a while. So thanks, Crit, for the content, buddy.
I just joined back in. I was going to say, isn't that guy still in here? But what's on Deafin? What is that?
Yeah, he's got his fingers in his ears at the moment. He might be doing some other stuff, so not to shoot any bullets his way, but shit, I'd say it if he was off Deafin too. So it's not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, I've talked about this actor situation before. Some people are lame. Some people are, they just come in to troll. That's that's obvious. But then there's other people who come in with nefarious intentions, and I think they make themselves, they expose themselves quite quickly, actually. But I'm not going to go into that because I realise they listen, and I don't want to help them in any way.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
But
don't forget to sub to my channel either, y'all.
I subbed to your channel, dude. As soon as you mentioned it.
Yeah, I'm subbed.
I subbed.
Here, I'll put it up again.
Are you live? When are you going to go live?
I put up the channel today. I gotta get going with getting my green screen and all that stuff.
Oh, okay. Is anybody live right now? Because I couldn't find. Because he said something. Because I'm all about this, dude. I love the live stream. He said something. Then one of you guys called him out. He goes, "I never said that." I'm like, this is exactly why we have the live stream. So I'm gonna go back and just play the clip of you saying exactly what you say you didn't say. So. But are we live right now? Does anybody know?
Yeah, we're live for sure.
What can you drop a link to the channel that's live? Because I had Helio's channel, but that one's not showing
it. It's a new channel.
Oh, okay.
I think Chris V just did it. Did it again.
Got it. Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
By the way, I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I shall return.
All right.
Yeah, I was just going to continue what I was talking about, which I can't really remember now. But basically, it just reminded me that John Cleese. What did he say now? I can't even remember what he said, so I'll probably butcher it. But basically, the older he gets, the more he realizes that nobody knows what they're talking about at all in any walk of life. And I don't know. I talked about these clubs a little bit. I think some people here, most people here, understand what I'm talking about. Perhaps the audience doesn't. I don't want to talk about that too much, but it does leave me secure in the knowledge that someone like Biden is not making the decisions. At least there's that. I like to think that somebody a bit wiser, somebody who's knows what they're doing, is actually making some decisions. And I realise it seems like a shit show out there at the minute, and I'm sure they're mostly responsible, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with this at all, but...
Come on, man!
Yeah.
You know what? It's interesting that some people get upset when you tell them truths like that, but it is, to me, I'm with you. It's a relief.
Yeah.
This goofball isn't really. He's just like some. He's the face, the head. He's the. The scapegoat.
Yeah, not only that though, that they're having fun with it.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
And that's great. I mean, I would too.
Right.
Just push this Joker out front and go, look, just laugh at this guy for a bit. It's comedy gold.
Oh my god, I know.
So yeah, I'm not going to be emotionally invested into any of this silly things. So it is entertaining though.
Yeah, definitely not emotionally invested. I got my popcorn out, in my recliner. I'm chilled out. I'm watching from a distance this car crash.
Yeah, incidentally, I put this yay situation in that category. I love his new name, by the way, Yay, because every time I think about it now, I can just go yay. What a brilliant thing. But great. Yeah, he could be an unwitting puppet. He doesn't know. My guess is that he's had words put in his mouth. That's my guess. But he could be an unwilling puppet. But either way, the outcome will be the same, which is, a hammer blow. They will drop the hammer of censorship. You think he's bad now? Just get this guy on there talking for 3 hours about Hitler. That's what we need.
Right. Wow.
So it's clever. It's fiendishly clever.
Yeah. I wonder how they come up with this stuff. But
it's kind of always been the same thing. They've never really changed it. It's just more division, isn't it? Divide and conquer. Yay or nay?
That's a good one.
Anyway, I don't know. He's entertaining. Don't get me wrong. I loved it when he read out Owen Benjamin's jokes. That was hilarious. But again, don't get too emotionally invested in any of it.
He did that?
Yeah. Do you want me to post it for you? There's like a 2-minute clip of him just doing like three or four Owen Benjamin jokes or something.
Wow. Well, it had zero delivery. He was just reading it up fast.
Yeah, but it was still funny.
Hey, what did Crit say about the gas pressure? Is he off now?
Yeah.
He got a phone call.
Oh.
He got a phone call at the exact moment that Mickey asked it. So.
Well, he said that the atmosphere contains itself. There's gravity. And that's about it. The usual. It's not like there's anything he could say.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I was gonna ask him because the way he was talking made it sound like he was just so sure that we were wrong about there needing to be a container because he brought up the firmament or whatever, like the container, but and he thinks gradients are like only possible on a globe or something, or like a gradient is like a suffice answer for there being no container.
Right.
Yeah. I wanted to ask that. Yeah.
They just point right back out at the sky, and and then so declare that the thing that they're claiming is true.
Yeah, and we have helium balloons that go up from the surface where gravity is supposed to be strongest. So it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Was what I was saying damn productive, do you think? Or do you think it was not?
I think you were saying, I think the only thing you should be careful of, because if I was cause I've been around for a while, so if I was going to put my baller hat on and you said like something along the lines of, if I've got the right guy, you said pulling the air, into space or something like that, they'd probably roast. They'd be like, "Oh, well, dude, space doesn't suck." They'd say stupid stuff like that. But
what is that? What do I even say when people say space doesn't suck? Well, what does that mean?
It's so ridiculous because they're just assuming you're dumb. You know what I mean? So they're trying to. It's like who are you even telling that to? Space doesn't suck. I never. No one's saying that. So they're just kind of projecting like stupidity onto you and assuming that's what you think, and then they're just saying it. So it's stupid on the face. There's nothing you even need to say back to that besides like, no one said that.
I've actually heard the point argued that if the universe is still, expanding, then it would, kind of make a vacuum if space is being created or whatever nonsense.
Yeah, but then you would just say that don't you need a container for a vacuum? Just put your feet on the table. Spark you back up. So
I don't know. It's stupid anyway. But yeah, I've been trying to practice how to walk people around the idea like gravity can't hold the air down, but I'm still working on it.
I think my best way to sort of summarize this entire gradient response that we often get back is I've likened it to, and maybe you guys have heard me talk about this before, but a banana. So everyone knows that every banana you've ever come across has come from a peel. Your mom packs you banana slices at lunch. That came from a peel. And so when we're challenging somebody to show you a demonstration of gas pressure existing without a container, it's no different than me going, okay, I need to show me an example of a banana coming from, like existing without a peel, not coming from a peel. And so when someone brings you a bag of sliced bananas, or they bring you the gradient of the atmosphere, hey, look, I've sliced it up for you. That's not proving, obviously, that's not proving that, look, see these slices, they clearly didn't need to come from a peel. That's not proving that. And so slicing up the atmosphere and bringing you slices of the, that's not proving the claim at all. So that's how I've addressed it. Is thank you for the slices, but that doesn't prove anything. It's not actually what you're trying to prove. So if you want to show gas pressure existing without a container or a banana existing without a peel, I need to see like a literal demonstration. Walk me to a tree where there's bananas growing on this tree where there is no peel on any of them. Okay, great. So you've proved it. That's done. Or show them an example of gas pressure without a container. They cannot do it. The only thing they will do is just raise their arm up, extend their index finger, and point at the sky. So that's all they can do.
Where did you get the peel analogy from? Did you come up with that, or did you steal it? I'm okay. I'm not judging.
I think I made that one up. As far as I'm aware, I didn't get that from anyone. So
no, because I love that. I love that so much. But I think of that the Trinities guy. I posted his videos here a few times, but he always does it talks about an orange peel. He always says like, oh well, we'd be the only fruit in existence with no, shell essentially. There's no nuts, no fruits. There's no nothing that hasn't got a shell or an outer, membrane of some sort.
Oh, okay.
But he when he goes into it, I didn't want to plagiarize him because I knew I'd butcher it. But yeah, I love it when he goes into that, and he's an electric realm sort of guy. He goes into all that. But he was basically a normie until about 53, I think, or something like that. And he did an ayahuasca, whatever it was. You know how people do? They just
the ceremony.
I mean, in LA, you can just do it there, I guess. But some people, they go to. I imagine he went to the woods of some Amazon situation. I don't even know, but
yeah,
that's what I think of it in my mind. Some shaman somewhere, guides you through it. And after he just, did a 180 on his life completely. And I love listening to him talk. I really do. So, but that's one of his things. He always brings up this orange peel or apple. And I love people that compare stuff like that. I know it sounds ridiculous, guys. Everyone, just wait for QE to come in and kick my ass. But I love it.
I'm a simple guy, so that type of stuff works for me. I had never heard that before, but that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I love a good analogy. So, don't be bringing me slices of the atmosphere and calling that your peelless banana. Sorry.
Well, I mean, because he did a lot of outdoor activism, and I probably shouldn't say this next week because I'll just totally destroy everything I've already said about him. But it basically, I just love people that think outside the box, and somebody who were challenging him, as they do in these situations, and they were saying, because he was comparing it to fruit and whatnot, and he's like, well, what's outside of this container or whatever it is, and he's like, well, I'm not sure. Maybe it's like a bunch of grapes. And I was like, oh my God, where does it get it from? This is awesome. I can imagine some people hearing that and going, oh my God, this guy's a fruit loop or whatever. But do you know what I mean, though? I just love people that think outside the box. I don't really want to listen to people where if I type whatever it is into Google, it will be in the first 3 results.
Don't touch my box.
I'd rather listen to someone, even if it's Democ, who needs to. I love Democ, but I wish you'd just take it down a few notches. Just please, man, take back off the mic just a little bit, just 2 notches, not too much. Don't want you to lose that edge. But, yeah.
Well, I wish more people felt like you do, because that's kind of how I speak on things, and then it's like nobody wants to hear it. They're like, "Why are you talking, saying this, nonsense stuff?"
You're being mean, Adam. I'm just kidding.
A lot of people think I am being mean. That my tone of voice sounds like I'm hyped up or something, but I don't know. Like every time I speak, it rubs people the wrong way or something. Most of the time.
It's your toxic masculinity, sir.
It might be pretty jacked up on testosterone. I just finished a workout. Just got home from that. Yeah, I'm kind of a brute, so it's got something to do with it. It's not completely off the wall, but when I speak about stuff, especially pertaining to health, which I have like 20 years of research into, hundreds and hundreds of hours into, healing and health and longevity and stuff, and I try to give my opinion on things or give something I know is fact, and I get shut down like almost immediately. People don't want to hear it because it's not.
What's interesting about that subject, and I, you wouldn't. How can I put this? I'd say the most important thing about that subject is to make the person understand that they are themselves. They are their own worst enemy. That is the most difficult challenge for you, then, sir, because I know it's like a cliche, but to make someone see it so, truly so obvious, so, oh yeah, shit. Once you do that, I think then the rest falls into place easily. So yeah, maybe, I don't know. You're welcome to that, by the way. Make that the first title, first chapter of your book.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to it, and I had it figured out earlier, but I forgot what I was thinking. But yeah, one thing is just people aren't open to these types of things. Like they're not seeking that type of knowledge, and it just bounces right off of them in a way. I had a more articulate way to say that, but I'm pretty smoked right now. I'm laying on the couch trying to relax. But it does.
Sorry, I was just going to ask you, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'll be 38 in 2 weeks.
Right. Because I was saying the other day, I didn't really do any thinking on my own until I'm in my mid-30s, and that's That's ridiculous. I mean, of course, I understood
It feels weird
things
to
were
be
back.
the healthiest guy that anybody around me knows, yet they reject my opinion on matters of health. It's like the strangest thing, right? I'm like, I'm a living, walking, breathing example of it. You guys don't want to be like me, or I don't know, maybe there's something to like seeing how much I put into it. You know, like I said, hundreds of hours of research. You know, every week I'm looking into stuff. The research never stops, so to keep up with it, you know, you got to keep your ear to it. And then, you know, the physicality of it, all the hard work involved, you know, I think that puts people off to it. They're like, well, I don't want to do all that. I just want to be lazy. And
that's kind of how I approach that subject. Funnily enough, I do like try and be more realistic because you're absolutely right. But you can be damn sure that when I listen to some expert, because I know I'm not, certainly on nutrition, I'll be looking at their physique and their body. I want to look at them, and I want to see that it's, oh yeah, they mean business. They're walking the walk.
Adam, I can appreciate you do your push-ups, but I've been seeing my overweight doctor for 17 years.
yeah, right. Yeah, it was like recently I was trying to help my niece with her daughter. She's had a cough for about 3 months, and they're like, she was sitting there telling me how she's been given her cough syrup for the last 3 months, and she's not getting better. Of course, I had something to say to that, and she shut me down immediately, tried to find a flaw in what I was saying, and was like, shows what you know, right? And I was like, I felt pretty disrespected there. Like, one, my opinion wasn't valued, and two, like, I'm only trying to be helpful. Like, I'm not disrespecting you. If I was offensive somehow, you know, I would apologize immediately, and we can just work through that. But I just want to see, you know, this wonderful little girl, this niece of mine, get better and be healthy. And it seemed like I was suggesting she go jump off a bridge or something like that, right? Like the complete opposite of what I was doing.
You want to give her herbs and natural things? I'm trying to give her pills from the doctor. Thank you very much, sir.
Like, I keep pumping her full of McDonald's and she's not getting better.
Right, exactly. This world's so stupid.
I mean, the quick cheap fix is ascorbic acid, crystalline powder. It's synthetic, so not most people would be like, ooh, no. Most experts, let's just say. When I brought it up to Gio, it was like, I don't know, pissed on his Christmas tree. Like, what? No! But it's cheap. It's cheap, and it will work. And I took hundreds and millions of milligrams of that stuff. I was actually taking about 25,000 milligrams a day at one point. I think every cell in my body was toxic, like really bad. And I could easily take 20,000 milligrams over the course of a day. Now I can only take about 2,000. I mean, hardly any. So that'd be the first thing I'd recommend. The second thing is what I always recommend, which is always the microbiome, the sauerkraut, that kind of stuff. Fermented food.
What was the first thing you said? A crystallized something?
Oh, vitamin C.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
vitamin C.
I like
therapy, basically. A therapeutic dose of vitamin C.
Yeah, I typically go to liposomal stuff. It's more absorbed by the body.
Yeah, but it depends on the audience. If they've got money forever, if they've got plenty of money, then yes, go with the more natural stuff, definitely. But if the skin, like most people are, then I recommend, ascorbic acid crystalline powder. And you'd be amazed how much, when you're bad, there's a guy called Klenner. I think his name was Frederick Robert Klenner. Anyway, doctor from the 60s, 50s even, he was giving people 300,000 milligrams a day. Bear in mind the recommended daily allowance is 65 to 90. He's giving people 300,000 milligrams orally. By the way, this is not on a drip. This is not on a drip. But the reason I say that is because obviously when you're on a drip, then it bypasses the gut. And the drip is the way to go, I think, if you were in a state. I'm not 100%. I ain't looked into this shit for like 10 years, but Andrew Saul was the guy who put me onto it. I can post his channel, or I can send it to you. Maybe that's better. Because I know these topics are a bit taboo. But the guy I learned, the guy I learned it off is he passed my little test of does he have a dog in the race and does he have a nice face? He passed that with flying colours. So here's his channel anyway. But he worked with another legendary doctor called Abram Hoffer. There's some great doctors back in the 60s in America and 50s.
Yeah, and you can kind of relate it to like taking their ball away, you know, the Globers, like taking their ball away from them. The same thing with health, like when you tell them their whole paradigm is looking at it ass backwards, and they're like, no, that can't be right. The cognitive sets in and stuff, and it is so hard to get through to people. And then, I mean, it's obvious. It should be obvious to everybody right now that it's an attack on us, right, through our food and water and the air we breathe. And I mean, that's square one right there. And you can't even really talk about that with most normal people. They'll reject the idea or just downplay it or whatever they do. But like, you know, to me, I've seen it a long way out and started taking steps to not let myself be a statistic to that or whatever, a victim. And
well,
you know, I just want more people to wake up to it. That way it's not so widespread, right? Like if everybody knows that General Mills Quaker Oats stuff is chock full of pesticides and harmful chemicals and whatever else, then it's only going to go away if we stop giving into it and stop purchasing it. But you know,
but again, it's that attitude in the first instance that because what I've found is just going back out into the world and saying, "Oh, look at this! This is great." All you have to do is shorten that eating window. Shorten that eating window, and it just falls off you. It's miraculous. It's brilliant. Skip your breakfast. That's all you have to do. And as you can tell, I get kind of passionate about it. And then the response you kind of get is, "Oh, I don't want to live forever." You think you're going to live forever? No, it's not about that. It's about having a pretty good second half.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You know, my dad would always be like, you know, he's like 66. He's like jumping off the back of the truck when he was helping me move to my last apartment and stuff. You know, he's in good shape, and he always talks about, you know, I want to be able to jump, flip, you know, stuff like that. So, yeah, you're right. You're spot on, Andy. The back.
I also think that a cleaner lifestyle, cleaner eating, stuff like that will open you up to ideas like we're presenting here on this forum. I think they kind of go hand in hand. There's definitely a connection there about, you know, taking care of your mind, body, and spirit, and then being an intelligent person that's open to ideas and can, you know, flesh things out in your head without becoming belligerent or whatever, like some of these Globers.
You can make this whole experience the holistic one. You can heal your mind, body, and spirit, soul, and whatever you got with the intention that, you know, at least I do it. I say shit like healthy, healing, happy, safe, forgiven, protected, free, and then I end it with amen, because if that works, if the sun is creating shit down here, I might as well, right? All good intentions, okay? And then your whole shit can heal. But you have to be on the right side of things. You got to be willing to help your brother learn instead of preach to him. I got to work on that all the fucking time. I probably sound like I'm preaching right now. I'm not. I'm just trying to help you all out. But that's the deal. You can heal yourself and others. To me, that's the best part. Because your thinking heals, you do better in life. Because at least I do better in life. It's crazy. Since I woke up to being able to think the way that it allows and requires for you to observe your world as it presents itself and not as someone else told you, it reflects great. It bodes well for your future, your cognitive abilities. I don't sound like a stupid ass. I sound like an ass, but not a stupid ass. And that shit helps me think better, clearer. I have confidence because I'm being honest with myself. others, and in that order. And now I'm not doing any of that, and it feels so fucking good. So anyway, that's my rant.
I like it, Glad.
Yeah, here.
You're right. There's definitely intention involved in it. The intention you're setting out, the world you're trying to create for yourself, and then I think your vibes, they resonate with others, right? Like I think people would just being around me and around my vibe would kind of be open to hearing things that are in my mind. So it's kind of perplexes me when that's not the case. Well, I thought just I don't know how to say.
No, it's a tricky business. I hear what you're saying totally, because nobody wants to feel like they're being preached at. And for me, when I was drinking every hour, God sends, I mean, I was getting out some bad energy anyway, so nobody wanted to be around me at all. I didn't want to be around me. That's why I was drunk most of the time. But you sober up and you get a bit humbled, and then I've noticed people want to be around me all the time now, to the point where I'm like, it's slightly annoying. That's okay. It's all good. I'm happy with that. It's a much better situation than people either crying or punch me in the face.
I was kind of trying to relate it to I don't know if you guys seen the True Earth Summit, but
I didn't watch that.
Well, there was a guy he was talking about. It was David Avocado Wolf talking about breatharians. People who have fasted and cleansed for so long that they no longer need food or water, and that like the resonance that these people get off is so powerful. It's amazing just to be around this person. Like you can feel their energy and stuff. And I don't think I'm there, but I think I'm kind of close. Or I think that's kind of the case, that once you become more enlightened and more content, and you're giving off those vibes that people can sense those, you don't even have to say a word. And if you do say a word, make sure it's something that they also resonate with, and then you can get somewhere with people. I'm a delivery guy, so I go all kinds of places, and I talk to different people every day. So I get to experience this firsthand and kind of interact with that idea and see where it takes me. And it's really interesting. If I bring a negative vibe, say I'm pissed off from traffic or something like that, then I'll receive a negative vibe back. If I show up fresh off of listening to you guys and we're having cool conversations and whatnot, and my mood is uplifted, and I go in to these places, a lot of times they're in that negative state, and I'm able to elevate them out of it and get them to where I'm at. And I leave there and everybody's having a better day because I showed up for 15 minutes or whatever it was. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's another side to this as well, where you can be like I was talking to one of my ex next door neighbours, and they're quite big. Everybody's massive now, and so if you've sorted yourself out, and it sort of shines a light on their issues, which can be a problem, and then they won't listen to anything that you've got to say. They just want to, like, this person said to me, "Oh, you look gaunt," she said. And I was like, no, this is what I'm supposed to look like without all the inflammation that I had before. But you see, I instantly recognised, but I didn't say it, of course, that's a them problem. That's not a me problem. That's projection. So, yeah, if you turn up and you're talking about health stuff and you're ripped and you've got an amazing bod, that's instantly going to shine a light on there, and they're quite big or whatever. You're going to be like, oh, God, I don't like this.
She has the gall to say you look gaunt, and she's built like a linebacker.
She's whatever. But everybody's getting it. Sorry, Adam, go
on. What was I going to say? Oh, I have a lot of conversations about that because of my physique. it sparks a lot of conversations. They'll just come out with it like, how do I be like that? So I've dropped so much knowledge on so many people, and of course, like, I don't fill it with a bunch of fluff. I get straight to the point of like, I don't got all day to discuss this. Like, here's what you need to know to get results and better your life. And that's one of the best parts about doing what I do, in both ways, building my physique and also traveling around, seeing different people. Something that gives me great fulfillment in my life is helping these people. A lot of them take what I tell them and put it to good use. Most of them, it's just in one ear and out the other. And then they ask me the same question the next time and the next time and the next, so on. I realize I can't get through to everybody, but it's cool. I definitely enjoy that about it. And I wish I was able to give them that ability to do the work, because motivation's cool, but it's fleeting. Like, it's not always there. I'm not always motivated, but I'm disciplined. I know consistency is the key to everything. So I just stay consistent whether I'm motivated or not. But most people are looking for that motivation more. I've had it at 3 a.m. I'm laying there trying to go to sleep, but I'm motivated to get up and do deadlifts or something crazy like that, right? Well, that's definitely the wrong time. And then when it is the right time, that feeling is absent. So, I get it. So there's coaching involved in that, and I try to help people along with that, like the mindset you got to be in. I think I would make a good coach. I definitely have all the knowledge, but that aspect of it makes it hard. Telling somebody exactly what to do, and they don't follow through. Like, most people want to pay me to help them get to their goals because the monetary incentive is the only thing that's going to keep them on track. They're like, well, I have hundreds of dollars invested in this, I better do something, instead of just, I'm damaging my body and I'm probably going to die an early death unless I do something. And you either pay now or you pay later, is the way I say it. You either invest in your health now or you invest in it later when you're sick and wish you weren't.
Yeah, man, listen, I agree. Prevention and patience. You got to have both. So do prevention as best you can and have patience with your body, have patience with others. Just try to calm the fuck down, and have patience with your body, for sure. It's not going to go, listen, you watch one guy, he's fit and happy and whatever. Yeah, he's probably a mesomorph or an ectomorph. He's probably got it easy for his body. He doesn't have to work as hard as others. Some people put a cheeseburger right on their ass and they have to work really hard to work it off or turn it into muscle or something. Other people don't. So having patience with yourself and like I said, then with people when talking to other people about anything at all. A way I practice having patience is, if they don't practice what you're trying to help them do, if they don't go and do it themselves and they seem belligerent or they're ambivalent or something, just try to have patience. Try to remember the first time you were a kid and try to learn something if you can, how frustrating it was. Well, unfortunately, that's what I had to do, and that's what my opinion is that other people have to do with their worldview, is kind of start over in a lot of ways, and it's not fun, and I felt like a toddler, but I was trying my hardest to set aside my ego and my preconceived notions about what the world should be, and just kind of saying, I'm going to start over, because I do actually only believe what I've been told, and the stuff that I can prove myself, oh shit, there's actually not a lot of that, so have patience with yourself. Yeah, anyway, that's another rant.
Good rant, man. Yeah, one thing besides just building yourself up and what that can do for your mind and body is just eliminating the things that are likely going to kill you. Like, I'm finding out more every day about things that strike off the list. Most of it's already well removed from my diet and my life. So I haven't had to worry about it in a long time. But other people I know are consuming this stuff on a regular basis, and that scares me for them. And I'd at least like to shed the light on that, or like maybe they're seeing it and it's just not registering or whatever, but it needs to be done away with completely.
I bet you've cut gluten out altogether, right?
Yeah, pretty much. occasionally I'll have it. My wife cooks a meal or something. I'll eat with her.
Yeah, I tried that. That's difficult. That's so difficult.
What I understand about gluten, if this is right, gluten turns into an alcohol. It's a sugar alcohol in the body, and the body processes it like sugar or like an alcohol, and that's not very good. So it'll either turn into immediate energy or fat or both, and it'll hurt your glycemic process. That's the main thing about sugar alcohols. So what gluten seems to do is, no matter what form it comes in, bread or juice or whatever, it spikes the glycemic process and your insulin system to the point where it stresses it. And then you produce mucus. Your body produces mucus as a result of stuff too. I think that's my very shitty understanding. Am I right about that?
Yeah, and it kind of acts like heroin on your brain as well.
Yeah, it's like candy.
Yeah, insulin sensitivity is the name of the game when it comes to health. It's most people don't believe me when I say this, but the research is there to support it. It's the root cause of basically every disease. I'd say that, and molds, and now looking into what parasites are doing.
How are you getting rid of mold?
You know, it's a good way to get rid of those parasites and to keep them coming back is just to just have a bunch of fucking apple cider vinegar and like garlic and shit. They hate it. They cannot stand apple cider vinegar, but you got to drink it every day and have a sizable amount. You know what I mean? Ounces worth every day. They won't stick around for that.
I think I've heard that's bad for you, but I can't remember the gist.
No, I swear by that stuff. Apple cider vinegar with the mother. It's got to be with the mother. That just basically means it's unpasteurized. It's still got all the goodness in it. And
yeah.
Actually,
and the thing about I'm sorry, real quick. The thing about the mother is that it's best to have it with the mother. But if for some reason they don't have it with the mother, you still see apple cider vinegar. Grab some up anyway. It's got a lot of health benefits with or without the mother. But yeah, mother's best. Mother knows best, doesn't she?
It helps with the blood sugars as well. Yeah, a good shake or drink in the morning for bodybuilders is a little bit of lemon, apple cider vinegar, water, and glutamine. Glutamine's a big beneficial
Brother,
supplement.
that's what I have. Every morning I have a pre-workout shake, which is bad for my stomach. Branched chain amino acids, glutamine, a couple other things, with some apple cider vinegar in that son of a bitch. And it's great. It lifts you right up.
I want to get my hands on this deuterium depleted water, but I looked it up and it's crazy expensive. But you guys should look into that.
I think it's interesting that I love the fact that you strive for this excellence. I will say that I'm not really like that at all. I strive to be just okay. Just okay. And that's what I strongly urge for anyone else. I don't always stick to what I do, but I don't beat myself up either.
Well, it's an OCD tick for myself that I'm just trying to keep, like as healthy as possible. I'm frenetic, and I gotta feel like I'm accomplishing something, and whatever, that my hands are busy, and so if I'm doing myself a service by keeping myself healthy, so that I might help keep someone else healthy, that's about the best I can. But like I said, it's like, am I drinking enough water? Am I drinking enough water? No, but am I drinking enough water? You know what I'm saying? It kind of gets overboard.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong about this, but I think because water's a solvent, you shouldn't really be drinking too much water. But that could be. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Depends on your activity level. That's all.
I'd say if you drink lots of alcohol, then yes, you need plenty of water. But Tom Barnett's talked about that quite a lot. I recommend Tom Barnett all the time. I think he might be a Freemason, but who cares at this point? I mean, everybody who's anybody seems to be. But I recommend Tom Barnett on talking about water, because he used to drink a lot of water, and he had this incident where he forgot his usual, because he went to a concert. That was it. He went to some sort of concert outside, outdoor thing, festival, and he only had a tiny little bit of water, and he was panicking, and he was trying to be a professional swimmer. I mean, that seems to be an Australian thing, right? I mean, he's an Aussie guy, and he suddenly realised he felt a lot better by not drinking his usual few gallons of water, whatever he was shoving down his throat. And then he looked into it, and he's done a lot more research. He knows way more than I do about this topic, so.
Yeah, and I have a cursory glance at it too, but from what I understand, it's the kind of water you drink, it's how much activity you're getting, what you're trying to accomplish with the water. If you've got something like what they call the flu, you need to be drinking a lot of water. I don't care who you are. But if you're perfectly healthy, you've had enough sleep, you got a little food in your belly, you know, your mouth is moist, right? It's a good way to check to see if you're dehydrated or your eyes are red or not. You know, are you sluggish? But anyway, so you know when you need water or not. Obviously, drink as much, but like it's the problem with water is it's twofold. Well, it's a lot fold, but these are two big ones. It's what's in the water, like where are you getting it from, but then also how many of the other natural minerals from your environment do you have in you already? Water should have a lot of minerals that it gathers from rocks and dirt, and soot and soil in the air and everything, right? It's supposed to have a lot of good shit in it, but it doesn't. And you can count on that. And so what's worse is that water itself is good filtration, helps your body filter stuff out, but the problem with that is you're losing minerals and vitamins and stuff as well during that process in every time, you know, your bladder fills up with pee. So you gotta be cognizant of the minerals you've already had. If you've been sweating a shitload and then you only drink water, why, you're going to feel worse in just a little bit. But if you have a little food with it, drink a little bit of water slowly and let your body kind of adjust on its own, it's a little bit different. But like I said, it's goal-based. It's whatever you're trying to do with your body.
Yeah, you need the salt to retain the water into the muscle and the other cells. And for athletes, most people try to avoid salt, which, you know, is ass backwards. You're supposed to be getting like 5 to 8 grams of salt, I think, is what they're saying, which is a lot. That's a couple of handfuls of salt.
Yeah, it's because salt's super conductive and it helps your body retain water because water's super conductive, man. It's all about electricity. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, I'll just post that. I'll probably remove that, actually. I'll just put it in health and nutrition, probably. Yeah, I went through a phase of drinking just distilled water for a while as well. But I don't know, for whatever reason I stopped, just because I think it's kind of expensive.
I drink well water now, hardly anything else, and I've never felt better physically, ever.
Oh, you lucky son of a gun. Well, you've got access to a well. Of course Sean's got it. Of course he has.
Hey, I got lucky, man. Trust me, I'm lucky. I'm the luckiest guy alive. No question.
Yeah, I won't mind a bit of that well stuff. Yeah, no. I ain't got access to a well.
Yeah, and it's crazy, too. Like, you notice the difference, only you got to really stick with it, you know, and a lot of people only drink well water in spurts, right? You visit somebody who's got a well or whatever. But I drink, as far as I understand it, my father-in-law has both a well and then like a filtration system as well. So it's like, I don't know, like I don't know what I'm drinking, but it's night and day difference. And then you really notice it when you've been drinking this stuff for a few months, and then you have tap water from anywhere. It'll ruin your day. It'll fucking ruin you'll be like, no way was I drinking this all day, every day. Crazy.
Yeah, especially where I live, it's like it's known for being hard water. Like they used to have something called Yorkshire Neck. He's got Yorkshire Neck. Anyway, I don't want to go into that, but it's like known for being shitty. Also, I pulled up there's a map of the UK, and it shows in red the place. It's like a fluoride map, and it shows you the places where, by colour, it denotes where the most fluoride is used, and it's in this area. So
yeah, man, that's scary shit.
Yeah, my brother actually wrote in a very English manner. Wrote to an MP about this matter. It's just a very English thing to do. I'm going to write him a letter, like it's actually like he's going to do anything. But
well, it's like us writing our congressman.
Yeah, I wanted one of them like outdoor. I think is it called biosmosis or something like that. I wanted one of those situations, but they were like 200 and something pound, and I was like, I can't pay that. And I think you've got to change it once a year, or maybe once every 2. I can't remember, but it were a lot of money. So I just ended up going with the water filter that's advertised to get rid of the most fluoride, and yeah, I just basically went with that. So not
I want to know the process. So here's how somebody could bank. Single out the process or the processes that take out fluoride. Just that one process, right? I don't care about all the other stuff. It takes out all the other stuff. Just give me the one that takes out the fluoride. Put it on the news a few times, and then make a sports drink with that in it. It'd be like, yo, not only are we giving you electrolytes, vitamin C, B12, branched chain aminos, we're also taking the fluoride out of your body. That's right, folks. Fluoride-free Gatorade coming up next 2024. Stay tuned.
Yeah, and of course, toothpaste. Don't forget that. Fluoride-free toothpaste and mouthwash.
Dude, here's what sucks. My dentist a while ago was like, I was like, dude, fluoride, yeah. What's your excuse for using fluoride in the dental profession? He's like, well, actually, man, most people don't understand the fluoride ion itself helps teeth from getting, this, that, and the other, and he's like, basically does help protect your teeth. And I said, really? He said, yeah. So it's a misnomer, but you're not supposed to have a lot of it, just like anything. I said, that's it? That's all it is? He said, yeah. I don't know about it being in the water or not, but it really does help your teeth. And I was like, fuck. He goes, yeah, there's no big deal. So a dentist told me the fluoride ion does shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard a dentist say the exact opposite to that. So I'm not knocking this, but I have heard.
Shit. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, who fucking knows?
Yeah.
I'm worried about showers. Like every time you take a shower, just rubbing fluoride on your skin.
Yeah, I've got a filter on the shower as well, but I don't know how much that's helping. So, who knows?
Amongst other things, could be molds and stuff in that as well. I'm starting to worry about that myself.
It's easy to get carried away with this stuff, I think. Go easy on yourself. It's fine.
Well, I think if you're experiencing, low energy and stuff like that, and you shouldn't be, you've eliminated a ton of things, but you still have brain fog and lethargy and stuff then you're like, well, I'm obviously not there yet. There's other things that I need to consider and start working on improving. But I want to feel like Superman 100% of the time.
That's awesome, dude. That's so good. And most people aren't like you, though. Most people are severely broken and may not even know it. And especially in this country. I always thought this about America. This is weird. And you can, chirp in and tell me if it's silly or bollocks. But I used to think that in America, they'd see someone with a nice car, for instance, and they'd say, well, that guy's done well for himself. I'm going to do the same thing. Like it were an attitude thing, right? I want that car for me. I want his car. I'm going to, do well for myself. And hopefully I can, achieve a thing. It is in this country, they go, oh, he's got a nice car. Let me rub a key down the side of it. Or just punch him in the face. I'm telling you, the fucking attitude in this country is just very different. And so, yeah, most people had approached them in a very different way to strive for mediocre. Strive for mediocre, and then at least then you can get some momentum going. You get some momentum going, then who knows? Maybe even do quite well for yourself. But this idea of striving for excellence for most people, and what you're talking about, there's no wonder it puts them off. There's no wonder they're like, fuck it, that's too much. It's just too much stuff.
Well, what is excellence?
Exactly.
Because our school system defines success as being a wage slave until you die.
Yeah. I am worried about what you're saying posted my nice card, and I'm so scared people are going to mess it up for the reasons you described. It's like I'm OCD about the thing now. But continue.
Yeah, no, just thinking. The last reminds me of Doug DeMuro. You know, he says,
What are you
I
guys
agree with
doing
him.
tonight?
Yeah, sorry, I can't see who that is. I was going to say the best car in the world is a piece of shit that you don't care about. Anyway, who's that? Hello?
Adam, what do you think the biggest thing for health benefits is that you've experienced? Made you feel the best?
It's multifaceted, of course, but I'd go to eliminating the things that are known to be harmful to you. So that would be sugars and alcohol and stuff. Like my cousin, he's always asking me how to get fit, yet he drinks every night. I'm like, it's just never going to work, bro. Give one of them up. And then, as I said a little while ago, insulin sensitivity is the name of the game. You need to monitor and control your blood sugar levels, and that'll have great impacts on your health, like with your inflammation and everything. And that involves just strategically placing carbohydrates around your exercise and kind of removing them when you're not needing them. Like you can keep carbs in your diet; it's just fine. Healthy carbs, I eat rice and cream of rice, oatmeal, organic oatmeal. You don't want to have regular oatmeal. It's soaked in glyphosate. It's just going to cause more inflammation. But figure out what causes inflammation, remove it, and then control your blood sugars. Like if I was to get my insulin levels down to, say, 70 or something, that's a nice low number. I could get away with eating whatever I wanted and absorb all those nutrients instead of it all converting to fat. Now, if my blood sugars are constantly elevated by constantly consuming carbs, then whatever I eat, it doesn't matter how hard I work out in the gym or anything, I'm just spinning my wheels, wasting energy. I will get nowhere with elevated blood sugar levels and then just continually making it worth.
Yep. Timing is everything. You got to time your meals, and you got to get to know your body. What's going to work for you is not going to work for the guy next to you. It's just how it is.
Yeah, he's right about that. I've been doing this. I guess I've been a member of my gym for over 10 years, and I was working out long before that. So I've been at it for a really long time, and I'm still trying different things. Like I'll go with, you got to be consistent, so I'll give everything like 6 months or a year or something like that, just involving training and dieting and stuff. See how it works for me, and see where I need to adapt or change things. But like, it's still a learning experience. Right now, I'm trying to dial it back. Like I said, I'll be 38 soon. I'm competed recently. I was grinding really hard, training 6 days a week. I know I have the fortitude to do that. Now I'm trying to see what pulling back and only training twice a week does for me. It's improved my energy levels for sure. But how's that going to help me grow more muscle and stuff like that? And it seems to be working pretty good so far. But that's actually harder for me to not go to the gym and not, because your mind plays tricks on you. I feel like I'm missing out, or I'm not doing enough. Well, I was probably doing too much, so I'll find out after I'm consistent with this and see where it gets me.
Dude, you're making me want to go back to gym. I've been back. It's like 20 years ago, more than that. Jeez.
Well, I'm still in it for the euphoria. After a good workout, there's nothing quite like it, man. When you've checked all the boxes of things you'd like to do to better yourself, and then you get the dopamine release or whatever chemical release. It's amazing.
Yeah, I keep saying I'm going to go to this sauna place, and then I never do. I don't know if you know much about that stuff. The hot and the cold. There's some people swear by it. Just like
it's been proven to be the same as cardiovascular exercise. So 30 minutes in the sauna is the same benefits as 30 minutes on the treadmill or Stairmaster or something. So I like to combine the two. I'll do 30 minutes of Stairmaster and then go get in the sauna for 30 minutes. So 20 is good enough. And, you know, it's a twofold benefit there.
I think I need to talk to you every day just to, just to get me motivated, because now I'm thinking I need to get in that sauna. Because
maybe I can be on you every day.
Yeah, it's not even expensive. It's only like £5. I mean, what's £5? It's nothing. I mean, it's like $200, but sorry, it's no joke. I enjoy. We all know money's silly. We all know money's silly, people.
Get your own sauna. You can get one for about $1,000 if you can scratch that up.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Yeah, I seen that. I seen some people have got like these barrels, just barrel-shaped saunas in the backyard. Now, like that's awesome. I want one of them. But
that's what my mother-in-law does. She has one like that.
But yeah,
she's going strong for. I think
I really got the room for it, to be honest.
I was thinking I got a third bathroom downstairs. I was really hoping one day to turn it into a sauna because I barely use it as a bathroom. But I'd get like the infrared stuff and convert it. And you got to get the teak wood or the cedar wood.
Yeah, I remember at the start, I actually put a post on Facebook about, you know, because I went nuts on Facebook about the Cerveza bug a few years back. And I was just like doing that's about all I could do. I mean, what else could I do? And, you know, I was saying, you know, instead of these masks or whatever it is, everybody should invest in a sauna in the backyard. That would go a long way to helping much more and stuff like that. Anyway, after a while, I could almost feel from the audience, like now, like, yeah, we've heard enough from you. No, there's a train coming to hit you, all your family. Get out of the way. Now, boo. Listen to you anymore. Fair enough. You know, I was calling it Operation Kill the Stupid People for a while. Until at some point they'd come to my door and I'd open the door and I'd be like, okay, this person's most likely had the thing, so I'd just stop. I'd just stay. Well, like Tourette's at first, and then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stop.
It was good chatting with you guys. My youngest just got home. Go spend some time with her.
Have a good day, my man.
See you guys.
is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not
been
what
in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like this?
I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're
What's
still
up, y'all?
using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Please? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there.
So you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right, well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from
Bible
me.
that you
Get
walked
away
on the
from
moon.
me, okay?
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but
penalty
of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You'll get a gun to shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope. Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing.
He said, you want to hit the deck? I don't know. At first I was like, that's a corny ass line. But as I started thinking about it, that's not too bad for an old man. So, you want to hit the deck, mister?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Okay, bud. I don't know, I'll give that a solid 6 out of 10. You want to hit the deck? That's kind of good.
Не знаю, как се зове.
I'll take one flatbread, please.
Mislim da igrao Manchester City čak.
Yeah, extra large flatbread, please. Yes, thank you. How much was that? Oh, $33. Okay, yeah, no problem. Sorry, just on the phone there with our expert baker conducting backdoor deals. That video, didn't he like kick him in the butt or something really weird? He like kind of kicked him in the bum. That was really awkward. If I'm remembering correctly.
What's going on? Listen, we need to fix the problem.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Well, what's the modern solution to our problems?
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Yeah, right. Just you wait, bro. We'll be in space. We'll be in the Space Force soon, actually. Just wait.
Yeah, it's the next hottest market.
I know a guy in Space Force.
You weren't supposed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're not investing in outer space right now, you're really, you're basically losing money. I've already got investments in space, AAA. You got to have insurance for your spaceship, so I've got investments in space AAA.
All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us. Thank you very much.
So, honestly, you guys need to get in it, before it gets too crowded. It's an extremely hot market. We've got space social media.
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Facebook a while ago.
We've got space beer.
Brought to you by Spice Forex. Spice Forex, because Spice BB is piss.
And of course, to help, you're going to want to use that beer to wash down all your delicious space food.
You already owe me a space soda for my last bet. Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Is that where you get Space Forex and Space VB?
Yeah, they just got perms to sell alcohol at Spacey's, so yeah, you can actually pick it up at your local Spacey's. Yeah.
Did someone say before they know someone in the Space Force? I hope that was a joke.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
How you been, CB?
Not bad. Not bad. About to go for a walk.
Have a good week. Yeah.
Just figured I'd check in on the boys. See what's going on.
Getting cold there now?
Yeah. You know what? I'm learning to. You know what? As I'm getting older, kind of learn to like it.
Yeah. If you get a change in seasons, it's good. If you got the same weather the whole 12 months, it's kind of a bit boring, isn't it?
I would imagine, unless
Unless it's nice all the time.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, but it's like that saying, you don't know the good without the bad, so you kind of appreciate both seasons. If you've got tropical weather all the time, people go, "Oh yeah, let's go to the beach," and you go, "I can't be bothered."
Right.
We'll go tomorrow.
Right. I can't be bothered. That's funny. Yeah, that's true. I spent quite a bit of time in San Diego, and like the people there, they were like numb. I was walking around like, wow, this is amazing. Like the weather's so nice and you can see so far, and like everyone was like, yeah, it's whatever, dude. So I can't be bothered.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Like people from Queensland here, it's always nice and warm.
Oh, really?
Speak a bit slower. Yeah, how's it going, mate?
Queensland. Let me look that up on the map. Because, California. It's almost like they just set the temperature and just left it. And I really like that. But, no, when I got back to the Midwest, at first I was like, man, it's cold here, and it was only like mid 50s degrees. And I thought that was cold. But now, it's like 47 here. It's probably going to be, low 40s tonight. So I kind of like the cold now. So it's weird.
Yeah. Well, we just come out of. We just had first day of spring on the weekend. First day of summer on the weekend, and it was hot. But we didn't have much of a spring, so we went straight from winter to summer. It's been a really strange year.
Wait. So hold on. I've got Queensland pulled up here. Now you're saying, what season is it right now there currently?
Oh, so it's summer.
Wow.
But their winters are it depends. It's a huge state, but if you go, say, maybe look at the weather in like Cairns or something like that, Cairns, Cairns, and you got tropical weather all year round. Maybe 30 degrees. I don't know what that translates to, but 30 degrees all year round.
Okay, I've got
tropical paradise.
Wow.
Check. That's like 90 degrees, huh?
Wow. Hey, Sonny. Yeah, I was just talking about the weather there where you are.
Yeah. It's winter here. It rained last night, so it's wet, but it's not usually much rain, but just enough to make the streets wet. But I slept in. I'm just waking up here at noon.
Man, what do you say? It's called Cairns or how do you pronounce it in Australia?
Oh, we say Cairns, but we don't pronounce things properly, so.
Cairns. You just
we just Cairns because we can't say ours.
Cairns.
It's a weird word. It looks really nice out there, dude. There's an airport and the beaches look really nice.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, mid to northern Queensland is like it's like you're on a tropical island, but
wow.
We're on the mainland. It's really nice.
Can you drive there, or is that kind of far?
For me, it'd be like maybe a 3-day drive.
Oh, so you got to fly there if you want to go.
Yeah, it's about 4 hours in the plane.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah,
Australia
3 hours maybe.
looks so huge, dude. It's bigger than the US, right? Or
Nah, square kilometers. The US is much bigger.
oh, yeah. I see.
Yeah.
I guess the territories are just chunked out in bigger sizes than the states.
Yeah, we just have like 5 states and 2 territories.
Tasmania, what's that like?
Tasmania, it's a lot like New Zealand. Bit colder, heaps of mountains. It's a pretty small population, but heaps of national parks and forests. Like a wet, cold climate. But during the summer, it's hot. Everything's hot during the summer.
There's a ferry over there?
Yeah, it's called the Spirit of Tasmania. It takes 10 hours. So you can get a cabin. You can get a cabin, or you can just stay up on deck. So they do two ferries a day, one at night.
10 hours? Damn.
Yeah. So it used to be. It's the same. The Channel ferry from England to France. It was the same kind of distance as that. So 10 hours, but I think it might be a little bit quicker now because they got new boats. But
interesting.
It's still a long way away. It's 45 minutes on a plane.
You can't be mad at that. Have you left Australia? Have you been?
Yeah, I wasn't born here.
Oh, okay.
Not many. So we got. I think it's 50% of the people that live here weren't born here.
Hey boys, we got another homeless camp, and this one's right outside the White House.
I thought the White House was a homeless camp.
No, like there's a legit homeless camp there. Why don't they just let the people come in the White House?
Yeah, they got heaps of free rooms.
Yeah.
That's because Biden's not in there. In a studio.
We just got we're opening our first electrical vehicle plant in Canada.
First one, huh?
Yeah.
Small step for
Yeah, for what?
For electric cars.
Small step for Elon? I don't know.
You're trying to make it sound good, aren't you?
Elon owns Tesla, not Canadian car production.
Yeah, but all the Teslas are just going to park there and charge up their cars.
That's good, though. I gotta strain the grid. Do you all think that our electrical grid could handle these cars? Our whole world going electric?
We're having that problem at the moment. So in the city where all the apartments are, they're putting in these big chargers underneath the apartments, and they shorted out one of the grids.
No.
So they had to put a hold on in installations.
And they're not getting any less popular, so...
Yeah, that's right. What are they going to do? Dig up the streets and rerun all the power in the city? What a disaster.
It was all part of Elon's plan all along.
All we can do is underground platforms.
First, we'll destroy their then they'll
destroy the power grid.
Then they'll really need us.
The cartoon genius.
You mean NASA?
Well, Elon's the real genius here. We all know that. Elon has all the Don Pettits and the Michelle Thalers.
What is that?
Oh, you know.
You don't know what Don Pettit is?
No.
No.
Who is that?
You got a clip, CB?
Hold on to your seat there, mister.
Is he a cool guy or no?
You know, he likes to play the didgeridoo, from what I've heard.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the Corvid.
That's him. You can't even say COVID, dude.
I thought that was Glat Flobe.
And maybe it is. Maybe he's undercover.
COVID. He did the COVID.
So who is this guy? What does he do?
He's an astronaut. He's one of the smartest Americans going around.
Yeah,
if he's an astronaut, why doesn't he show us the proof?
Well, he just turned
because they lost the technology.
He just turned 60s.
Well, he was
An old man.
66. He was 66, but he just, turned 67. So, there's that. But
he's the one that says, and they say, so what if you get a leak? And he goes, well, you get a leak.
Yep. It'd be interesting.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
No, that's just
Then you have a leak.
Yeah, I think it'd be a fun exercise to ask any Glober to apply that we lost the technology, and it's a painful process to get it back to anything terrestrial. Any experience that's happened ever. I want a parallel to something here in the real world.
You mean like a technology that's come out that they've lost the plans for and things like that?
Yep. Anything that we've ever done ever. Oh, just the religion? Oh, golly gee.
It's like saying they lost the technology for one of those nuclear submarines.
If they believe that, you should ask them if they lost their brain.
Did anybody watch the movie Troll yet?
No, what is that?
Oh, it's on Netflix. It's actually really good. I thought because of the previews it would be cheesy. No, it was good as hell. The one thing that I noted is this is like 100-foot tall thing, 150-foot tall thing that the government had a hard time tracking down. Why didn't you guys just use satellites in the movie? I know it's a movie, but I was just sitting there thinking that, y'all didn't use any satellites? Y'all, it's a 150-foot tall thing that popped out of the ground a day ago, and the military doesn't know where it is? That is very odd.
That's funny. Yeah. So just like real life, they don't use satellites to find anything because they don't exist. Well, the way we think they do. The way most people think they do, right?
Right. Yeah, I literally can't think of a single technology that you just destroy and you can't do it again. Isn't that that's so ridiculous? Just as I say it, you do something once, then you destroy the technology, and then you can never do it again. Really?
So that's why they're still doing it again. What?
Right. That's why they just claim they went back.
So they just go on, keep doing it. They say they lost the technology. We can't go there. You know, he's like, I wish we could go there, but we destroyed the technology. Not we lost it. We destroyed the technology, and so we can't go there. And here they are. What are they doing? Going there again.
But the question he answered was, where is the data, the proof, the evidence?
Right.
And he's like, oh, we destroyed that. But you're still going into space.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Exactly.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Because we don't want to.
Most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans. The landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
It's all gone.
When they say they don't have anything to play it back, what do they mean? Like, I'm sure they could find something, a film, an old film museum that would play something.
Is that the most ridiculous thing ever? Because there's a bunch of nerds out there that have all kinds of tape machines, know how to make them. Like, what?
I mean, I'm not a teacher, but it makes me feel like I'm a young school teacher to hear these types of excuses. Well, teacher, even if I had my homework, I don't have a backpack to bring it to school. So honestly, I don't even know what to tell you. It's like, what the? Just tell me you didn't do the homework, dude. It's like, why are these crazy excuses?
Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone.
Yeah. I haven't seen my homework, and even if I did, my dog would have eaten it. So
that homework is now a brick in the wall.
I physically lost it, but I visibly recorded it. I just don't have the technology to play it back for you from my eyes, from my brain recording.
Yeah, honestly, teacher, I would turn in my homework in a nanosecond, but I destroyed it, and it's a painful process to do it again. So you'll have to just give me an A.
I'd come and pick you up, but I just put sugar in my gas tank, and it kind of sucks. It's hard to get it back out.
See, this is a skit that needs to be on TikTok. This is the shit I'm talking about. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah. Sorry,
actually,
teacher.
yeah. Let's do that skit individually.
Here's another one. Here, teacher. Honestly, I would do the homework, but you see, they changed the technology. They changed the way all the pens are, so they destroyed that other technology. That's why I can't give you the homework.
I do my math, but they made it all Common Core now.
All the pens are different now, so the one I was using before, it doesn't work. It got destroyed. When it stopped working, that one stopped. That was the one I did my homework with. Now they have all new pens. They have new technology I can't use.
Well, you see, we'd go back to the moon, but you know how it moves? It's in a different place now.
Well, what if it's in the same place, but we're just rotating?
Okay, stay on track. It's about that the technology got destroyed, and that's why you can't do it again. So stay on the plot.
Yeah, but they didn't say it couldn't be remade. They just said it was very difficult.
Okay, so make up your own skit for.
That's kind of like when the genie tells Aladdin that he can't like make anybody fall in love or kill anybody, but at the end of I can't kill anybody, or no, I can't bring anybody back from the dead. He's like, I don't like doing it. So that means that he's done it before. He's a liar.
Sorry, honey, I can't come over anymore because my car got damaged and I had to destroy that technology. It's a painful process to drive back over. Think which one of your girlfriends is going to go along with something like that. Like they destroyed the technology and that's why you can't do something that she asked or whatever.
Sonny, you got me thinking like more little
Yeah, I'm
a little more deeper than that, I guess. It's like imagine she's like, you ready for round two? It's like, well, honestly, I'd be ready for round two in a nanosecond, but unfortunately, it's a painful process to build it back again.
Well, no, you see, we destroyed that technology. See it right there? So now, yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm going to need a quill to do my advanced algebra.
A quill. That's right. Yeah, I don't have the proper technology. I guess they destroyed that technology. How am I supposed to get my homework done if I don't have that quill pen? And the inkwell, they go together.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous excuses. Like no adult should ever accept something like this, but these are the experts saying this. If you just had it come out of the mouths of children, it would sound just almost, I don't know,
or like
more ridiculous.
What about the clip where the little girl is asking about going to the moon and Buzz is like, well, we didn't.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Oh my god! Okay,
wait,
it's happening!
I have two of those, actually. Some other girl asked him this.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen.
Scariest. He's like snide.
That's pretty scary.
It didn't happen. He was just straight friend with her. Oh my God. He's like full on. It didn't happen. That's outrageous. And he told the other girl too. The other little girl, like,
Has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question.
That's my question.
I want to know. But I think I know.
But I think I know.
Because we didn't go there. And that's the way it happened.
And that's the way it happened. And we didn't go there. And that's the way it happened.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Do you speak any English?
It stopped because it didn't happen. And places to go beyond imagination.
Did he say, and we didn't go, or we didn't go there?
I think it's and we didn't go there.
We didn't go there.
Yeah.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
And that's the way it happened.
And that's the way it happened.
Yeah, but he's not telling you what else happened, you know, where it really did it, where their quote space was, where the movie set was. That's what they're not telling you.
Yeah, and Bart Sabrell pretty much showed us.
Well, he does say it in that interview with Conan.
Yeah, he does say it quite a few times right in public that we didn't go, that we were passengers on a ride, that what else? How soon how close to the buzz on Conan was Jim Carrey's thing? Does anyone remember? I'll have to do my own research. One sec.
We went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Jim Carrey was with a different guy. It was Conan O'Brien.
Yeah?
No. Leno. Two different.
Yeah.
No,
late
it
shows.
was Jay Leno. He was with Jay Leno. Yeah.
That's what he said.
I thought you said, yeah. So, right. That was Conan O'Brien with Buzz. Isn't that right? It was Conan O'Brien with Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and Carrey was with Leno.
I'll drop a link to the interview. I was actually thinking about that interview yesterday. I was going on a walk and thinking about that line where he goes, "Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed," or something like that. And he comments and says that was a really good line.
See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well, what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curve-top radio and listened.
Talking about, how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop.
It's
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that? That
was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Not a bad line indeed, Buzz. Not a bad line at all. Tranquility Base. What the hell is that? Houston, Tranquility Base. The Eagle has landed. These guys are so corny. Not gonna lie, though. My people heard that and started crying. Oh, boy.
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place? What the fuck y'all talking about?
That's me, pretty much.
So that was in the year 2000. That's what it... could that be right? That long ago?
Damn, dude, that does seem like...
Shit.
Like Buzz still going?
Longer video of the interview dated May 17th, 2000. So it was before 2000? Wait a sec. I'm just trying to find the date of the show. It probably was 2000. Look at that. That's crazy. Yeah. 5/17/2000.
Damn. It does look old.
Almost 23 years ago, Buzz said, why do they keep backpedaling with what he actually said? They have to change that. You need like a Glober.
Yeah, Globe Whisperer.
A translation, Glober translation. We need translators now for Buzz or something. We misunderstand his actual words. The actual words are what we're focusing on. The actual words. not the translated version.
Yeah, we need the Globe Whisperer to translate it from English to English.
You could take the little pauses and everything, take it in little phrases. You're making definite comments with pauses. Pauses are used to make sure that one gets highlighted, what you just said. Like that. Right? He's not saying, and this is why it happened that way, or that it didn't happen. He didn't explain. He just made a statement.
Yeah, he's also not speaking Chinese either. So
no, or whatever. Wow, that's a trip. Okay, now let's look. So we got that. That was in May 17th, 20. Wait a minute.
Glover's always trying to switch up the.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. It's not that long ago. Hold on. It was in 2020.
What?
2020. I was wrong. I know I blew your mind. The video clip dates back to May 17th, 2020. So it was only 3 years ago. But that's pretty timely. Think about that then. It wasn't. I couldn't imagine him saying anything like that in 2000. Not at all. I don't know what was going on with the fake space thing in 2000 in that period of time, like from 1990 to 2010 to 2000. What was going on? What were they doing? Anyway, anybody remember off the top of their hat what they were doing? Is, let's say, from 1990 to 2000. What were they doing? Just somebody look it up real quick. Don't be lazy. Yeah, I see you there being lazy. You're trying to look.
NASA.
Just look. Thanks.
You mean NASA?
Yeah, NASA. What was NASA doing in that 10 years from 1990 to 2000?
STS missions.
Okay. Oh, good. The Challenger. All that stuff. Well, Challenger's 85. STS missions. Yeah. Okay. So they had these little weird things flying around in the sky from the STS missions, didn't they? What was all that about? Practicing their CGI? I don't know. Was that real? Anybody? Oh, what else are they doing? The moon, the Mars thing, bro. The first Mars lander, right? People were watching that everywhere. I remember that. That was about 1993. Yeah, 1993. And they were talking about 93, 94. They were talking about the pyramids on Mars alternatively on the other side, right at the same time. They were talking about the pyramids. There's structures on Mars. Ancient Aliens started getting popular, right? Okay, so that was kind of the timeline I was trying to remember. Now I get it. And it was all that.
You remember the broken tether?
Yeah,
you remember the broken tether? Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Broken tether, yeah.
What is that?
There was footage that they had back in the 90s of a mission that went wrong and a tether broke and apparently drifted off into space, right? But in the foreground, there's all these like weird looking, like, I don't know, jellyfish creatures swimming past and contracting and expanding and shit. Like, I don't know, it was really weird, pulsating lights, like, and it was all in like infrared or night vision or some shit. Yeah, it was really weird, and all the ancient alien conspiracy theorists jumped on that. Oh look, there's life in space, and they're hiding it. They fucked up, you know.
I can already see it now. Squids in space.
Yeah, while I'm looking up the date for the Jim Carrey with Leno, I'm looking up that date as well. But let's see, what were we just talking about? Oh, the squids in space and all that weird stuff. Yeah, and then there was some bubbles in space, things, little tiny tube animals in space. Remember that? Yeah, man, I was looking at all that weird. See, I've been doing this for a long time.
And then, of course, there was the Russian report that they found krill on the outside of the International Space Station windows.
Now, what the hell is that all about? When they bring up these weird stories like that, like, why are they inserting that into the narrative? Exactly. There's krill. That doesn't correlate with bubbles, then, I guess, does it? Yeah, nothing fishy here, folks. Literally, no pun intended.
Dude, krill.
And then there was a Russian report that they saw angels.
Okay, well, you know what? That's probably a more realistic one. Let's see. Almost, 19. Now listen. Wait a second. Hold on. This now.
Bro, what haven't they said, dude? That is so funny.
Yeah, oh man, back in the day, I was like right into Ancient Aliens and shit. Not that I thought, like I thought it was more like a demonic thing, but I loved all that stuff, and I looked into all that shit, and I wish I had all the saved data that I'd collected, searching and researching and shit, but I lost it all, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah. Yeah, Your Honor, I was on my way to the court case. I dropped my briefcase, and it was raining, and I destroyed all the evidence that was in my briefcase. And it would be a very painful process to put it back together. So just give me the win, and I'll be on my way.
Man, Jim Carrey is slamming NASA in this one, and that interview is from 1994 with Jim Carrey. He is just totally lambasting NASA and all their bullshit. Like he goes, look, I was abducted by the Greys. They took me in their ship, and he goes, look, I have marks to prove it. He lifts up his shirt on his side. He's got 3 dots. He starts drawing with a marker. This one to this one, and this one to this one, and then you go from here to there, and like he's going. That's exactly what they're doing, making stuff up, and then. Okay, so look, let me drop the link. This is hilarious. I need to play that. I found the time. It's at 7 minutes 20 seconds. And this video is when he starts talking about Neil Armstrong, but he's killing it. He's killing it on NASA with right before that. Okay, this is great. We should play this. Let me see if I can play it, that little spot. Can't get copyrights for little clips, right?
You said 7. So I got it pulled up if you want me to do it.
720.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got it.
And they just start making stuff up. Yeah. Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Okay.
Great. So you got that clip now, right? Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Brilliant. 94.
Yeah, so now, like, right before that, he is totally... That's what his whole intention is in this one. He's totally messing with NASA and the people that believe it. And they're buying it.
The comments don't really mention anything, seems like, about this space. Everyone's just like, he's awesome.
It's not loud enough in this for some reason. That's really weird.
Do you want me to keep playing it, or?
Yeah, go back to like 4 minutes 30 and start there.
4 minutes 30.
Because you got to catch I catch this humor now more.
Cinnamon. Yeah. I tried to tell you, man, and now you're out on a limb with nothing to go. Nowhere to go. Cinnamon.
Let's talk about Christmas. Christmas memories, stuff like that. Growing up, yeah.
Christmas has never been one of my favorite times.
Really?
No.
This is what you want me to play, Sonny?
Beautiful flowers and everything, but highly poisonous.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, maybe it's a little further. Sorry. Yeah, sir. 5:13. Try right there. He's talking about Christmas, but something happened to him. So listen to that.
I was trying to get to sleep. I was in my bed, and I was thinking, this is Christmas. I was so excited I couldn't sleep. Right? Santa's coming. Then I heard something on the roof. I heard clomping around on the roof. I heard little tiny footsteps. I'm thinking, the footsteps of elves. Of course, it wasn't. It was the footsteps of tiny aliens. Greys, I guess they call them in the UFO community. I was taken aboard a ship and subjected to several very, very painful experiments, and I have physical evidence to prove it.
You mean you can prove that you were on? Because that seems.
I was marked by the aliens. I'm not kidding around here. I was marked by aliens. Can we get the camera to zoom in? Let me show you. You see that right there?
Yes.
That is their mark. These 3 marks here are actual coordinates. It's a map of their solar system.
Wow.
Do you have a magic marker of some kind? Just a big thick one would be good. Okay. Now, see, if you join the coordinates, you start here, and you start joining these coordinates like this. Yeah. You'll see that it's almost a perfect triangle. Okay. Now, if you follow this side of the triangle up, that you will eventually realize where the location of the space station is. That aliens are moving and living among us.
If I didn't know any better, I'd think that was Glatflobe.
I know, right? Yeah, it's hilarious, man. That is hilarious. Yeah, it sounds just like Glat.
It's one of them there alien mahoozits.
Jim Carrey, why are you copying our friend Glatflobe? That's what we want to know. Why are you doing it? Asking about motive again, huh? So he's pretty hip in 1994. He's saying, what a bunch of bullcrap. He was right on. He was right on. He couldn't say that now. In this cancel culture, they're already canceled anyway. They had to move out of Hollywood. Everybody's gone. It's a ghost town. They're going to start boarding up all the buildings. You wouldn't know this, but there's parts of actual right in Hollywood that are Hollywood Hills where there's these quaint little freaking 1920 craftsman style cottages and houses, nice little yards, like someplace like your grandma will love to live, back in those days. They're about to destroy all that technology though. So you'll go to look at those old neighborhoods and, or perhaps the one you've lived in yourself, and you'll find that entire thing has been destroyed. The entire neighborhood. They destroyed that technology, and they're definitely not going to build it back. They're just going to leave it flat.
We destroyed that technology.
Oh, dang. Back on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, everybody was wondering, waiting for some answers from the globe. And I don't know, I guess we just have to sit back, get comfy in our easy chairs, and just keep waiting. I don't know. Doesn't seem like you can provoke the tiger. No fight left in that tiger. Crypto said the other day, Sonny, take your medicine. Oh, that's hilarious. They destroyed that technology. It's a painful process.
Oh, here's a challenge, NASA. Put a big ass fucking light on that thing up there so we can see where it is during the new phase.
I got a better idea. Hold on. Here's a clip from our sponsors.
When I grow up, I want to go to the moon. Why wait?
Why wait?
Whack.
That was awesome. Okay, back to slamming this fake space bullcrap. What's this one? There's no place to go. Did you guys already play this today? Yeah. That's worth playing again, actually.
What are you trying to play?
This Terry Eicher video that was played about an hour ago. I'm going to play it again. It's got some Neil deGrasse in there. See what this numpty is saying.
Oh, I've got a Neil deGrasse one you can play. But the bot doesn't seem to like MP4s.
How long is it, Sonny?
It's 14 minutes.
14 minutes? Oh, mine's only 27 seconds.
No, 14 minutes. Oh, is that too long? 14 minutes?
I mean, if you want to, there's a couple of people here. We could hopefully keep the conversation.
Yeah, let's just keep the conversation. I won't play something that long. What's your 14-second one? Let's play that. Or whatever you said.
27-second one. Hang on, I'll post it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, let's do it that way. I don't want to take up too much bandwidth so we can keep talking. I like the conversation.
Yeah, you're going to use up all our data, Sonny.
I feel a great sense of humor in the room. In me, I feel a sense of humor today. I don't know, stuff's hilarious today. I don't know. Excuse me. Okay, let me see. A little slow here. Trying to keep on track. Did you post it in the live stream?
Yeah, it's taken us dandy time.
That's all right. No worries. We
A few moments later.
A few moments later. We will be right back in a moment. How you like my song? La, 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 la. We wait. We wait all the time. I like to say, I have all day. People are in such a hurry. They're not used to hearing somebody say, no worries, I'm not in a rush. I have all day.
Today, Junior?
We only have one day. Every day.
Trajectory around the sun was completely determined by gravitational forces.
There we go.
How do you know?
Because we calculate this. We have this laws of gravity, laws of
Look at
physics.
this. Look at this. See this? See that? That trajectory was completely controlled by gravitational forces after it reached its peak up here and came back down, and yet a thinking creature started the process. Okay? It doesn't mean if this came in and goes, oh, gravity did that.
Okay, Stephen Colbert. Okay. Listen to how terrible Neil sounds there, too. He's like, we just know already, okay? Look how easy it is just to start debunking stuff by asking questions. We could just calculate it. So?
Yeah, it was actually in reference to. I remember when they said that huge ass asteroid, long shaped thing went past, and they thought, oh, it's an alien spacecraft.
Yeah. The one that was like long, kind of like a.
Yeah, I can't remember the name.
I remember that actually.
Yeah, they gave it some traditional Hawaiian name or something. I can't remember now. But yeah, he was saying we can debunk that it's a spacecraft because it's in an orbital trajectory, and we can calculate that with gravitation and all that. And Colbert was like, "Oh no, yeah." That's what he was like, yeah, sure, like he was on the side of the alien spacecraft, thing. That's why he was trying to debunk the whole gravity thing, so it can still be an alien spacecraft. I want to believe. we've had somebody in the lobby for I don't know. I think he got VC verified actually. Might be even listening, but he's right. He's really big into the whole alien thing. And that's why he doesn't want to let go of the globe.
What was his name? Dude from earlier?
Yeah, he's been hanging out in the lobby.
Was it Time Waster?
Yeah. Yes.
Was he trolling or was he being for real?
I think he's for real. I don't know.
Wow.
It's hard to tell sometimes, huh? Hey, there's the Tether link there for you to look at. CB
Okay.
and what was the other one we were talking about? Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on back then. What about the SCS 75? That's when they see all these weird things in there. Oh, sorry.
Dang, you just almost got sucked into a black hole.
Sounded like that, huh?
I think that was the sound of the bending and warping of space-time.
It was coming out of my screen. I thought it was going to reach out and grab me. Abracadabra. NASA wants to reach out and grab you. Dude.
It's actually pretty catchy. You should maybe think about doing that.
I know. I should do a song for that.
NASA wanna reach out and grab you.
Deborah.
I do like a good parody. Yeah. All right. Well, Sonny, you're on it. Get started.
Oh, out of tune, band.
What have I done?
I like having electric strings on the two high strings of my acoustic sounds.
Great, that's good, man. I wish I had that kind of skill. Did Crit just not ever get back on?
Don't know. I'm out of the loop. I just got in.
Oh.
Bunch of jellyfish looking things in space back in those days. We're talking 1990 to 2000. Huh. Jellyfish flame on the International Space Station. What? Oh yeah, there was the Black Knight thing. They see there's another. Here's another thing. A Black Knight. Stories about that.
What is it?
It's in the live stream. You heard about the Black Knight. They think it's some kind of ancient satellite that's not anything from Earth that's been hovering around above Earth. They remember that was like back in the 90s, around 2000.
I've heard of that. That's like luminaries or something.
There's some kind of satellite up there. I put an image in the live stream voice text for reference, but also that was same time as the tether, those little jellyfish looking things in there, the bubbles in space, the bubbles around the ISS, the strange tube-like creatures. Let me look that one up.
Huh. Yeah, I've never seen that. I've heard some people claim that during solar or what is it? I think during solar eclipses, that whatever is actually causing it isn't actually the moon.
Yeah, there's been no moon ever seen approaching. Whenever those eclipses happen, the moon is in its new moon phase, cannot be seen by anybody on Earth, unless somebody has a contradictory to what I'm saying. But as far as I know, for the 3 days it's in the new moon phase, no one's seeing it anywhere. And that's every time there's a solar eclipse, that's exactly when it happens.
Yeah, so that would be kind of like the same thing, like kind of like the Dark Knight.
No moon,
It's it's some kind of like dark luminary or something. Like it's
no. The Dark Knight is supposed to be something that's a manufactured mechanical object, like a ship that's just sitting up there floating around. Some kind of artificial satellite that that was just one of the stories that was coming around during that period of time I'm talking about. So for a reference, I'm talking about from the period of 1990 to 2000. What was happening in space news and NASA? What were they doing? What kind of projects? So we were talking about that. I talked about during that period of time, the pyramids on Mars, the different things on the moon, the ancient aliens, the list goes on and on. The Dark Knight was one of those, the artificial satellite. They think it's an ancient satellite. Some people speculated that it was Noah's Ark, that all the genetic material is there, that is some aliens just sitting out there waiting. So there's a bunch of different stories about Dark Knight itself. And then I don't know if you saw the same period of time, the tether thing from the STS space shuttle incident where all the little things are swimming around that look like jellyfish. That's in the live stream as well.
I saw that. I didn't know what to make of it.
Yeah, well, this was going on back in those days. The first, let me see, I'm trying to find the other one. There was like some kind of tube creatures. Can't seem to find that one. I'm just going by memory back in those days because computers were still pretty new at that time, and I had one pretty early on. So I started looking at things that were happening online, and hold on. Here's another one. UFO. They say this is what they were putting out back then. Hold on. That mission, 1991 mission shuttle, and they showing a bunch of strange stuff, man. I don't know what they were trying to do with showing that, or what was really going on. But apparently it was about right then that they changed their narrative and went from this style with showing a bunch of weird shit to something else going on. And now what we see now, the ridiculousness of what we see now that is so easy to call out, they switched during that period to what we see now.
Yeah.
So it's good to go back. If you did something you want to go back. Sometimes you need to go back and look at what they did before. It's quite revealing. If you miss that stage, because you told me, I never saw that before. I don't know what to think of it because you hadn't looked into it back then. But see, I'm just older. That's all. So I was looking through all this before, like for a very long time, for over 30 years. Or whenever computers first came out and I was able to get on, there were just bulletin boards before. I remember when there was only boards where people were just texting each other on boards before the actual internet. I remember all that.
No, I'm watching it now. I didn't even realize that it was a link. I wasn't paying attention that it was a link.
Yeah. And so these are the other things. I can't find, that might be one of them, but there's probably compilations on YouTube of all these weird things. I would search that out, but let's see. There was the Face on Mars. Don't forget that.
So have you seen, I'm sure you've seen the SpaceX rocket go against the firmament, and it looked kind of like water.
No, wait a minute. Maybe.
It's like the SpaceX rocket is like.
How long ago?
Like a year, maybe.
Yeah.
No, not even a year.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen like all that shit.
Yeah, because I've seen. I saw the video of Project Dominic, Project Fishbowl, or Operation Fishbowl. Yeah, I've seen the video of the bomb exploding, and it looks like it's like you could see it actually hitting it for a second, and then it just dissipates.
I think they were actually mapping. Oh shit! That poor mouse. I've dropped this mouse 60 freaking times. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Thank God for touch screens. Get that work, yo. Am I muted? No.
Oh well. I'm looking at this animation of these astronauts kind of sitting here on these wires, and it reminds me of the Peter Pan Broadway play where you have like a person flying across on wires.
Totally does. Might as well play the Nutcracker Suite or something while you're watching it. Oh, there we go. This mouse must be bulletproof. I've had it for like 5 years or something. I drop it all the time.
The DARPA mouse.
Yeah, it's like old Logitech, a little small one, but little wireless mouse. It's badass. Anyway, I need a keyboard. I need a wireless keyboard next. But I got this little portable plug-in keyboard. It's quite handy. Yep. Let's see. I don't know. I'm running out of steam on that. But let's see. Face on Mars. The first Mars. The first Mars rover was about that time. The STS-95 shuttle mission imagery. Let's see. What's this? From NASA. Oh boy, that's a big curve. NASA, are you kidding me? Look at this. Fake as can be. I mean, really? How big is Earth again? That's quite an extreme curve there, don't you think, folks? Ridiculous. The Face on Mars Science Mission Directorate. Oh, let's see what NASA says about the face on Mars. See, I'm telling you, this is official NASA imagery. So what were they? What are they doing? Why? Face on Mars? Oh, gee whiz. Trying to divert all these ancient alien people to that. That's what they were doing. Of course. Hijack.
Not seen. Are you playing something?
No, I'm talking about what I'm talking about, and I'm posting the related images and links in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I'm driving right now, so it's.
Yeah, so you're disconnected from what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to give you a play-by-play of what I'm actually talking about, and you got that right. The context is what NASA in the space news was 1990 to 2000. So that's everything I'm putting up there is that period of time. Like, yeah, that's what I was. The STS missions, the one with the tether, the weird shit in space, the Dark Knight satellite. That's what I'm on about right now. So I'm just going to put a few more things and then I'll yield the floor so you guys can talk about whatever else. I'm just going to put some more things. These are supposed to be images they found on Mars. That's weird. That looks like a guy in a hat. Hold on. There's a guy in a hat on Mars. What those are is probably real images up above Earth somewhere. It looks like Cahokia Mound or something. This does. These are probably actual mounds from Earth. Look at that. What is that face with a hat on? What? Okay, what else is going on? Space news.
Space news. It doesn't fucking exist. News over.
We'll give you the news about stuff that doesn't exist. Okay, here we are. Let's see more images from NASA.
In other news about lies, about other news that's also lies.
Exactly. What didn't they lie about?
Everything.
Everything's up for grabs, folks.
That's the amazing thing. They lied about everything.
Everything. I tell people that. They look at me a little weird, but I'm like, everything you ever knew about health or anything they told you was all a lie. It shocks people.
Mm-hmm.
But they need to
Sad
hear
as
it.
that is to say.
They fucking need to hear it. Like, I'm sorry, like it's 2023 almost. It's wakey wakey time. Wakey wakey. So what's the space review? Oh, look, they found somebody. Someone died on Mars. They lost their car keys and they couldn't find them. They lost their technology and they died out in the Martian desert. There it is. There's the proof. Oh, God, that's great stuff. Okay, what else? Face on Mars area. Whole area.
He should have left his helmet on.
Somebody does a breakdown of the space area
One
for
of,
Mars.
one of the cast and crew from when Rammstein used that set to make the America music video. Left him there on the moon.
Like all the rubbish on here is just crazy. It gets better and better. Look, they found a smiley face on Mars.
Oh, this is Mars.
Uh-oh.
That looks like some kind of weird worm or something poking its head out of a hole, like it's about to come at you.
This looks like this is an Olmec head. They're saying they found an Olmec head on Mars. Okay, on and on. The nonsense. But that's probably alien faces on Mars. What is this one? I mean, what does not look like a face? Anyway,
Pareidolia.
That is really stupid. Hold on. Where's his face? Yeah, they find a face in any rock. I could do it too.
I found a face in a potato chip the other day.
I know. What does that mean?
I don't know, but if it had started talking to me, I would have been really, really disturbed and impressed.
That means fairies.
Impressively disturbing that it would be. More faces on Mars. Okay, great. I think they would just burn that house all the way down. Oh, crap. I mean, if you see how much... Okay, forget it. What else did they find on Mars besides rodents? Let me see. Did they find pyramids on the moon, too? And then I'll go to the first Mars rover. That was from the 90s as well. Let's see. Yeah, they got pyramids on the moon. Oh, of course they do. Here we go.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Who's that? The Migmeister?
Yeah, if you guys are not subbed to my channel, do it now. Do it now.
Okay, put a link. Put a link. It's been buried. I was just going through a little narrative about everything that was happening with NASA and space news and stuff on TV about space and all the different things from the period of 1990 to 2000. Do you remember any of that stuff? You're not old enough, huh? Miggy.
To me?
Yeah.
What pyramid?
Pyramid is on Mars, the face on Mars. Remember the STS missions from 1990 to 2000? There was a tether in space, the jellyfish things, the tube-like creatures, which I can't find anything on now. But there was a bunch of stuff during that time, and what I was telling folks is that I think that's when they did this switch. They had this certain narrative and things they were showing, and it looked like they were on a trajectory of kind of that kind of stuff. Weird things out in space, alien faces on Mars, pyramids on the moon, like all that kind of stuff. And the Black Knight satellite, remember? And then they switched their whole narrative and their CGI and everything to what we see now. But anyway, I was talking about that for a little while.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like they're about to try the alien card on us back then, but then they changed their mind.
Yeah. But there was the first Mars rover. We were all watching that. Everybody was around their TVs everywhere in coffee shops. Everybody was watching that. Wait a minute. another one. Hold on, rover.
Yeah, they say that there's like a Sphinx on Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put some links and images in the live stream voice text. Probably what you're talking about. First, Mars rover. Let's see. I was thinking about the other thing that happened besides the Mars rover.
Oh yeah.
I just had it. Okay, so here's some images of the first Mars rover. Everybody who's watching this shit. Oh yeah. Before I forget, and then I'll yield the floor because I've been talking about this for a while. The Jupiter, the asteroid, the whatever meteors hitting Jupiter, and they said they were filming that, and you could see it going doosh, 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 as it was like they made it look like it as it was turning. That these things were hitting in a line, going bam, bam, bam. You could see the impact spots because little plumes of smoke would come up. That's what they were showing. But wait a minute, here's an image.
That wasn't Hale-Bopp, was it? Was it Hale-Bopp?
No.
Jupiter. What was it called? Yeah, what was that?
Asteroids hitting Jupiter in 1993, I think it was. So you find that. Here's one pic of the Mars rover. Everybody was watching this when that was happening.
What's it called?
Arizona desert. So look at how flat that shit is. Anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, they forgot. Here's the right one. Okay, here. We needed the curved one. Sorry. Okay, here's the right one. Okay, wait a sec.
What's with all the Richard C. Hoagland stuff?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking about.
Shoemaker Levy.
That's the period of time. Let's see, 1990 to 2000 is what I'm on about. What was happening in space news and NASA and the whole rest of it. You know, the ancient aliens were popular then. All those weird STS missions. Let's see.
Shoemaker Levy.
Does anybody have the picture of the camels on Mars?
No, but they're probably right near this hill.
There's literally a picture of the freaking Mars like rover thing, and then there's camels walking in the background.
I believe.
And when was Hubble? Hubble, was that in the 90s?
Yeah, Hubble was launched in late 80s.
Hubble wobbles, but it don't fall down.
And then
When did we get
messed
up?
up. It was broken for a few years, and they said they went back up and replaced the lens or something, or one of the
Right.
I
And we
wonder
got our
if
first
it fly,
images, in the 90s.
yeah, they fly it up there using Hubble bubble.
Hubble bubble.
So, who's taking the picture of this rover? Do they have a chase rover? Okay, the last one here is what was on my mind? The Jupiter meteor hits. Jupiter. And I think that was.
It was a comet. It was Shoemaker Levy.
Comet. That's right. You're right. You are correct. Shoemaker Levy. I think you're right. Yep. The comet. Yep. 1994. I was absolutely correct. And July 21st. Yeah. Everybody's watching this stuff. That's what I remember. Here we go. Here's one of their images. Oh, I can't find it. Page not found. Dead internet theory is not a theory. Copy the image. Can't get to the link.
Hey, we're gonna be doing the roll for the 3-point wig snatcher. Because I'm starting my channel, and that's the theme for my channel.
Why does Jerry's images of Mars look real? They are real images. They're real photographs. They're just not on Mars.
Mars filter.
You don't even need a filter with that island.
Yeah, all this stuff was a really big deal back then. Everybody was talking about that. What about this comet hitting Mars? Well, everybody was like, this was like old time back in the old days when everybody's gathered around the radio because they were having some, show on that so everybody was watching this. Everybody was on their computers. Computers were still pretty new back then. What a weird time to live through. Wow. And that's the end of my rant on this whole thing from 1990 to 2000, the space show, space entertainment. And there's the last image of Jupiter Strikes. All right. Shoemaker Levy 9. That's right. I think that's a good way to like take up some time here, though, to like put some information like that, like just whatever's going on in any one of our minds about what's happening, or like what our take is on space news, or what it was like back when, like the things that you were privy to, or the things that you happened upon, because, a lot of these like pissed on breadcrumbs we just kind of found by accident, right? I mean, we just kind of like happened upon them from other previous searches, led us on these trails, right? And we just kind of start picking up these, what's this one? What's this one? And so it's good to hear from everybody else to what their particular perspective is in their own experience. Now, Mimas is down. Mimas is down there where they had a bunch of freaking giants. There was a bunch of giants living in your area. Bunch of mound cultures down there, and the Creek Indians. My wife, when I was married first, I was married once. She was a Creek Indian.
Yeah, we got some mounds down here, but in my part of Georgia, not so much.
Yeah, you're extreme.
Yeah,
I'm coast.
Yeah, because it's nothing but swamps and marshland where I am.
I've seen a lot of. I've never been that far down in Georgia.
Well, they named it Savannah because when they came out and looked at it, it looked like a savanna. Except it wasn't dry exactly. Like, oh, look at all that grass.
It's all wet. Yeah, marshland.
Yeah, that's where you get rid of the bodies. The fiddler crabs consume every single piece of a human.
That's the efficiency of nature, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Make sure you don't slip in the wrong place. Are there alligators down in the swamps down there?
Oh yeah, we got alligators. Not as much as Florida, but per body of water, we have one alligator, is what it said. Is per certain size body of water, we have an alligator, and it's like
one and a body of water.
Yeah, okay. And it's like a swimming pool size body of water.
Oh, nice. Well, you're like shooting hippos in a bucket then.
Yeah.
Don't fall in the wrong place, because
we don't have like, unlike Florida, we don't have saltwater though. Saltwater alligators.
Speaking of Florida, though, have you guys seen that video of like the dude? I guess he's at a golf course or something. He has a tiny dog, and he kind of fights a small alligator to save his dog.
Yeah. That's just a Tuesday.
Yeah, that's weird, and those people are pretty badass. Crazy, but that's pretty badass to actually go and like protect your critter, like willing to fight like a mini dragon just to save your little fur baby.
All the memes about Florida are 100% true. All of them.
Yeah, I gathered that. They definitely seem true.
I forgot who said it, but someone said Florida is the United States Australia.
I was about to make a comparison. Like, there are monkeys with like freaking HIV or herpes or some shit down there, and they'll bite you and scratch you and rob you.
Oh, do you know what we're getting now here in Georgia, southern Georgia? Monitor
What?
Monitor lizards.
What, did some escape because some jerk was like kind of keeping them as a cool pet, and now they're just breeding out there?
The idea is that it's more than likely that when all the pythons escaped, when the Hurricane Hugo destroyed Florida,
That's what I was thinking, a hurricane, yeah.
that a bunch of other exotic pets escaped too. So
yeah, we pretty much have like a mini like melting pot of exotic pets hanging down there on the Panhandle.
I'm really shocked that we don't have tarantulas down here by now.
We probably do. We just don't know it yet.
I don't know. Maybe they don't like the weather. Maybe the moisture's too high. I don't know.
They have more class than to take up residence in America in this particular time.
You start seeing them here when you start going east toward the desert. Basically, if you go east of the coastal mountains, got the coastal range. When you get past that into the desert, then you start.
I had a grandparent who witnessed the tarantula migration.
That what?
It was Google it for nightmares.
Followed it.
The great Google it. Google it for nightmares. The great tarantula.
Great Googly Moogly, the tarantula parade. No, I'm only kidding. Tarantula. What did you call it? What was the word you used? Tarantula. Migration. Let some bugs show up near me that big. It better move along.
I've had pet tarantulas. I love tarantulas. See, most docile tarantulas though are dry weather animals, so that maybe that's why they're not really here in the South.
We have them in Texas.
Yeah, you have some that are more aggressive, and some that are the really fuzzy ones seem to be not.
Oh, you know what? Docile. I meant not lethal. Yeah,
not lethal. Yeah,
the brown terrain that you keep for pets are technically not docile. You can hold them, but you're supposed to have like experience holding those. The only one that's really safe for anybody to just hold is the Mexican red knee. And that's the like orange striped black tarantula that you see like kids and old people holding. Let me find some footage of it.
Yeah, I found a video. I'm reading an article.
Because you'd see dozens of them at a time going across highways and stuff.
There's Miggy's channel. I just subscribed. Oh, he dipped.
Is that tarantula migration stuff on? Is it on YouTube?
I'm looking for it. Most of the stuff, like they used to have these massive migrations back in like the 10s and 20s. So like 100 years ago, where they would say that the roads were covered in tarantulas moving all in one direction. But like now,
okay,
you'll find video of maybe 5 or 6 or maybe 12 crossing the road. And it's like every mating season they do a migration, but there's like some big cycle where they all, like there's a massive migration sometimes. Apparently.
I'm trying to picture a bunch of vehicles waiting on a herd of tarantulas to cross the road.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
It'd actually be really cool because I love tarantulas.
About the only spider I like is the jumping spider.
Oh yeah, those are nice too.
Yeah, they're amazing.
I'll burn down the entire house if I see a spider.
I'm guessing that was a girl.
Well, I had an experience with a tarantula a couple months ago that I didn't like at all. I was over visiting my cousin, and I slept in the attic that they just finished, and the bathroom in there wasn't finished, so I had to go upstairs. And I brought my phone with me, but I didn't turn the light on. But I did after I went to the restroom. I turned it on, and right on the stairs was this big tarantula. So I walked right past the tarantula, probably inches away from it. And I didn't even know it.
Sweet. One of my pet tarantulas is me and like 4 other guys living together in this duplex. And somehow the top of the cage popped off and she got away. Her name was Sheila. And she was missing for 3 weeks until one day we heard screaming coming from the biggest guy in the place. Found the tarantula. He lifted up something in a corner. There she was. Her arms were up.
Oh, man. Yeah.
He said he had nightmares for 2 days.
Yeah.
Funny is, I actually bought a tarantula because I was terrified of spiders.
I think spiders are very interesting. Like as a kid, I would always look at them and think, man, how can you move so many legs?
Talk about something that looks alien, right? Like those types of things, like spiders are really strange. Like,
I mean, when you zoom into many things, they all look alien, kind of, right? I guess that's also where we got the idea of most alien thingies from, right? From nature, as actually everything that there is, most of it is just copied from the creation.
from insects. Yeah, insects are like the most alien thing if you think about it. Like, look at their structure, the way they're all connected, the way they move as a unit.
Yeah, but
kind of.
the thing is, we say it looks alien because it actually, before we had this term and the definition of what an alien is, it was actually made from looking at insects. I would say, people who made the horror movies and whatnot, they looked at nature.
There is a lot of bug type horror in nature and in movies that they drew from that. You're right about that.
You actually plucked that right out of my head. I was about to interrupt and say everything he just said, and it's like he plucked it from my skull.
Yeah.
The Ethernet.
I'm gonna say, actually, they don't look alien. Aliens look insectoid.
Yeah.
Bugs in space.
Yeah, bugs. Exactly.
And I'll tell you, you can really thank for that is he wrote Starship Troopers. What was his name? Oh, what was his name? The novelist. Why can I not remember his name all of a sudden? Somebody help me.
Robert A. Heinlein?
Yeah, Robert A. Yeah.
I did you a Google real quick.
Thank you. He wrote Starship Troopers, and that's kind of where we get the alien bug thing from. Because before that, aliens just looked human.
Right.
Human with like pointy ears or weird wrinkles on their head or something.
Oh, no. This was back in like the 30s. Aliens.
Oh, you're talking like those Aryan looking ones that have like the glowing gold hair and then they just look like normal human in a sweatsuit.
Exactly. They all the aliens look human. The UFOs were piloted by humans, but the humans always had mutant servants. And the mutants were what were terrible.
Or some kind of bulbous robot.
Yes, or some kind of robot, yes. So the insectoid alien, first you had the gray, which was the 40s, and then the insectoid, which I guess was also the 40s, because I think that was when Heinlein wrote Starship Troopers. And ever since then, that's where we got the Zerg, that's where we got the Flood, that's where we got the xenomorph, or the body of the
Let's
xenomorph.
define what this word means.
What word?
Alien. The word alien just means belonging to another or other.
Yeah, that's because it comes from alien, as in ownership.
Yeah, I just posted it in the live stream voice text, the etymology for the word.
Yeah, because you wouldn't say unalienable, you would say unalienable, because you couldn't put a lien on something. So that's what unalienable actually means. It has to do with lien and ownership. And alien means of no ownership or something like that, right?
Do you guys think inner Earth is just full of 100-foot bugs?
Starship Troopers? What?
That makes
Wasn't
sense.
there some the King Kong movie that was based off of that Skull Island thing, and there were these giant bugs on these pictures, and supposedly it was real, but then now the island like went underwater and everything's gone.
Is it?
Does anybody see that? There were like these black and white pictures. It was from before that movie came out, though.
You got me.
I wish that I could just easily find stuff. I probably have it somewhere saved on a hard drive, but there ain't no way I can find it right now.
Yeah, if you want to see some messed up stuff, watch a couple episodes of Bug Wars. That's brutal.
I don't know. There was pictures of it. It wasn't like there was a whole bunch of different bugs. It was just that there were certain things that were huge, and one of them they found this really big centipede that was pretty damn massive. Not like a man-eating thing or anything, but it looked like a giant snake.
Hey, is Jerry on voice? Or is he just in chat?
I think he's just in chat.
So, a university student in law couldn't make it through the 3 points. Well, they did, but they didn't have any answers today.
Yeah, that was great.
Yep. It was like gravity, final answer.
Why is it so quiet?
Radio silence.
Radio check.
I hear you.
What is going on in the world today?
I'm just driving through Utah.
Yeah, you driving a truck or what?
Yes,
18
sir.
wheel? What's your handle, man?
Oh, Trucker Bear.
Trucker
I guess
Bear.
it's... Yep.
Is this a routine run? You're always on this route, or is it out of the ordinary?
Every couple of months. Yeah, it's not unusual. This went through Moab.
I've never been to Utah. Is it it's warm, like it's unseasonably warm down here. I'm in Houston. And shoot, it's probably 80 degrees today or 85.
Oh,
feels
yeah,
really good,
Houston's... That's my hometown. I love Houston.
Nice, man. Did you drive from Houston to Utah?
I wish. Yeah, I go from Dallas.
Okay. Man. It's a
Yeah.
long stretch.
If you should go through Utah. I'm on. Let's see. I just got on I-70, but I was on 491 and 191. There's a lot of interesting rock structures. I'm always trying to figure out what the hell happened out here. I mean, I keep thinking like the flood is part of it. But something happened out here, and you won't read about it in the history books.
Sorry, I just had a phone call. I missed what you said. A lot of interesting rock structures, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the best places in the country to see rock structures. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Cool. That cool. I remember I went to San Antonio and they had a lot of caverns out there. It was really cool to go check those out.
Yeah.
You know those caverns with the huge crystals in them? Like those things look amazing. Y'all seen that?
Yeah.
There's this cave that was found. It's like these huge razor sharp crystals that are in it that are giant as hell.
Well, stalactites,
Yeah, I gotta go
right?
in there.
Stalactites, stalagmites.
I don't know. They're these giant white crystals, and they have to drain the thing out because it floods and it gets incredibly hot. So they have to wear these weird suits like they're spacemen going down there into their caves.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, that's amazing.
I was touring one of those caves in San Antonio, and they give you the whole safety spiel at the beginning of the tour and all that. And they tell the people that it's illegal to touch those stalactites and stalagmites, right? You can get in trouble or whatever. And they built a handrail in the cave, and they're telling everybody how old these stalactites are. They're like, yeah, they're millions of years old, right? Well, they built this handrail, and there was a drip that was hitting the handrail, and one of those stalactites was growing on the handrail. And I'm like, wait a minute. Something doesn't check out. I know that handrail's not 100 million years old or whatever you're trying to say. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that narrative.
I remember there was a ladder that was next to that, and something similar happened, that it formed a stalactite or whatever all down the part of the ladder.
Yep. Just need the right
That stuff can move pretty quick.
Yeah.
Another one, I think when Mount St. Helens erupted, that might have been it. There might have been another one. But there was this kind of giant ravine that was created as a result of a really rapid erosion that happened. Like some stuff moved pretty damn quick, and it kind of flooded out an area. And it forms a miniature version of something that looked pretty much identical to how the Grand Canyon's formed, but it did it like way the hell faster than anybody thought was possible.
Yeah, it seems like we have a history of catastrophe instead of uniformity or uniformity.
Yeah, well, I was just saying there's a lot of people who have a lot of theories about things like the Grand Canyon being formed over millions of years or some kind of quarry or something. It's like, but the Great Deluge really could have actually like flowed through and created that thing in 40 days. Like water is a powerful force.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And catastrophe seems to explain it a lot better than, that little river cutting out all of that canyon.
Well, how long does the Bible say they were at sea, so to speak? It was months, wasn't it?
It was a year.
It was a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. It only rained for 40 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, those rock formations bend and curve around each other. And I can't
Yeah,
remember
man,
the
I'm
Go ahead,
over
man.
here in Missouri, bro, and same thing with the stalactites and the stalagmites. My family, we went on a little cave tour, and they were telling us all the math. And I think they said like it takes 1,000 years for 1 square inch of stalactite to form. And they literally had this pipe that they told us the year that they put it in, and the thing was covered in like 3 inches of stalactite material, and it was over 20 feet tall.
You know,
And it was funny because I was just
Sorry, I
talking
didn't
over
mean to interrupt
over the guide there, and I was doing the math for the entire for everyone and showing how the guide's math was way off. And after the tour, like 5 Christians came over to me and said, "Thank you so much for doing that." But you're right; it is ridiculous the numbers they give us and stuff when it's just provable. It's in your face. I mean, I'm watching the stalactite grow at a rate that's like 100,000 times faster than what you told us. It's outrageous. A lot of the stuff, man.
The
a lot of the stuff they want us to
etymology-
swallow and believe
Whoever
based on
was-
authority is ridiculous.
Whoever was talking before about the Grand Canyon, if you look into Randall Carlson's work about the Scablands and the he's got a great flood story backed by science. So Randall Carlson, have a look at that.
Check that out. Have y'all heard of these, like from the flood or whatever? There's these, I forget what they're called, but they're basically just trees, right? Huge trees that were washed away. And like the bottom of the tree will be coal, and then the middle section of the tree will be petrified wood, and the top of the tree is still organic.
Yeah.
Like wood.
There's so many trees where it covers multiple layers, and like, oh, well, this layer's 1 million years ago, and this one's several million, and then it's like there's a tree sticking through the middle of those millions of years of whatever.
Right.
Or there'll be like damn chains going through freaking coal, and it's like buried, like out of place artifacts, or a freaking hammer inside of like a rock. Hey, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I had a buddy, man. He was a rock hound, right? He was all into geology. He had a really nice collection in his home. You know, he had displays in his home of his rocks. But he used to carry I forget what they call them, but it's basically petrified turds, like petrified poop and shark teeth. And he would like hand out the shark teeth to the kids, and he would give the fossilized crap, you know, and then he would tell the kids, and they would react to it. And I thought about it, and I asked him, I was like, dude, let me ask you, how long do you think it takes a shit to fossilize? Because if a dog comes in the yard and takes a shit, it's gone in a week.
Just to be accurate and educational and scientific, it's coprolite is the fossilized feces that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'll be Googling stuff for y'all all night. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, on point.
I did not mean to interrupt you, though. Back to what you were saying, bro.
No, that was it, man. I mean, you got a fossilized turd, but it's like, or coralite. How long, like it had to happen fast. There's no way it's going to last for millions of years is the point, you know. I think you get it.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who do stuff like that. It's pretty cool, like giving out fossils and doing presentations. Like I remember when I was a kid and I saw Ken Ham came to our church and they used the the basketball court area. There's like this big gymnasium. They used that to have a big presentation in there. And he was selling certain things. He actually gave me a raptor claw, like a replica, which I don't know where it is now, but it was pretty damn cool. It was like way bigger than my hand.
Man.
Cool guy. I haven't seen him in like forever. I only met him once, but when I did meet him, he was a really cool dude.
Yeah, you know, I've never been to that Ark Encounter, but I sure would like to go just to check it out.
Yeah, I would too. I'd love to take the kids to see it. It'd be pretty fun. To be able to actually visualize too, because if you got anywhere close to the actual specs of that vessel, then you can kind of visualize, you know, where would the animals actually be in something like this. And obviously there's like less creatures, there's less different versions, so It's not like you have to have 50 different types of dogs or whatever. Things were a bit different. I actually believe that Noah wasn't the only one, but he's the only one that mattered. It was the only human. And I believe that the Epic of Gilgamesh is actually Nephilim surviving the flood, because it says there were giants in those days and after that. I think that was the and after that part, but it's not really important for us.
You know, I don't understand how you have all these creation ministries, but yet they reject the biblical cosmology. It makes no sense to me.
It's because of seminaries. A seminary will turn a good preacher into a bad one.
Well, they reject evolution. I guess that's okay to reject. But
They compartmentalize reject it, though, because they'll still act like there's certain evolution aspects. Like they'll still give credence to evolutionary narratives. And it's like, you can't do that, though. You don't know. You don't mix this the good water with the bitter water.
I agree. That's the saddest part for me about a lot of Globers is a good many of them are Christians. They're just trying to squeeze the Big Bang Theory and all that into a creation myth.
They don't want to look dumb in front of their friends, who I don't know why they're trying to impress them, because they're worldly, carnal-minded people, but whatever.
Yep. You don't want to be seen as anti-science. Well,
yeah. God forbid you think for yourself. The most scientific thing you can do is just listen to what everybody else is doing and follow them.
Yeah. So I'm convinced that one of the biggest obstacles to becoming a flat earther is just understanding that big lies exist. And
yep.
I think for a lot of Christians, most Christians are raised in the church. Most people who are professing Christians, they're raised in the church, and that's a really safe environment. And most of the Christians I know, they've all lived really good lives. They've never seen darkness. They've never been homeless. They don't know what it's like for mommy and daddy to be divorced. They don't know what darkness is.
Kind of live in a
so
bubble.
when they're presented, and so when they're presented with this world, the spinning ball world that we were all presented with, and we all at one time, most likely, I'm assuming we all believed that at one point. They can't conceive of a lie that big. Some people, they cannot conceive that the world would actually be that wicked.
I actually literally distinctly remember as a child having the experience of trying to wrap my head around people walking upside down on the ball, like when gravity was being first explained to me, and how it felt unfathomable, though. Like, how can somebody's feet, the bottom of their feet, be under the bottom of my feet, way down there on the other side of there? It was just a weird, like, I distinctly remember as a child, though, questioning things, like, and then, kind of accepting, I don't want to be weird. I'm not sure, man. This was, like, in, like, the early grades, though, kind of early middle school type thing, like, whatever. Like, they were just discussing it, though, and I remember thinking about it, and I'm, like, actually trying to evaluate, how does that work, though? And I didn't want to seem stupid, so I didn't ask that question.
I remember the same thing, dude. We were second grade.
Yeah, it was like forever ago. I was little, though. I remember like thinking about it, but not wanting to feel dumb, just wanting to listen to the teacher and accept that this is the truth and whatever. But then thinking, like, that sounds impossible. No, if I try to walk on the roof, I'm gonna fall down on my head. Like, you don't walk upside down. And but like I said, childlike thought. I wasn't factoring in gravity or any of the other parts of the narrative. I was just like, people don't walk upside down. Expanding from that question deeper, and it's like, that really doesn't make sense, though. The further it goes, it makes even less sense.
And one of the things I remember raising my hand, I think I was in second grade. I had the same teacher for second and third grade, but I raised my hand and I was like, wait a minute, how does the water not fall off the ball? That was my question. And the teacher had a bucket of water, a bucket all prepared, went over, filled it up with water, and spun around in circles. And I thought that was so amazing. And she's like, this is gravity, children.
No,
and I
that
was
same thing,
literally
right?
deceived with a magic trick, and that's all they have. The Cavendish experiment and all these things, they're literally all magic tricks.
I remember that exact same explanation being given to me too. But then I also had the question, like, but when you spin a bucket, it goes to the edge of the wall. So if you had an inside-out bucket, it would just splash everywhere outside and fly away.
You were smarter than me as a 7-year-old, bro. I do remember working on my bike, though. I was like in 3rd or 4th grade, and I was spinning the tire, and water starts flying off the tire, and I just thought it was cool, so I'm whipping my pedal around, and I was like, wait a minute, why doesn't the water fly off the earth? And I just remember having that thought working on my bike, and then and I was like, gravity, and then just go about my day. I was like, They're just brainwashed at such a young age, dude. Little children are defenseless against this onslaught of wizardry and sorcery and magic tricks.
You know how Toy Story portrayed when Woody was replaced with Buzz? Like, that literally happened, though, around the world. And I think that's part of the brainwashing, like just shoving these spacemen toys into kids' faces. Like, here, you can do this. And they give all this sci-fi type stuff instead of being like literally a down-to-earth, grounded, actual, real thing. Nope, you're just going to fly around and shoot lasers and go talk to aliens or whatever. They got everybody's imagination. They captured their imaginations. So instead of being in the realm of reality with stuff that actually happened, now it's all just like this weird high-tech fantasy world that they wanted to put in all the kids' heads. And I think that was part of the Buzz programming. It helped them accept that with having the fantasy versions.
Yeah, we were in here talking about scrying mirrors yesterday. I don't know if you guys remember. Anybody remembers?
Yeah, I was in here for that one.
But I'm convinced. Like today, we had a Glober in here today, and they said, "Where does your evidence come from?" And Crypto chimed in, and he said, "The television," and he's exactly right. Almost all globe evidence comes from the blinky screen. And, just looking into scrying mirrors and how they overlap with the screens that we look at, it's a trip.
That's what I was trying to say before, man, is these things are literally modern scrying mirrors. They're just a little bit more advanced than the original ones, or maybe less. Maybe these are shitty versions and the original were way cooler.
Well, yeah, when you look at what scrying mirrors are, how they are to be used, and the goals that these occultists have in using them, some of them are nearly identical to exactly what we do with our televisions and our monitors and our phones and all of that. I'm convinced that this is like modern. This television is like modern sorcery, bro.
Check this out. It's like supposedly wait, what the hell? How is that? That is not supposed to be. That's not what I said. Okay, there it is. That thing looks like a laptop. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But it definitely does kind of look like a damn laptop.
Post something, bro?
Yeah, I put it in the live chat.
Oh, I see what you're saying. This, giving her a laptop, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to dig into the scrying mirror connection because I feel like there's definitely something here. When you read about I'm going on these different occultic websites that are talking about scrying mirrors and the magic behind them and how to access it and kind of like the goals and how you use it and all those sort of things. It directly overlaps on multiple points of exactly how we utilize and what we do with TV screens. It's just, to me, it's just not. And you look at this globe delusion and this globe spell that people are under, and the evidence that they have.
This thing right here looks like a giant light bulb. Well, oh damn, it's 4 megabytes. Hold on.
Yeah, in almost all instances, as far as I can tell, most Globers, all their evidence comes from the television screen. They don't really have another source. They point to the sky or the screen, and that's it.
Yeah, it's not very creative. That's weird. It didn't load the image. It just kind of posted the link. Weird. I sent you a friend request, Ball Kicker. Either it's quiet or my audio is not working.
No, it's quiet, bro.
Keep having to check my settings on stuff sometimes because the audio give out, and then when it gets quiet because nobody's talking, it trips me out, and I'm checking my settings for no reason.
So, has anybody in here heard other people starting to say that we should not be using the term flat Earth? Like flat should not even be used in reference to the Earth at all?
Yeah, that's been going around for a while. There was somebody who owned a different server called Mostly Level, and he refused to call it flat. He just said it was mostly level because people kept on trying to do that stupid joke like, oh, it's not flat, there's hills.
Yeah, I think that's the woke version of the truth movement. It's like, it's all a psyops, bro.
That's weird. Okay. The links are not showing the previews anymore for anybody.
I posted a couple links earlier from Randall Carlson that Timbo mentioned, and it took several minutes for those links to actually show up.
Oh, it's 5:30 right now here. There's probably a lot of people logging in on Discord.
Hello.
Getting off work, ready to start gaming.
How's it going?
Junebug, yeah. I just checked Junebug in, guys, so let me know. Got a new one. They would have seen you anyway.
Welcome, Junebug.
Yeah, so Ball Kicker, yeah. So you've got to look past, like, he's a bit of a space guy. He believes in meteorites and asteroids and stuff like that. So if you get past that information, the rest of the information's really good.
So I have a question for you guys. Or anybody who wants to answer, I suppose.
I'll answer it.
Sure. So when you look up the sky, have you ever seen a satellite?
Seen a light.
You have? Okay.
Wait.
A light.
Hold on.
So now, let me ask.
Have I actually seen the physical satellite? I have seen a light sky that blinks or shimmers.
Blinks or shimmers. Okay.
Yes, it moves along an orbital trajectory. What you call an orbital trajectory.
And there's only one that you could actually see anyway that they claim, and that's the ISS. Otherwise, the rest of them are too small and too far away that for you to even be able to see it.
No, that's true, but I'm just curious because
hold on.
You can't see it though, right?
Your average satellite is claimed to be what? 1,000 miles up, right? Because the space station is allegedly at 250 miles up, right?
You can see other satellites. I'm not talking about the space station. I'm talking about other satellites that you can see in the
The
sky.
etymology of the word satellite says that the word means follower or underling.
Stop.
Attendant.
So
What does that mean? What are you saying?
The space station is allegedly at what, like 200 miles up, right?
Let me check.
250, 225, whatever.
Okay.
240.
Your average satellite is 1,000 miles away and the size of a Volkswagen.
Okay.
Can you see a Volkswagen 1,000 miles away?
I mean, I can see the blinking light in the sky, though.
What you see is a blinking light. So I want to do this. Give you an example. I don't believe in chemtrails. Okay.
Okay.
But when people look up and they see the trails, you know what they see? They see
Vapor.
chemtrails. No,
You're seeing vapor.
I know.
For the most part.
What do they see though?
Same thing. They just think it's chemicals, but it's actually vapor.
If chemtrails don't exist, though, why does Bill Gates want to use them?
Can we be on
Okay,
topic,
sorry.
please?
Yeah, back on topic. Sorry.
Yes. So when they see vapor trails, they see chemtrails. When someone else sees vapor trails, they see vapor trails. When you see the blinking light in the sky, you see a satellite because you believe it's a satellite.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
I just want to say one thing.
Let me point. Well, before you do, let me point out they don't put blinking lights on satellites. You're seeing high altitude planes.
Oh, now there's another thing I also want to say. If you're going to talk about like cell phones or anything like that, you need to realize none of those connect to satellites. They all connect through something called a network, which uses trilateration, not triangulation. It connects to cell towers. And cell towers are all wired together. I think there's 13 million cell towers?
How about GPS then?
Then we've got all of the underwater lines, right? The cables.
GPS utilizes the network system. It doesn't.
How?
GPS is not satellite. Does not work off satellites.
So you do believe in satellites, or you don't?
Do you believe that sharks attack the internet?
Things as satellites.
What's that? What'd you say right there?
Satellite.
Do you believe that sharks attack the internet?
Too many people are trying to talk.
One person.
Right.
I got you. I'm gonna mute me.
Okay, so there are such things as satellites, but what you believe that they're flying around in an orbital trajectory, falling at 17,000 miles per hour down, which puts them in a trajectory around the Earth. No, I don't believe in that.
No. Okay.
I do believe that there are communications platforms floating around because NASA does that.
So you mentioned ISS prior. How do you feel about that?
I did that. Yeah, we do see a light that we can point to moving across the sky that they call the ISS. I don't believe that there's any people on it. Too much fraudulent looking video from them. Don't trust NASA at all. I think that's probably in the upper atmosphere as well, not in space, so to speak.
In fact, if you fly a high altitude plane at a certain speed, 70,000 feet up, you can do the same. It'll look the same as if you're looking at the ISS.
What do you mean by that? You're saying
Because
from
higher up, the trajectory becomes like wider, but lower down, you can go slower, and it would be the same exact thing. You wouldn't know the difference.
Okay.
I would also point out too that there is a such thing as satelloons too. So we're okay with things being attached to balloons. And
Yes.
that was technology that they've been using since long before they claimed to go to space.
Right. NASA has the largest Satelloon program on Earth. They launch tons of what look exactly like imagined satellites to be, and they're suspended from high altitude balloons.
Look up the number one purchaser of helium.
Yeah, it's NASA.
Okay.
But anyway, like that's the problem with looking at anything in the sky is there has to be a story attached for it.
Can you explain stars and the sun?
Stars.
I'm more interested in the actual movement
here
compared to the sun.
think about what you're saying.
Go ahead.
You just the stars and sun move.
Listen.
Yes.
You explain the movement relative to the Earth.
But if you think, I want you to think about how we say that. You're not moving, they're moving.
They're moving east to west, yeah.
They're the things that are moving.
We are moving, and
Nope.
they are
Nope.
moving.
No.
They are moving.
You are stationary and they are moving.
Why do you think we're stationary?
Because
we are stationary.
Because what?
Why would you think you're moving?
That's the thing.
Why? What do you mean?
You don't actually have any kind of foundation for a hypothesis that you're moving. You have no foundation.
I want to point out to the room too. This guy seems pretty chill about it. I just checked him in, and it sounds like some people are ready to dogpile. So like, just
let's not, please.
Kind of chill. Yeah.
No worries, guys. I'm just trying to learn here. I don't know.
That's kind of why I muted myself, because I don't want it to feel like
We're
that.
helping
I just
each other
kind of
out.
listen.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
The Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference, right?
I've been told.
Okay. Why can we see too far then?
What do you mean?
We see stuff that's way too far away. I'll give you an example. I grew up on the coast. There's a lighthouse. It's 31 miles away. If I were on a ball 24,901 miles in circumference, the top of that lighthouse should be 501 feet below the curve.
500. So are you saying relative to looking from the ocean?
Yes, looking from where I would stand on like Tybee Island in Savannah, north 31 miles to the Hilton Head Lighthouse.
Okay. I'm curious about that. What is it called? Hilton
Head. 31 miles from Tybee Island, straight line.
I'm going to look into that actually here. Thanks.
And that's one of about 100 similar observations that we have.
Do you guys have anybody throw a video up or anything I can?
Oh, I'm sure. There, Sasha put up the two platforms, the oil platforms.
Where am I at here?
It's in.
Where is
X
live stream chat?
Yep.
Wait. I'm losing that. So you guys know a guy named Professor Dave?
In live stream voice text?
Oh, boy. Yes, everyone here knows who Professor Dave is.
Okay.
Don't worry about it, y'all. Don't worry about it.
He's not a professor, though.
I think he actually is, but...
Oh, well, then you got fooled.
Stay on topic, y'all. So, you see the two oil platforms, right?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me... Oh, you're not... Oh, it's being streamed? My bad.
Yes.
Oh, there we are.
Live stream voice text.
There we go. Let me... Wait. Mississippi River... Oh, you're looking at this photograph? Oh, I've seen this oil rig thing.
Yeah, the oil rig thing.
Okay.
So, can you explain it?
Personally, this looks confusing to me. I'm confused by the not cute.
The camera is 1 foot above the water. Okay. At 1 foot, the horizon of the globe Earth, where the Earth drops off and it's curving, 1.22 miles.
Foot by ball. So you know it's not a lot, right? It's a couple inches every mile.
Listen, you can see the horizon well beyond 10 miles on this.
This way.
That's like 100. That's like 100 times the discrepancy.
The math works out for a ball with the radius of 24,901 to that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to the distance to the horizon. That's where you should expect to see the horizon on a physical spherical ball.
Right. For the horizon to be 10 miles, you would have to have a ball that's 250,000 miles in circumference.
Also, you're probably not aware, like the math simplified works out for a drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So you said it's only a few inches per mile.
I hear you saying squared.
That's a slope. You'd have to square it, and that gives you a parabola, which is estimated. It's very close to the more difficult trig on it.
What is?
Just while you're doing that too, posted a video of Professor Dave telling you he's not a professor. Something you can watch later.
But you can think of him as a professor. He's like a pseudo professor.
Like me.
Maybe because he is the first on the YouTube when you type like that.
That's because he paid.
Because somebody else paid.
No, that's why none of the other globe earthers
I have a question.
like him because of what he did like several years ago. When
He's a straight up douchebag to everybody.
Yeah, he's mean. He's mean to the rest of their community, and he bought like 100,000 subs.
Who did?
Professor Dave, when he first started out, his channel existed, and he bought 100,000 subs.
I mean, he's got 2 million now, though.
Well, I mean, when you get a boost like that. Oh, plus, well, do you know who Red Letter Media is?
Don't.
Okay, so they review like old B movies. They've got 1.2 million subs. They get 1.8 to 2 million views average. So they get a quarter more than their sub base. That's how organic their watch history is, right?
Sure.
Okay. That's an organic watch. Professor Dave gets about 10% on his average video.
That seems pretty normal, doesn't it?
No, it's not. Not for someone with 2 million subs.
Are you sure?
I
mean, it's kind of I mean, it's a scientific channel. It's not like you're going to be consistently watching his stuff.
If you go to Veritasium, they're a science channel, right?
Well, sure, I see what you're saying, but
and they get like 70-80% every video on average. That's an average. That's because he doesn't have an organic channel. That's the only reason I bring it up is because he does that. That's why I don't pick on anyone else's channel, just his. Because he, as far as I know, he's the only one in that community to just go out and buy subs and buy advertising and stuff. That's why he'll put out a video and for a day and a half, it'll just have like 1,200 views.
Well, yeah, because let's look at the names. Periodic table, part 7, example, phylum.
Not that it really matters, though, about Professor Dave. Let me ask, why did you bring him up? Why did you
I just thought he brought a lot of fair points. I watched a couple of videos about him debunking, obviously.
Can you point it out which point he's debunking anything?
Plenty actually. One of them I had a question about was the.
Can you point it one?
Guys,
just point out one per section. If you let me talk, I could say it.
Let him talk.
Yeah, so that one of them was pretty interesting. Pretty basic was the Santiago to Australia flights.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain those? Why it would make sense? It's 8 hours to London.
Yeah, I can explain what's wrong with his argument. So he's using the AE map as though that's our flat Earth model.
Yeah.
We don't have one. We don't have a map. We don't have a model. He's using that as a straw man. This is what flat earthers say, and then tearing down the straw man.
Can you explain what you think then?
We don't have a model.
We haven't been able to go out and make our own map of the entire Earth. We just haven't gotten around to it yet.
He's saying that flight is 8 hours. Yeah.
It doesn't matter because he's using.
Me, I wanted to say to like this is the flight of 10 hours. Okay, we have the flight of 10 hours or 8 hours, and we explain that we have the flight 10 hours. That's it.
I'd also like to know. And I keep hearing this. I've never tried to book the flight, but that flight is questionable whether it actually really exists. Honestly.
No one's been able to book a flight. You can try booking it. You can't book it. You won't be able to get your charge won't go through. There'll be something wrong. No one's ever been able to book it.
Now, the question is, does that flight fly over the curve's water?
All of this doesn't even matter because it's the wrong map anyway. Like, it's based off of a model. The question is, where's the measurement of curvature? Because without curvature, Dave is wrong on every single point he makes. Doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter what you saw in the sky. If you can't measure Earth's curvature on Earth, nothing else is true past that. If you cannot measure the curvature on Earth, then it's not true for anything else. Everything derived from that position is instantly false. Because that's the axiom on which all of those beliefs rest. Without Earth curvature, it doesn't matter if we can't explain anything else. We just know it's false.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Correct.
And yeah, you need to remember too that they gave us the size of the Earth, the 3959 radius and 24,900 mile circumference. And these people want to say, oh, it's too big, it's this and that. Well, it's not too big, it's measurable. It's an actual size that you can go out and test and measure the distance between islands, between ships and the shoreline, various different things. We got multiple observations that are impossible on the ball that they say that we live on. If you do the math just doesn't work out ever. It always shows that the surface of the water is flat. And with that being the case, then where's the ball? Where is this ball? Where's this radius number? Where did they get it? And none of it works out. And that's the whole problem that they're trying to get the point across to you, is that every time we go out and test to see this curvature, which it is testable, it is not too big. It's the size they gave us and very easily testable. Every time we test it, it fails. So you might want to think about that.
By the way, that straw man tactic that Dave used on that argument that's kind of his whole bag of tricks right there. That's what he does for every argument. That and just ad homs, calling us retards, shit like that.
That one doesn't debunk which one. It's another one. We said we have a lot of things what Dave debunks the flat earth. Let's see another one. Which one?
The only thing that can refute, not debunk, but refute flat Earth would be the measurement of curvature. There is nothing else. That is the sole thing that refutes, because the contention is the feature of flatness. If that is refuted via measurement, that's the only thing that can possibly refute it. There's no other argument which is a derivative from that axiom that can be used.
I'd like to check with Junebug actually about that. Do you agree with us on that, at least, that the way you experience the Earth when you're standing on it is, if you look across water, it looks flat. Would you agree with that?
He's speechless.
I'll give him some time. He's probably checking over one of those videos he was watching.
Maybe he got a phone call.
Or he's reading Dave's messages.
Maybe he's watching Mississippi.
What happened to the new guy?
I find it interesting that nobody will ask, like, for example, it's first time here and ask, like, why do people think that, what is your main points? Why are you thinking that that is why? Nobody asking that question. They know.
I think that'd be the first question.
Yeah, that would be our first question.
Yeah. Why the hell do you guys think?
That was my first question when it was not a question. It was like, let's see what these idiots have to say, because I was thinking like that. Yeah. Let's see what these idiots have to say. And when an idiot start to speak, I was like, fuck, I'm idiot.
It's because the entire concept of what we believe has been turned into a meme, and they think they can just come in here and laugh it up and make fun of us.
I have one more question. Does anybody have an general idea of how the Earth looks then?
What, from space?
I don't know.
It's got green on it, and it has some blue, and there's some brown in there and other colors too.
Well, I mean, what do you think the general shape is if you don't like?
It has oceans and continents for sure.
Mostly level.
The shape.
We don't make any claim. We don't make any claim to the overall shape of it. We're only giving you a descriptor of its surface. We have not been able to explore the outer regions of this Earth.
What do you think? What shape is?
What shape do I think?
Yeah,
I'm a globe head personally.
Yeah, I'm. But if you ask some flat earther, how some flat earther can know what the shape of the Earth is?
What?
How flat earther can?
I'm just basing it off of a lot of bold claims I've seen. I don't know.
Bold claims like NASA saying that they're going to the moon. That's a pretty bold claim.
No. Okay, but what general shape do you think it is?
We don't know.
Space is fake, so it's not a 3D shape floating in space that you want us to go along with.
If I had to guess, like at the outermost extremities, it's probably not any geometric shape like a circle or a square or a triangle. It's probably, goes in and out. Like it's probably an irregular shape.
Lake shape.
Lake shape?
Yeah, it's shaped like pond.
Lake shape.
Why would it be shaped that way?
What shape is a lake?
Hey, I got a question. I have a question. This is literally identical to your question, in my opinion. What is the shape of the entire universe?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, well, first thing, I don't know if it's really. Here's what I'm saying. You can see that other planets are circle shaped. Why would Earth be the only thing that's not?
Why is a pool table
like anything
like a rectangle?
Why would Earth be a light in the sky?
Well, first of all, other planets aren't lights in the sky, but
why circles has no water?
Second of all, Earth's not a planet, and Earth isn't like anything you see in the sky.
What do you consider the sun?
Huh?
What do you think the sun's made out of? Or
no clue.
See, you're just asking us all kinds of things that are only speculation, like it's things that we would have to just guess on about the cosmos.
Well, sure, I'm just trying to get a general idea, though.
No, we're not here talking about your, like the space that you believe in, outer space. Like We're talking about a flat Earth, a flat and stationary Earth that we can observe and test here.
What do you think the sun is made of?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you think it's made of fire? You think it's made of fire?
Pretty much, yeah.
How we,
What
how
do you
we
think
know,
it is, Dr. Astrophysicist?
No. How we know
welcome
that?
to the club. If you have questions about reality, welcome to the club. We can't. There's a lot of things that I can't answer as your fellow man. I didn't make the Earth or the sun. So, if you want to, get those answers, you might want to ask whoever made the Earth, if you believe that it was created.
I can tell you it's not a fireball in a vacuum of space.
If you guys could please, let him be the aggressor before you go on attack, it would look a lot
See,
better.
Lou, he asked me what did I think the sun was then, so I answered him.
What do you think it is?
Okay. Just
what do you think that sun is?
I just said it's a star.
It's a star. How do you know that?
But that's just
provides,
a label, bro.
Provides heat.
No,
You ever been out in the sun?
Okay, it provides heat, but what is it made of?
I don't know exactly what it's made. I'm sure I could look it up.
How we can know?
Let's see. Let's Google.
Google. You mean on Google you will find out what?
Where do you get your information, bud?
How they put it on Google?
Where do you get your information from?
Which information?
Dude,
all of it. Don't you got to start somewhere, right? On the internet?
No, we don't get it from the internet.
No.
Does I need?
Where do you get your information?
Does I need information on the beach that if I see 10 miles straight, that it's 10 miles straight?
Come again?
Does I need information if I go on the beach and see 10 miles straight? Does I need information from Google that I saw the 10 miles straight?
Okay. You're going to see straight. What do you mean?
I see the object on 10 miles, and there it is.
Yeah, because you see around corners, right?
Sorry. I've watched videos of it. If you guys want to watch a video of it being debunked, I can watch it with you. And you can, if you have any issues with it.
You have no way to debunk anything. The globe doesn't exist.
Okay, so you have no.
Wait, you said it. Like, what do you mean debunk it?
We have no what?
The video that you guys posted up. I watched a video about it being debunked.
Video. The Jay Tolan video was debunked. 1,200
oil rigs.
You're talking about a debunking of the Black Swan argument?
Yeah.
Okay. How was debunked?
Do you want to watch the video with me?
No, we'd like you to describe it. We'd like you to explain.
Well, I'm trying to learn here.
Yeah.
Do you even know what the argument is that you would like to debunk?
Yes, you're not supposed to be able to see both of those.
No.
Did you watch that?
No,
did you watch?
That's incorrect.
Did you watch that video?
Mm-hmm.
And
Look,
what is
the Black Swan is about the Black Swan argument is about the horizon.
Okay,
it should not.
It Chicago, 40 miles across Lake Michigan at this distance. Chicago should be 106 feet below the horizon. Are you serious? That's not that far away, dude.
Well, dude, you don't know. You're kind of advertising that you're not aware of the size, the claimed size.
Do you want to watch on Google what size of the Earth is and what is the mass of the?
Sure.
It turns out your ball is not as big as you think it is.
Yeah.
Like it should be testable for curvature.
So no curve from a plane. Of course, you're not going to see that. You're like flying out of the airport. First of all,
Yeah.
What is that? Look at how low he is, dude.
Yeah, if you see the 1 of 20 part of the Earth flat, what that mean?
I actually cannot understand you, unfortunately.
Well, bro, the reason why the plane thing is even relevant is because people come here and say, well, dude, if you want to see curvature, just buy an airplane ticket. Like, haven't you flat earthers been on an airplane? No, I didn't say you did. I'm saying this is a common saying from globe earthers that are new. They'll just say, well, just get on an airplane. So, but then it's nice to hear someone like you who understands that, well, that's too low to even see curvature. So,
well, of course.
Well,
I'm not
obvious to
attacking you guys
you,
at all.
but we
I'm just
debate
saying.
like if you scooped up 10 random people off the street, they're going to say, "Oh yeah, just get in a plane." But to you and us, it's obvious that that's not true. But mainstream says it is. Even Google, bro. If you Google, "Can you see curvature from an airplane?" it's going to say yes, 30,000 feet. Clearly, you can see it. But you're saying, of course, so that's not true. So are we.
No, I was actually just looking at that video I just saw there. Or that picture, sorry. I was just basing it off what that guy said.
Well, how high do you think airplanes fly?
Higher than that, bro. Look at that.
Okay, well how high do you think?
That looks like it's taking off.
Okay, well, how high do you think?
30,000 feet is the normal.
Okay, can you see a curvature from that altitude?
Not that high. It's higher, I thought.
What's happened if you see 1,200 miles straight surface flat?
Where do you see that?
On the video of Jerry Tolan, what I posted.
Kind of far back.
45 minutes after the hour.
40.
Oh, fuck.
I can
What
repost
chat is it in?
kind of far back. I can repost it for you.
So this?
No.
There you go. I don't know.
There it is. This is one of 20 parts of all air. When it's starting to curve.
Let me watch this way.
Okay.
I mean, if we could get back to the black swan, you clearly don't understand the black swan argument.
I'll be honest, I guess I don't understand it. I thought it was.
Yeah, it's not about the oil rigs. The oil rigs are demarcation of distance so that we can judge how far the horizon is. Do you see the horizon in that image behind or between or in front of any of those rigs? Or just more clearly, do you see the horizon behind the rigs like everybody else? Both? The farthest one?
Just hold tight. I'm checking this video out here. Sorry.
Hopefully you're taking notes when you go back to talk to Dave. You can ask him all these questions.
Sure, man.
He's not talking to Dave. He just watched a couple of videos of him.
Of course. What do you think?
I'm just saying, maybe you can get him to come in here and explain his stuff since they're not going to
guy with the
sense to you, you know?
Oh, by the way, that earlier question, what is the sun made out of? 92% hydrogen, 8% helium.
How does anybody know that?
Anyway, fires don't burn inside a vacuum chamber, so I don't care
not a fire, but that's not what I meant.
How we
I mean,
know
that's just according to the lore, of course. They've got to have
Lore,
something
what?
in the lore, bro. So
How we know that?
Bro, I just heard someone earlier talking about the fucking, the giant ship in Kentucky or whatever it is. I don't want to hear lore.
giant ship in Kentucky. Are you talking about the? Well, dude, it's having facts about the sun that are completely made. It's just lore. It's like saying, oh, well,
Is it
planet
made up
Namek
of?
is 33 times bigger than the Earth. It's just lore according to that, that realm, the fictional realm.
What realm?
Oh, well, like Narnia, outer space. It's just a fictional theme for video games
Let's
and movies.
define what the word lore means. Lore just means instructions.
Yeah, so the outer space video game, whatever you want to call it.
Damn.
I mean, Planet Namek, right? It's like 33 times bigger than the Earth. So
I think I'd like to start a little bit more, just like with the fundamentals, the basics with him again, just because he still doesn't understand where we're coming from. Most people come in and they think that we're talking about a flat disk floating around in space, right? That's not at all what we're saying. We don't believe in a vacuum of space, outer space, by any means. Like, sure, there are lights or possibly their physical bodies up above us, but if you can point to them, it doesn't mean that that's what you're on. One analogy that we like to use is like on a pool table. If all the balls on the table are spheres, does that make the table itself a sphere? Clearly, no. So that's not proof of anything, even if you can point at the moon and say that's a sphere, or point at Jupiter and say that's a sphere. It doesn't mean that that's what you're on. I typically view the flat Earth as being the floor to everything that exists. Everything that's above your head is literally that above your head. It doesn't ever go around a ball and underneath you.
Yep. I think if
another
there's
thing
anything
is
you can say about the sun, you can bank on it's above you and moving.
I mean, it's so far away, dude. It's
Well,
so
not
massive. that
93
it's
million miles away.
What's the distance
Why not?
that you measured?
Well, because that's
Not
according to the
Google.
lore.
The lore. You can say the lore, but
Well,
Okay,
nobody
according to the
measured it.
story-
So
okay, sorry. It's the bedtime story. Is that where
Nobody-
it for?
that works.
Nobody measured it, son.
It's just made up, dude. Like video
Yeah,
games.
so you just
Yeah,
said
they changed-
it's so massive
You guys
and it's so
see-
far away.
Who
Do you know how they
doesn't
got
believe in
that?
space?
Do you know how they got the distance and the size? Do you?
What's up?
Do you know how they got the distance and the size to the sun?
I don't.
So how do you know it's far away and massive?
So I've been told that. It's kind of a general consensus.
The way that they did it is they assumed they assumed Earth and Venus to be the same size and made calculations to the distance to Venus. So that's already based off of an assumption there. And then using that, they extrapolate it outwards to the other celestial bodies, to the sun and to the other planets in the sky.
The other problem is that they assume
Practically, you have
they assume Earth size, and then they assume Venus to be the same size as the Earth that they assumed the size of. So there's major problems there.
Well, also keep in mind that most of us, I won't speak for everyone, but I'm sure it's true that most people here previously believed in the globe and strongly. So, when you said like, "Oh, that's just what I was told," we were told the same thing. So what you don't need to do is like just kind of repeat it, like, "Oh, well, the sun's far away."
Yeah, I haven't.
Well, it's more about what we can prove.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Because
So
we've
what
already
is
heard
the
the story.
reasoning?
You don't have to repeat it. Go ahead.
What is the reasoning for whoever is not allowing us to know that it's actually not a globe?
Why would they lie?
What's the reasoning for this? What's the gain?
Well, you might want to collect the evidence first, right? If you arrive to a crime scene and there's a dead body,
Well, no, I'm just saying, what is there to gain from keeping
the
everything
first
for
thing you
yourself?
wouldn't do is start asking about the motive of the situation. First, you collect the evidence.
Absolutely.
And if it leads you to a motive, then great. But if you never end up with a motive, then what are you going to do? Is that dead body just going to
Who created
sweep
the
it
lore?
under the rug?
And what's the reason for having this lore that you speak of?
Control.
Well, listen, I just addressed that it's more about the evidence and less about the motive, because I can't give you the motive. I'm not the one that committed the crime.
Anyone have the?
I'm seeing videos of people going to space. What's the reasoning for faking that?
Again, this is motive based questioning. So if you want to ask, if you want to know why a liar is
NASA
lying,
or
ask the
SpaceX
liar.
or Russian space station, they can probably answer your question why they do it.
We have
lots of reasons. We could come up with reasons all day why they might want to lie. It doesn't make any one of them true. Most likely it's a combination of things. But I would just point, I guess, simply to William Casey, a former CIA director, was quoted saying that our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything the American public believes to be true is false.
The whole world believes that. It's not a Western culture thing. It's the whole world believes it. Separate countries that are enemies all believe that the Earth is round.
Can you prove enemies? Can you actually prove?
I mean, the United States and Russia?
That's a side conversation.
In 1959, 12 countries, China, USSR, and the United States, signed the Antarctic Treaty. Went into effect 1961. It's the longest. It's the longest lasting peace treaty ever. It's got 54 countries now. It survived. Excuse me. It survived all the missile problems, all the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis. It survived all that because they are all working together to hide the fact that we don't live on a globe. And so all you got to do is put the common sense together.
Why, though?
You can't have global warming without a globe. It is power. It is control. It is money. And if you want to get into the spiritual aspect of it, we can do that too.
Who's them, Justin?
Let's say like this. Let's say that there is no way that somebody would lie something like that. Okay?
Justin, chill out, dude. I'm not trolling.
Ignore some of that.
I'm saying, let's say that is not happening, because you are asking why would they lie, Let's say they cannot lie. Then we need to come back to the point again. That means that they are not lying because it's not possible to control and to make this lie. That means, on the end, that water is curving for sure. Because it is not possible to be this. There is no motivation for this lie. There is no, if it's not motivation, that means that water must curve there in reality. And that's
So creation, I see you're saying you're them. There's got to be a conspiracy to start it, correct?
Wait. Hold on. Say what now?
So we have all this scientific research that's saying that if you go look at videos of us going to space.
Oh my God.
Why are you saying like you're in the club, bro? You're not in that club.
Humans, us as humans.
You're not them.
And you're no one, so.
You didn't go anywhere, dude.
Holy shit, dude. Who is Justin? It's going wild right now, bro.
Went to space.
Well,
it's a fictional place. It's like saying you went to Narnia. You can go to Planet Namek. These are fictional places.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, can you go to Narnia tomorrow?
So which one of you guys... Who was talking about the creationist arc?
Okay, so quick subject change.
Well, I'm just curious. Are you the guy talking about it?
No, we want to speak about the surface of the earth, mostly pointed out, because if it's sphere outside, it must curve, that's for sure. And because of that, we are here, not because of stars.
No, Justin. Justin, if you could explain to me who they is and why, what is the reasoning for creating such a conspiracy like this?
Justin, even though he's got a mod tag, he loves to sit there in the side chat and be a barking dog. Ignore him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Well,
I have
you
to
did
come in
kinda
and
bring
reply
up this-
now because we've been sitting here for over 2 hours going in a circle again and again with this guy saying the same thing.
I mean, if you guys
Waterworld's now just come in,
Justin.
cut him off, and actually said some stuff that we've already said before.
Justin,
and he's clarified it, and he just sits here and talks over people.
You haven't said anything.
Not
You've been
listening to
crying,
anything that we say, and we
Justin,
just
I checked him in.
let
I checked
him
him in
do it
15 or
to
20
us
minutes ago.
every single time. It's great. Wonderful.
May I ask Junebug? I think he's the one asking the question. He's the skeptic. Thank you. Nice to have you on. Have you ever experienced for yourself through empirical and observation curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
I mean, no. I don't think anybody has.
Okay. So you haven't experienced 8 inches per mile squared, which is what they use on a radius of a ball of 59 miles. If you've never experienced curvature of the Earth, why do you know it exists?
Considering the Earth is a globe, there has to be curvature, right?
We saw it on TV.
But you've never seen it for yourself.
I've never seen many things by myself.
You're told you live on this tilted, wobbling, spinning ball through the vacuum of outer space, traveling at this insane speeds. And you've never seen curvature of the Earth, which is 8 inches per mile squared, based on a radius of 3,959 miles. You've never seen it, but you believe it. Why?
I'll agree with you that it's very wild that we are traveling through the universe at a very rapid speed. But that
Were you ever given an opportunity from age 5 and beyond to believe in anything else other than a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball?
I guess not, technically.
Okay. And you've never seen curvature of the Earth, so why do you think we live on a ball?
Because every other planet that we can see, you can see other planets with your own eyes.
Can you prove
They look
planet?
round.
Can you? So you're saying you can look to the celestial to prove the terrestrial? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I can see it with my own eyes. It's there. Didn't you just say?
Well, Earth's not
You
even
are-
a planet.
How are
so-
the stars and lights then? I'm just curious.
No,
How
welcome
do you
to the club.
how do you know that they are what they? Why do you assume 3D and not 2D?
Come again?
Why do you assume they're 3D and spherical and not
You're looking
2D
at
and
the 3D world.
just
Everything
placed
is
up there?
three-dimensional. What are you talking about?
No, not everything has to be 3-dimensional.
I can see lights a ball. Earth is a ball. I mean,
How do you know Earth's a
You
ball?
don't see that. You
If-
don't see
How do you
that.
know Earth's a ball when you've never experienced it for yourself?
if you guys
Everything
look through a
physical is
telescope,
three-dimensional. Even paper has a thickness.
Yeah,
Everything
bro,
is
come on.
three-dimensional.
I don't think you understand the difference, but continue.
Is a pool table a ball?
Yeah.
A pool table is a
Wow.
ball. You're telling me
I
a pool table's a
mean-
ball?
Oh, pool ball, rather. My bad.
You're telling me a pool table is a ball?
Okay, buddy. My bad. I meant the other thing.
I'm gonna just.
How
hate
you were
myself,
saying?
bro.
I don't even know what that meant, but
You didn't even listen to his question. You just immediately try to answer it.
is a pool table a ball?
I gave you that analogy a few minutes ago. You understood it, correct?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So my friend,
Justin,
friend.
bro. You're okay. I'm muting that Justin kid.
so
No.
my friend, you were told and taught that you live on a ball, even though you've never experienced the ball, and
There's plenty of things you can experience that
no,
don't
and-
know
Just
how
so
they
you-
work exactly.
See, this is what's fascinating. We're told and taught that we live on a ball, but our eyes, observations, experiments, and experience tells us we live on a topographical stationary plane over what some people call a flat Earth. But so you are going with appeal to education, authority, consensus, popularity, maybe even money, because you don't want to lose your job for being a nutcase. But you've never appealed to the ability to think for yourself. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay, so you've abdicated the role of thinking to other people. Is that
First of
correct?
all, I just want to say, who's the guy who let me in here? Luna. What's up with everybody chatting?
Oh, Lou? Yeah, Lou's awesome.
Bro, if I'm just asking questions, Dr. Flat Earth, you can talk if you want, bro. Dr. Flat
Yeah, we made it pretty quick in the VC check-in. I was going to give you a little bit of a warning that it can be fairly aggressive in here at times. I didn't really get to that though.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
I'm just fascinated because for 97% of my life, I believe we live on a ball. And then when I found out other things we were lied to about, and it was clear
Such
we were,
as?
well, forgive me, the health thing that's been going on for 32 months.
Evolution.
I found out was a lie, but we can't talk about that. And
What's
so
a
when I found out that was a lie,
I will leave that. It's all right.
and then when I found out that was a lie, then I got tired of studying it. I stopped the genomes and DNA sequencing because I'll never talk about that with the average person on the street. So I came to the ground I walked on, and I had never experienced curvature of the Earth. I never experienced spin of the Earth. I never experienced
Ask
motion.
him what
of the
his picture of the Earth looks like if it was a flat Earth. I'm kind of asking you, Justin.
Well,
that's the question I
All
asked.
pictures in reality show reality. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, it would just look like what you looks like when you go outside.
So what would the undercarriage of the Earth look like?
It's not a thing.
It's not
It's
floating in
beyond
space.
a model,
Remember
yeah.
I told you
It's not an
space is
object.
fake. It's not floating around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bigger than a cartoon model. You can't just put it in a cartoon and say that's reality. So reality is very different than what you're used to believing in.
So why can you see the International Space Station in space?
You're already hiding from reality, right? You're already hiding from reality. That was easy. That was a panic.
If you look,
that's called ejection seat. Pull up. Yeah,
you can go outside tonight if you have a clear sky and see it.
You've been told that's what you're looking at.
Okay. Yes, we see all lights. Yes, all lights in the sky depend on being on a stationary level surface. Yes. Yep.
Is that what I said?
No, that's what I'm telling you. No, you didn't say it. You live in a cartoon. In reality, all lights depend on not being on a ball in outer space. We see lights in the sky in reality. Yep.
If the International Space Station,
I know you live in a cartoon. That's the point.
Yeah, you're right.
If the International Space Station is 50% larger than a Boeing 747, Boeing 747 is about 240 feet across. The International Space Station, we're told, is 360 feet across. We have a hard time seeing an airplane at 7.5, 8 miles up, but the International Space Station is 30 times further than that. So something that's 50% larger, that's 30% further, 30 times further away, you can see. I'll say this respectfully. Nice story, bro.
I mean, you've never seen it in the sky. You've never seen satellites. You've never seen that.
You know what's fascinating about satellites in the sky? 98% of all communication in the world is through online towers, cables, and wires that are on the Earth. 2% can easily be explained by buoys in the ocean, and that NASA buys, with a $25 billion budget, buys 90% of the world's helium. 90% of and they're known for rockets, but they buy 90% of the world's helium. So you could easily take that 1 or 2 extra percent of the world's communication and put them on buoys and in balloons in the sky that can go up 100, 150, 200,000 feet. You would never see. There are no satellites. That is a lie that you've been taught.
Okay.
That's a lie that you've been taught because fact is 98% of all communication is towers, cables, and wires. And 2% can be easily explained by the fact that NASA buys 90% of the world's helium, and they're known for their rockets. What do you think they're doing with that helium? They're putting them in balloons and putting them up in the sky, and they tell you the International Space Station is going over top because they want you to believe you live on a ball.
Why do they want that, though?
June, can you
Control
see
you.
June, can you see the
how is that controlling? What is the difference between it goes flat or low?
Sorry,
Look
June,
at you, dude.
June,
Look at
sorry,
you, bro.
can you see the GIF that 30 minutes after the hour? It's ISS GIF.
ISS live from ISS.
Yeah.
I'm
Do
looking
you
at
see
it.
that? Yeah, what do you see?
See a dude floating behind. I don't really see anything weird. If you point something
Well,
out,
look at it.
Do you
Examine
see
it for more than 2
something-
seconds.
Do you see something on his back?
looks like something to hook up so you don't float around. I mean, they're both. The person on the right's wearing one too.
Well, there you go.
See that strap on her? It's the same thing.
Is that we need? What is the
to hold you down?
Yeah. What is the
so you don't float around? What are you saying?
What is the purpose of the string and the hook?
Where do you see a string and a hook?
On the back of the guy.
I don't see a string. I see a 2-couple-inch black rope, almost looking thing.
Oh, rope.
I don't know. What is it? Like 2 inches?
Oh, what's that? Is that?
I would assume it's a strap to tie yourself down to something.
Really?
Yeah, because that makes sense.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's no gravity. I mean,
there is no gravity. Yeah.
Whatever TV says.
Yeah. People in a regular area on wires, kind of like how they do would make a movie.
I mean, so all those live videos from space are fake. I'm assuming.
Oh, so all those
movies they must be real.
They must
I'm
have
just
filmed
asking.
Interstellar and outer space for real.
I'm asking you. How
2001: Space Odyssey is real. Are you saying movies are fake?
Bro, look at this. I want to show you a video right now.
Those movies must have been filmed in real time.
Hey, listen, guys. You got to realize that everything they believe in is based off of what they're shown on TV. So they're going to believe whatever's on TV. Period. Doesn't matter how stupid it is.
June, did you know that on ISS the people fading also like a ghost?
Oh my god, he posted the Red
They're
Bull
what?
jump. Brilliant. Dude, you just shot yourself in the foot.
I mean, I realize it's. I know what you
It's
TV.
too easy.
There's
Dude,
more.
being,
No, bro.
being a
It's
flat
crazy,
earther
Bear.
in
It's
2022
TV.
is incredibly easy
Bro,
because
More
you
TV.
didn't have
If it was
to
a
argue.
flat Earth, wouldn't you be able to see the whole Earth? The whole
No,
planet?
that's dumb. No.
Why? What
Wow,
do you mean?
more TV because you saw it on TV.
That's retarded, bro. Listen, let's just address what you posted here. This
Superman
Red
vision.
Bull jump.
Sure.
Okay, so do you know the
I'm
altitude
right
of the
now.
jump? Are you aware of the altitude, the claimed altitude from this?
Claimed altitude. I don't.
128,000 feet.
Okay.
Yes.
What about it?
Okay. All right. So remember earlier when you said it was too low to see curvature from that picture that Justin posted from the airplane?
The airplane that was like 10,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, sure. So that was like 10,000 feet, right? So, and then Google says you can see curvature about 30,000. So would you agree or disagree with what Google has to say there?
Let me see. I'll see what I get when I look it up.
Okay, we'll wait.
What if it conflicts what the TV says, Crazy Bear?
Oh, yeah, I got my soundboard ready to go.
Okay. Just in case they might not agree because you can't find anybody that agrees when we should be able to see curvature. That's kind of the punchline.
Can you take a look at this, though? So I have a question about this Red Bull video.
Yeah, well, we got you, bro. We've
We have to explain all TV to you. We will.
But so far, we just want to get an understanding
okay.
what altitude do I need to be at to see curvature? We're starting at what altitude? If 10,000 isn't enough,
I'm seeing
Google says
35,000 feet.
Sorry, go ahead. What?
I'm seeing 35,000 feet.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yep. So that's what Google says. So you agree with what Google says there?
I mean, I've
Maybe
never
now-
personally done it myself. Have you?
Well, you've never
TV.
flown in an airplane?
Yes.
Flown on an airplane.
TB,
So
can you now?
Then you have tested it. Hold on, Sasha. So you have tested it for yourself?
I mean, through a window?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
Well, what did you see?
Earth has no acceleration, no velocity, no spin.
Listen to this.
Well, pay attention, bro. Pay attention. What did
Yeah,
you
well,
see?
Bro, I got
Flat
like
Earth.
15 different memes coming at me right now.
Well, just pay attention to people talking to you.
Could you imagine if we had 15 years of television?
You're in the VC, talk in the VC, ignore most of that nonsense.
you're
in
right,
the site.
All right, let's just cut to the chase. So we most people have been in an airplane. You don't see curvature from an airplane, even though Google says you can. Now let's check in with one of the experts, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's addressing the Red Bull jump.
Okay, so every time I've curvature of the
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't.
All right, now that's just a couple short clips, but he's
Okay, so
talking
that was
about
in space. He was
no. He's talking about the Red Bull jump, my friend. I'll get the full context.
You're saying, right, so is he, because, yeah, you don't see curvature in space. Are you agreeing with that?
I've never been in space personally.
You don't have right, so you're saying, okay, so you heard what he said, though,
Well,
right?
What I've seen is that from space, it
On
looks like
TV.
a ball.
Yeah, on TV, right?
On TV, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Yep, exactly, right.
Yeah.
Well, you watch TV, there you go. You're going to live in television.
Yeah.
Can we get more CB from the Neil deGrasse Tyson? I want to hear.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
To see the curvature of the Earth.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't.
Well,
that stuff is flat.
Ooh, ouch! Dang it!
Oh,
Ooh, wow. Well, it's okay though.
Let's get you the full context, okay? Because
you're right. He just
posted
admitted it.
You just posted the Red Bull thing.
Surface. National Space Station will be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. If he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't.
That's fair. No, I agree. I was wrong.
Oh, that's on it. I appreciate that, but yeah.
Do you know
I mean,
what?
apparently-
Do you know what? June, do you know what you are honest? June, you are honest. Do you know what is interesting? Many people saying that he is wrong.
Yeah, that's true. Most people, instead of saying what you said, they'll be like, "Oh no, Neil's wrong." They'll throw him under the bus.
We were just talking about that the other day, CB, how they are ready to throw anyone under the bus, including the model itself, if it means that they don't have to correct themselves.
Right.
Humility, Jim Bug, guys, appreciate.
At this point, they're not even defending the model anymore. They have their own fringe model that they've constructed that it has nothing to do with the mainstream anymore.
Right? Don't you love that A Matrix when they start concocting another cosmology? It's like, dude, what the hell? Oh, dude,
That's right. Each individual religious system for each rumpus to this guy to that guy. Yeah, they all have their own, Hail Mary.
Junebug, what they did, it's real simple. They whether you believe Copernicus did it or somebody else did it, they reversed engineered the globe. They shot an arrow, it hit something, they went and found where it was hit, they took the arrow off, put the bullseye right there, put the bullseye where it hit, and then put the arrow right in the middle of the target and called it a bullseye.
That's
and
right.
called it a planet. They reversed engineered everything. They had what they wanted, which was heliocentrism, a ball, a planet, a sphere, or a globe. They had it, and they reversed everything engineered around it and gave you a bunch of zeros, gave you 9.81 meters per second squared. They gave you 8 inches per mile
9.8
squared.
meters per second squared. Are you talking about gravity?
9.81 meters, per square, for gravity. They gave you 8 inches per mile squared. They gave you a refraction quotient of 7.
You can test the 8.9 meters.
But
everything disproves that, though. We'll show you.
Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, we don't say things don't go boom.
What is
boom.
gravity?
We don't say nobody can tell you. Everybody says that things go boom boom. We don't say the cause is gravity. You see, so effect, things go boom.
So what
boom.
is the reason for that? Like, let's say I jump in the air. Why am I going back to the ground?
Oh, well,
because you're not on a ball and cartoon.
Superman,
Yeah.
you're not Goku. You're not gonna fly. Let's remove those expectations. Okay, so
in real life, yep.
Why would you assume that you're gonna do anything else? Why would you assume that you're gonna float? Where did that the idea even come from?
Right.
Most things fall down.
Yeah,
There's
and that's
more-
the effect.
There's more to it than this, but essentially it's relative density or specific gravity is another way of putting it. You're familiar with Archimedes' principle? Like, yes or no?
No, I'm not.
You
Justin
probably
posted
are
it
and
at
don't
1
know
minute
it.
past the hour. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Grace Perfect.
you probably actually are more familiar with it than you think. Yeah, take a look at what Drace posted.
Yes, but if you go to the beach, you can pick up sand. You can drive a fast car down a desert road, and sand and dust goes up in the air and stays there for long periods of time. So that's not 9 point whatever meters per second squared. Sorry. So a child can disprove that. A child could disprove that. You just got to think about it. Oh, yes, there's things called dust.
You're missing something there, bud.
I know, you're not even letting me finish, bro. You live in a cartoon. Just relax. When I throw dust up in the air, that's solid matter, and it's hanging in the air because it's so small. The air can pick it up, so there is no gravity. Sorry.
Oh well, Exo, you forgot. I just dropped this feather and it fell at. Oh, wait.
Oh, that also was a 9.8 meters squared. Yeah, so nothing falls at that rate. That's just a man-made construct in your imagination. Look, the word gravity existed before Isaac Newton did. The word is gravitas. that already existed. That's what we depend on. It's called weight. So things go down. Things don't go on a cartoon ball in a vacuum. We're still looking for that evidence. Yep.
Okay.
So your mic is over. I don't know. Whatever. It's too loud.
It's
freaking
clipping.
hissing in my ear. Yeah, it's clipping.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah,
Thanks.
no worries.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Congratulations.
You know what's fascinating about Newton, besides he was thrown under the bus in 1915, and with relativity by Poincaré, who Einstein stole his work from a year before. Einstein in 1666 came up with 666 newtons, 666, and he basically said two things. He never noticed that when he went to the bathroom and his urine fell to the ground, he never noticed that it fell to the ground. He had to wait for an apple to hit him on top of the head and fall to the ground and not into the lake. Second of all, in 1692, he said he wanted absolutely nothing to do with innate gravity. He said, "Do not assign that to me. I don't want it." But you aren't taught that. But then when we saw this eclipse in 1915, Eddington had to come, a star through the eclipse in 1915. Eddington had to explain that away, and Poincaré, who Einstein stole Poincaré's work from, had to come up with the fact that the light was going around the eclipse, and that's how we came up with the bending and warping of space-time. So we no longer live under Newton's mass attracts mass and things are pulled toward the center of a ball. We live under the bending and warping of space-time, which nobody can ever explain what that is. But you believe it because you were taught that.
Actually, Einstein's ideas also are fraying at the edges. They've discovered galaxies that appear to be spinning too quickly on the edges, and so Einstein's ideas just go out the window. So they had to invent dark matter and dark energy to try to make everything work out.
Yes.
Problem is, Einstein doesn't even match with quantum mechanics, so they already have this giant mismatch between experiment and theory. And so a lot of scientists are saying, like, we don't really know what gravity is. We just know what it does. And we're trying to find this quantum gravity theory. And a lot of people are just running with outdated ideas.
People are running with their ball. That's what they're running with. They want their ball at all costs. And they want it for power, control, and money. And they also want it for the spiritual thing, because Nietzsche said many centuries ago, we have killed God. And every time that we go into outer space, we kill God further, because outer space is not mentioned in the Bible at all. So we kill God, we control people, we have power over people, and we make money from it. So those are the four main reasons that I believe that we're told that we live on a ball.
When you said Nietzsche, you did mean just 80 years ago, not hundreds of years ago, right?
I think wasn't Nietzsche part of the Reformation?
No, Nietzsche's,
what does religion have to do with the...
He's 20th.
Okay, my bad.
Hey, K96, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, the whole outer space idea is a religion. That's what we're trying to show you.
Ancient ball worship.
Ancient ball worship.
Yeah, you got to also think, like, the public assumed they had all these rights because their religious beliefs told them they got their rights from their respective creators. And now they got hoodwinked into this bald belief where they're just a random speck of dust and the daddy government controls everything and is perfectly capable of taking your rights away. And there's no objection that you could really make.
I mean, what's the difference between that? What does the globe have to do with that? That we're just a speck of dust?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that they push this globe religion. That's what they're trying to teach you, that you have to believe it. It's not our claim. They're the ones forcing you to believe it. That's the point, not us. Yeah.
I want to talk to Aether, or Waterworld, rather. You were saying something about how they profit from it.
Yes.
Where's profit being made?
You can't have a globe and you can't have a global warming and all the money that goes being made off of global warming if you don't have a globe.
I think it's a separate thing.
No.
A globe is a globe. It's the same. Trust me, they're talking about the same globe. Yeah, that's the same globe. Trust me, not a different one. The same one.
Are you telling me that they're not making money off of global warming and telling us how to live?
Who's they?
Oh, don't start with that.
Oh, he doesn't know that. So you don't know that. Wait,
I have a valid answer
those
for
people
this,
that.
man. I have a valid answer. It's the World Economic Forum.
No, wait a minute. Is this the first? Hold on 1 second. Is this the first time you've ever
This
heard
is
of global
speculation,
warming?
guys. Let's stay to the
Right, is this
point.
1 second, guys. 1 second. Can I just ask a question?
With objective reality,
He's never heard of. Wait, 1 second, guys. He's never heard of global warming before.
It's like a cacophony in here. Y'all have.
Yeah, he's never heard of global warming. Sorry.
I know, but so many people are trying to talk. It's impossible to listen to. It's actually
I agree.
stressful. Yeah, I try and come in here, and so many people are trying to talk. I actually get I get anxiety listening.
Okay.
So many people are trying to overtalk each other. So y'all gotta chill, please.
I'll back out, Mimas. He just made the claim that he's never heard about global warming before, because that's not our claim either.
Never said that.
Yeah, let's talk.
Yeah, these aren't our ideas, so I don't know what to tell him.
I think what he said is he said that globe and global warming are not mutually exclusive. Is what you don't need one for the other. Because now they've just changed, which doesn't need a globe.
You know, like 90% of people live on places that will be submerged in water. If this
Probably
global
eventually.
warming shit is real.
They said that 10, 15 years ago, that those places would already be underwater.
They said it in 2000.
Yeah, so if global warming is real, why are the bankers investing in areas that are going to be submerged?
Exactly. So I'm investing there right now. I got a timeshare.
Hey, you're going to lose your money, bro. That's going to be submerged soon.
Al Gore said in 19.
Yeah, Al Gore. He was
Al
a fucking
Gore said in
politician. Who cares what he says?
Al Gore said in 1997 that the North Pole ice caps would be gone by 2002.
Yeah, that guy's an idiot. I mean, what do you get?
Politicians lying. Yeah, that's a problem.
Guys,
That's the
easiest
thing.
way.
Everyone does.
Easiest
Every
way.
politician does. What are you trying to say?
Why don't we ask him? Ask him. Do you believe in anthropogenic climate change?
I don't know what that is. You got to explain it.
Well, that's global warming.
Guys,
Well, it's a different term.
man-made
So.
climate change. Anthropogenic means man-made, right? So
Yeah.
man-made climate change. That's the technical term is anthropogenic climate change.
I have a hard time pronouncing that one.
Okay. Well, do you believe in climate change then? In man-made climate change?
Excuse me.
Yeah, and when Al Gore got up on that cherry picker and made his make believe the polar bears are dying movie, he crossed over into propagandist.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
he's
I
a
just asked him a
politician,
question. So let's. Do you believe in it?
Believe in what?
In climate change theory?
I believe in man-made and some natural.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Sure, it's a mixture of both. Go ahead.
So, well, they changed it from global warming to climate change.
Once again,
well, wasn't it cooling at one
But
point?
climate change is real. Climate always changes.
I know, but hold on, y'all don't get lost in the weeds.
Go ahead.
There's a track, a logical chain of statements here that's going to come up. Okay, if I told you to measure the deviation of a line, you would have to have the straight line, right?
I suppose so.
Okay. So, what's the weather supposed to be like? What's the climate supposed to be if it's wrong?
I'm not too sure.
See that this is the problem.
Well, I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, if no one can tell us what the optimum, i.e. the perfect system is, how do they not know that this isn't the perfect system? That it's exactly what it's supposed to be?
Because there was a measurable difference of pollution in the sky and carbon buildup.
Measured against what?
What?
What was it measured against?
The prior years.
The prior
During
years.
COVID, when COVID first started, and they shut so much production shut down for a while.
Hold
there
on
was a
now.
measurable change.
Hold on.
Okay.
Doesn't that assume that they knew there was not supposed to be that change?
Assume there's not supposed to be that change.
Yes.
But if you have data from the last 70 years and you're saying
I know
2 years where it's
it doesn't matter if the climate, it doesn't matter if the temperature went up or down. It does not matter. How do they know it's not supposed to? What are they measuring against? You can't say previous years. You have to have what the optimum of that year was supposed to be able to say it was wrong.
Do you?
Yes. Otherwise, how do you know it's wrong?
Just gonna do some research. Just continue speaking.
The entire
I gotta look around, but
here's the thing: the entire climate model is only built off of a statistical model. It's not actually built on science.
You ever taken statistics?
I've never
Science
taken
is statistics.
I've never taken statistics before, but I've dealt with them a lot. So I'm not an expert or anything.
Okay.
You don't have to. You don't have to be an expert.
Yeah, you don't have to be an expert to understand anything about, statistics.
You don't have to be an expert to think for yourself.
Right. So,
So I'm just curious. So, just at least just one person, give me your idea of what you think the Earth looks like.
I don't know what the is to be able to say what it looks like.
General idea.
I'm not.
What's the difference between it and the actual globe that you don't like?
Wow. I am not a flat earther because I don't know what the Earth is to say if it's an object or a realm or what.
A realm.
Here, June, you have a situation with the the Antarctic Treaty that went into effect in 1961. You're not allowed freely and privately to explore anything south of the 60th parallel, which is just below Cape Horn, South America. You can go ahead and spend 20. No, I said freely and privately. You can go from Cape Horn, South America to a little place that sticks out of Antarctica, spend $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, go see some penguins, or you can try, if you're a part of the 54 nation UN treaty, there's 206 UN countries. If you're part of the 54, you can apply to go down there. The United States, it's a now 90-day wait. You have to get approved. You cannot take dogs, mechanical equipment. You have to do the pulling of your skis alone with things behind you. You got to pick up your poop. So 60th degree south parallel, you cannot go to freely and privately. You have to get permission. They can say no very easily. Second, you can't explore north of the North Pole within 500 miles of the North Pole. You can't freely and privately go explore there. So they're telling you the top of this Earth, this globe that you're told you can't freely and privately explore, and the bottom of this globe you can't freely and privately explore. Nobody has ever gone from one end of Antarctica on a globe, gone over it, and come up the other end. And any plane flights do not exist that way. So why? And you've never experienced curvature of this globe. So why do you believe you live on a globe?
Well, let me answer that. That's a great way to put it. But even if you could explore,
so first of all,
that doesn't tell you the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
What you're asking for, asking for, is a God's perspective on the Earth. We're your fellow man. I cannot give you that view, right? We can go up in the sky. We can't go out of the Earth. I can zoom in on the Earth, but I can't zoom out. So seeing the whole Earth at once, that's not a thing.
I mean, I think if you were in space, you could, right?
Well, there's no flat Earth in outer space. You have to understand that.
Go to a cartoon. Yep.
Yeah.
There's no disc floating around. There's no magic carpet. There is no flat Earth or Earth in outer space. So going out isn't even a thing at all. You can go up in the sky, but you can't go outside the Earth.
And the other thing, June, you got to get into is you got to get into the inverse square law of light, the second law of thermodynamics, and Newton's third law of motion. Which any of those three, not even talking about combining 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3, prohibits us from believing and traveling in outer space. It is impossibility. But because we watch Star Wars, Star Trek. We watched Matt Damon go to Mars and survive on Mars for a year and a half before he comes in and is rescued. Because we watched Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks and Kevin Bacon in 1995, because we see it on TV, we believe it. We never think for ourselves. June, for the first time maybe intellectually, not what you get for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but intellectually, think for yourself.
I'm trying my best, man.
Well, here's what you got to understand. You cannot look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. This kind of outside view.
Of course.
Well, you would be able to get that if there was an outer space. But we're telling you that you can't get that view. So when you ask,
if you look up in the sky, what is that?
Tell me what.
What are these stars?
sky.
You're saying they're lights. I know what you're saying, but what are they?
Mysteries abound.
Yeah, you can't understand them. Yeah, you're going back to you're falling back on the TV religion because they gave you an answer. You expect people that live in reality to also give you an answer.
Right.
I know that's I'm talking about. Sorry, but that gives you this idea that you can know what your existence is when you barely know what's outside your door. That's the point. They've shown you a cartoon. I'm not going to give you a new cartoon. You don't even know what the Earth is, let alone hiding from the Earth and looking at the sky. So that's the point. You're the one making the claim. I'm not making the claim. You're the one saying, I know what the Earth is because I saw it on TV. I'm saying, no, anybody making that claim is already lying. The Earth is not an object. You can't measure it at all.
Exactly. Exo, listen, dude, if you have questions about the Earth, what is the sun, what are the stars, welcome to the club. We have questions as well. Again, if you want those answers, you're going to have to ask whoever made the Earth. I didn't make the Earth. I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. All I want to do is ask some questions.
What stars?
Oh.
All right.
Best thing to do. You ever lie down on your couch in your living room?
Mm-hmm.
You ever look up? Do you have lights above you?
I do.
Well, you have a ceiling fan or
Sure. I have a ceiling fan.
Ceiling fan. Do you live on a ceiling fan?
Hmm?
You live on a ceiling fan.
I do not. Can you elaborate?
So looking up at a ceiling fan and it's above you, why do you assume that you're on one?
What? What do you mean?
Well, if you're looking up at little tiny lights in the sky, why are you assuming that what you're standing on is like
I don't
that?
assume I'm on a little tiny light in the sky.
Yeah, you do.
Well,
No,
those are planetary systems up there, right?
Planets are solid.
Okay, but they're systems.
Oops.
When Mars is in the sky, when we look at Mars, we see a red light, don't we?
Yeah.
It looks like a red star.
Mhm.
Okay. So you look up, you see a red star, and you're like, "Oh, I'm on one of those."
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, well, there's also
That is
no
reality.
land.
Yep.
You said there's solid. There's no land in the sky, bro. You can,
Earth is solid.
you
You're
probably take that
assuming
to the
that
bank.
Come again?
Okay, so let me ask you this: when you look at Mars, okay, when you look at the moon, we'll just say the moon, since it's the closest or the most visible celestial body in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why would you look at the moon and say, "I am like that"?
Because every other observable object in the Earth is shaped like a sphere.
But what does the shape of things above you have to do with what's below you, though?
Again, you're missing the point I'm saying.
Please ask him again if he lives on a ceiling fan.
Wow.
If you're looking up and you see things in the sky, why would you think I like those things in the sky?
Why would you think you're different than every single other?
Oh, my house is an airplane.
No. Let's do it like this. We'll do the Aristotle method here. Say you just come out of the cave, you have no knowledge, you have a clean slate. Okay?
Okay.
You have no knowledge of anything. You see the moon. Why would it ever enter into your mind that what you're standing on, with all the green grass and air and endless land and sea, why would you look up and think anything but that's a celestial object and I am not like that? Why would you think something different than that?
What do you mean? That's not. I'm missing here.
It's not like you look up and see trees and land and ocean in the sky.
Why would you think that the nature
what do you mean? That makes no sense.
Why would you think that the land you're standing on is like that object in the sky?
It's not just like it.
It's not like it at all. That's the point.
There's solid planets. There's gaseous planets.
Oh.
Well, wait a minute.
How do you know they're solid? Have you been up there?
Look, you've just come out of the cave, though. Remember,
Bro,
we're
look at
erasing
the moon,
knowledge.
it's a solid sphere.
No, it's not.
No.
Okay. No, what is it? I can look. You can go
Listen,
look.
y'all,
Welcome to the club.
What y'all do is every time he asks a question, y'all try and answer it right away while we're in the middle of something else. And that's why the conversation is literally going nowhere. So y'all gotta stick to one thing. So why would, if you have no knowledge at all, you've just come out of the cave, no knowledge of anything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The moon is a light bulb. It is not the same as what you're standing on, right?
I guess you would think that potentially.
You would
But you
obviously
can even see crevices on the moon.
Oh boy.
With your eyes. You guys are
I'm
talking
trying
about
so
seeing
hard,
things
dude.
with your eyes, but
I don't think we live on a moon. I know. I think that's the problem.
Let me ask him. If you came out of the cave and you saw a giant ceiling fan in the sky, would you say, "Wow, I'm living on a giant ceiling fan"?
Sure.
Okay. Well, good luck to you.
No, you wouldn't.
I don't know what you're going for.
Bingo. Got it.
Okay, the whole point is there's actually no logical train of thought that leads you from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. There's no logical connection
Okay,
between
can I say something?
in the sky. That means I'm
So every
standing.
other planet in our solar system is spherical.
But listen
Why
to the
wouldn't
loaded.
planet that we are on be
You're
spherical?
saying every
not a
other
planet.
saying every other
Earth
planet.
is a planet, but
Wow. No, the planet means star.
You're saying every other planet. So even loaded in your language is the presumption that you're on a planet to say you're like the other planets. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you like this. Are you in the Milky Way galaxy?
I've been told, so I have no idea. It's a
Well,
man-made thing, but sure, yeah.
Okay. So how do they know we're in a galaxy?
I personally do not know. Honestly, do you?
Yeah, they say, well, we see galaxies, so we must be in a galaxy, right? They see swirly stuff.
I don't think it's that
swirly
simple
light.
as that, but
That's
It
what
is
you're
actually-
saying, bro.
It
No, I'm
is
not.
simple. It is the exact same thing. There's little swirly things in the sky, which we think are full of stars. There's no proof of that.
But
There's
we
little
can see
swirly
stars
things.
in the sky, though. What are those?
Cannot see stars in other galaxies.
You can see stars in our galaxy. What are those?
Focus.
You're saying our galaxy, as if there are other galaxies now.
Okay, well, in this, whatever you see when you're looking up in the air, whatever you're seeing, I guess, dome, whatever.
Wait, but do you get Mimus's point, though? He's making a good point, right? They're saying that, oh, well, we're in a
I
galaxy
see what he's
because we
saying.
see swirly things in the sky. You're saying we see round things in the sky, therefore we're also on a round thing. It's the same logic as saying we see swirly galaxies, therefore we're in a swirly galaxy.
I have to point out that that is what the Greeks said too. Is because they saw the round thing in the sky, they believed that the gods would only make things in spheres because they believed in like the sacred sphere, the egg of the universe.
Levelist, I'm confused on what you're saying here, bud. With
That's
this,
but focus on what Mimus is saying.
That's where we get the philosophy that, well, it's round in the sky, so we must be on the same thing. It comes from the Greeks. It's like, you know,
but why wouldn't you assume that? Why wouldn't you assume if every other planet we can see with our own eyes? Why would this one be different?
The gods would do that because the egg is. That was
okay. So now you're going off of the Bible.
No, I'm going off of the Greek.
I just heard God.
Well, you're going off of some sort of textbook that's lodged in your head.
I said the gods. I was referring to the pantheon of the Greeks.
I'm sorry, you assume the galaxies are made of stars.
My friend, I'm going to ask one question, then I'm going to leave. Thanks for having me on and listening to me ramble. Would it bother you? Would it bother you if we're alone, the Earth, and it was created by an Almighty God that made you special? Would that bother you?
Would it bother me? Absolutely not. I just don't believe it. Personally.
Okay. It's okay. You know, maybe today's the first step in a new direction for you. But give it up. It's a sign of an intelligent person that they can entertain two thoughts without having to accept both. They can just accept one, but still have the other thought in their mind. So just leave it up to the fact that maybe a creator created you, created the perfect place for you to live, to honor you, so you can honor him, and that you can spend eternity with him. So just have that thought in your mind. You don't have to accept it, but entertain it if you could.
I will. Absolutely. Thanks, man. You were very respectful, rather.
Yeah, likewise. We always appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, don't forget
What is
either
round
that
and
most
spherical
of us,
here?
Sorry, go ahead. What?
So Sasha, if I'm looking, those look pretty spherical around to me, don't you?
No.
Why?
They don't look solid. They look like
flashing lights.
They're made of gas. Most of those are made of.
You don't know that.
Gas.
Hold on. So stars are made of gas, right?
Gases, yeah.
Gases. Okay. What's holding them together?
It's a good question, actually.
Container?
Look it up.
Also, how do they burn in space with no oxygen?
Where's the container for these stars? Because in order for gas to coalesce, to have pressure, they need a container, right?
Not if there's no atmosphere.
There's big propane tanks up there.
Okay.
Holding them together.
In the situation that we're in, there is a container. It's called the universe. It's a completely open system. There's no walls. There's no barriers.
Okay.
What does gas do inside the container?
But you're assuming that there's no space.
Hold on. I know I'm using your model. We're inside the universe container. Like the universe is finite. It's not infinite.
Okay.
So there's an edge, right?
Sure.
Okay. Because it's expanding like a balloon, right?
Yep.
And the stars and galaxies are like little dots on the outside of the balloon. And as it expands, everything gets a little bit farther apart, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So you're inside this container. Why hasn't the gas reached equilibrium?
What do you mean when you say that?
Well, why does it have all these different places of pressure? Like different regions of pressure? Like that's not possible.
Is it not?
No, it's not possible.
Oh.
You show me an experiment where you can take a container and put gas pressure like on one side of it and not another. Like a propane tank. You fill a propane tank and the pressure equalizes inside, doesn't it?
So what I'm reading here.
It's literally in the definition of gas pressure too.
Within the realms of oxygen on Earth, correct?
Well, any gas.
In an environment with oxygen.
Whether it's sulfur hexafluoride, no, if you would just have one gas somewhere, like let's say you create a vacuum chamber and then release a gas into it, the gas fills it equally.
Just that. So actually,
yeah. If you just release helium into a vacuum chamber where there's no oxygen, it will expand equally in every direction.
I'm actually going to take a look at that right now. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. I'm just checking it out.
He's explaining what happens when you pump air in your tires, basically.
Well, that's going to be multiple. That's going to be multiple gases. That's going to be nitrogen. That's going to be oxygen. That's going to be argon. That's going to be the whole spectrum.
Yeah, but the pressure is still going to be the same.
Yeah, but yeah, you're going to have equalized pressure.
And June, look at that GIF with the spheres, you know.
Dude, those look like spheres to me.
Yeah, and which one is a sphere? All of them? One of them?
I mean, generally, all of them do. Maybe on the left it's a little crazy, but you know.
They're made of sphere of light, though. It doesn't look like Earth. Yeah, it doesn't look pretty solid.
Do you know what? The left one is the sphere one. Only one.
I mean, this is a GIF. I mean, they all look spherical to me, round, spherical.
Yeah, but the only one is the sphere.
But I know it's supposed to be like a gotcha GIF, but it's kind of...
Yeah, it's not a gotcha GIF. You are watching the same thing in the sky. You cannot go there.
What is this from? What are these videos from?
Well, it's just a point to say that you're looking up and say, well, those are for sure spheres when you don't know that for sure.
So what would they be then?
We don't know. That's the thing. Welcome to the club. If you have questions...
No, but listen, it looks like a sphere to me, doesn't it? Would it not be?
Yeah, go with the Greek sphere. I'm going to go with the Greek. I'm going to go with the Greek sphere. Say the beginning of wisdom is I do not know.
Correct. Yeah, if you have questions,
take a look at those. Don't those look spherical or round?
Something may look spherical, but that's not going to tell you what it is, how far away it is, or what it's made of.
Like, how could you possibly call the moon a sphere if you've never seen the backside of it? Nobody's ever seen the backside of it.
Right. I mean, and it disappears for like 3 days every month or whatever. So, there's that.
Anyway, it doesn't really matter because we were talking about gas pressure anyway, guys.
Yeah, true.
Which is a much better subject.
True.
What were you talking about the moon going away for 3 days?
Well,
just talking like
you never heard of it? It's not like you never heard of a new moon, dude.
Come on, y'all. It's like ADHD in here. I got to deal with that every day in my life. Let's stick to a topic.
Gas pressure. Stay on that.
Yeah.
You like gas pressure?
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
I mean, I guess. Cool.
Well, that's because gas pressure requires a container.
For the person curious about the moon. Oh, wait, let me.
The point is, in the model of the universe, in the cellocentric universal model, the entire universe is the container. The gas would expand in every direction.
As it does. So what are you saying?
Well, it doesn't, because you're saying there's all the gas stays together as stars.
Not all of it.
Well, there's
so many stars. They're constantly
98% of the cellocentric model, the universal model that you hold to, 98% of the model is a vacuum.
And we are open system.
What is this shit showing me here?
That's the GIF. That's the GIF. NASA? Is that the NASA GIF for gas pressure?
Yeah, it's simulation of gas going out into a vacuum and the temperature dropping as a result. It would be catastrophic if we lived right next to a vacuum.
What if we have an atmosphere protecting us?
The atmosphere is the thing that's expanding into the vacuum, so it cannot protect you.
Atmosphere, that is.
Why are we alive?
Those dots are the atmosphere.
The atmosphere is the gases.
That's a GIF of a fucking.
Well, that's what it's demonstrating, bro. You're saying, what about the atmosphere? Those dots would be what would happen to the atmosphere. That's what the whole point of it.
Why we are alive? Because we have pressure 14.7 psi and we are contained. That's why.
There you go. That's what I was saying. So.
Yeah, I know, but
space.
How do we have gas pressure if we
I'm
don't
just
have?
confused because some people here don't believe in space. Others do.
Did you hear me properly?
No
I
one
said
does.
we are contained. The globe model are not contained. Globe model is open system.
Yeah,
Open
if you're
system with an atmosphere.
But the atmosphere is the thing we're talking about. That's a collection of gases, right? The atmosphere?
Sure.
It's just a bunch of gas. Gas expands in every single direction at 2,000 feet per second.
Yeah, so that's the thing you need to contain.
Yeah, so
that can't contain anything.
What's containing it? The atmosphere can't contain itself. It has to be stopped by the container.
The gases in the sky. What do you?
So the gas contains the gas?
The gravity pulling the gas towards
So
the
we
Earth.
already established gravity is no longer considered a force.
I mean, that's what you think, but
That's not what I
Newtonian
that's not what I-
supersedes Einstein.
That's
Sorry,
what
Einstein
Einstein-
supersedes Newtonian, opposite way.
Yeah. So Einstein supersedes Newtonian. Done.
I don't even know what that means. If you could explain.
Okay. Newtonian gravity was brute force. There's a force pulling everything down. That turns out to be completely wrong because it doesn't work. Because nothing holds everything together like that.
Okay, what theory
And
were you
so
talking
they
about?
created
Theory
the
of gravity for
curvature
Einstein?
created for